Jesus went into the temple of God. Corinthians 3:16. Do you not know that you are the temple of God? Now, what is this telling you? That God is within you. Hence why in Luke 21:12 it tells you the kingdom of God is within you. And the side of your head region is called a temple for a reason. Because the brain encapsulates the mind. The brain is a physical manifestation of the mind. The heart is a physical manifestation of emotion. So we have these different layers of our consciousness. We have an intellectual, communicative aspect of our consciousness, which we would call the mind. We have an emotional aspect of our consciousness, which is the heart. And to communicate with the divine, it's all to do with the mind. Hence why the ancients always symbolize the mind being God. This is why Michelangelo always placed God inside of the brain on top of Sistine Chapel in the middle of the Vatican. He understood that God is in the brain. God is within you, not outside of you. The church tells you that God is in the sky because they are creating a externalization of the truth to create a business and a distraction so that you don't find the divinity within you, so that you don't find your power. Now you have Adam, the physical man, the physical body, the ego, the lower self. And he is resting. He's not trying to reach to God, but God is reaching because the higher consciousness within you is always trying to communicate with you. It's always trying to wake you up to your divinity. But the lower mind, the lower self, Adam, the physical self, is always in ignorance of truth, always in ignorance, and stays in a materialistic way of thinking, which is the lower animal self. And this is what we call a sleep or an NPC. This is the lower mind of man. But all you have to do is to move your finger to touch God. You have to look within yourself, within the brain, meditate, and you can find God. This is why in the Bible we see many references to the human body and anatomy to truly connect with God. Kings 6:8, the door to the middle chamber was in the right side of the house, which is the right hemisphere of the brain. The middle chamber is the pineal gland, where the seat of your consciousness is, where the seat of your higher consciousness is, the mind. And they went up the winding stairs, which is your spinal column, into the middle chamber, and out of the middle chamber into the third. So they went up the winding stairs. This represents raising your consciousness up the winding stairs. Your spinal column acts as a stairway of consciousness. Depending on what sort of consciousness you are operating in, depends on what part of the spinal column you are using. Because the spinal column ascends and descends consciousness. What do I mean? If you are in a reproductive way of thinking and you're always thinking about sex, you're jerking off all the time and you're always eating, all of your brain's power and your mind's power is being descended into the lower aspects of the spinal column, which represents hell, the physical state of man, Adam, the ignorant state. We're basically living off low-level pleasures like an animal. And the stairway to heaven is your spinal column. They went up the winding stairs into the middle chamber, which is your mind, your pineal gland, and out of the middle into the third stage of consciousness, physical, etheric, astral. When you meditate and you start to raise your consciousness during meditation, you enter the astral plane when you turn off thought. But this is the middle chamber inside of the brain. Here we see another painting inside of Sistine's chapel of God inside of the brain. This is the brainstem. This is the brain. This is the frontal lobe. This is the back lobe. This is the back lobe. This is the cerebellum. Here's the reptilian brainstem. Here's the claustrum. This is what we are seeing here. Anatomy. Here is another one in Sistine's chapel in the middle of the Vatican. This is depicting the brainstem. God's neck looks exactly like the brainstem. Here we see a real brain compared to God's neck, because the neck is just below the brainstem. And this is what they are symbolizing, because they knew that God is within you. God is a part of the human body. God is inside of the body, because the body is a vessel for consciousness, for universal consciousness. Inside of you, inside of me, is the same spark of consciousness. And this same consciousness is spread out into every living essence, because everything comes from the one source, the one God, the one consciousness. Matthew 6:22-23. The light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. Practicing the single eye. What is this? This is meditation. This is entering within yourself. So the Bible's telling you to practice the single eye. But if thine eye be evil, thy whole body shall be full of darkness. What does this mean? If your consciousness is in an evil way of thinking, if your mind is filled with an evil, negative mind space, then your body shall be filled with darkness, with evil, with negativity. Because negative thoughts destruct the body. Positive thoughts heal and regenerate the body. So he tells you to be, the light of the body is the eye, your consciousness, the inner eye of consciousness, the eye that lets you see. And what do I mean? You look with your two physical eyes, but you see with the inner eye. What you see is perception. You look with the two eyes, and what you see is perception. You are seeing, you are understanding, and that's what consciousness, the mind, gives you. Consciousness, or the mind, is the force that allows you to be a human being, that allows you to understand things and interact with things and make decisions. It's an infinite intelligence. See, the mind is not the brain. This is a big confusion with people. Hence why the eye on top of the pyramid is separate from the bottom half of the pyramid, because the consciousness is separate from the body, the eye, the all-seeing eye. It represents the observer, the eye that sees into this body, into this world, into this. You are the perceiver. You are the invisible spirit within the body. Theologians 4:17. After that, we are still alive, and our left will be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. You don't meet the Lord in the physical air. Okay? This symbolism of the ancient Christian artwork is showing you this is symbolic. These things never happened. There's no man in the sky. Moses didn't go on a mountain to meet with God. The air represents the mind. This is why you say you're an airhead when someone's very stupid. Earth is your body. Water is your emotions. Fire is your spirit. Air is your mind, the invisible mind. So Anton Mengs, an ancient Christian art worker, is showing you anatomy of God in the clouds. But this is anatomy of the human body, raising yourself to the mind and turning the mind inwards on itself during meditation. And that's how you meet the Lord in the air. You meet the Lord in an elevated state of consciousness. The air represents an elevated state of consciousness because the air is up. You have to raise your consciousness to meet the Lord in the air. This is why Moses went on a mountain to meet with God. The mountain represents elevation of consciousness, raising the mind up the spinal column, taking all of the mind's attention away from the reproduction and the physical aspects of self and raising it to the brain and turning off the brain and going inward into the air. It's talking about raising consciousness. It's allegorical. It's a spiritual, metaphorical text. The side of your head's called a temple because inside that where that temple is, right in the middle of where you call the temple, is the inner chamber, the open room, the holies of holies in the Bible, or the land flowing with milk and honey, or Mount Zion. There's so many different names for the brain, or the upper room where Jesus meets his 12 disciples, the 12 cranial nerves in your brain. This is the temple of God. Your body is a temple of consciousness. It encapsulates consciousness. It encapsulates the mind and soul. John 10:30, Jesus states, I and the Father are one. Psalms 46:10, be still and know that I am God. He's talking about the I am within you, not within Jesus. Everyone refers to ourselves as I. I am God. When you say I, you're referring to the highest aspect of yourself, the aspect that is above all thought, above all emotion, and above all things. When you say I, you're referring to your pure awareness, your pure consciousness, the highest aspect of yourself. And anything after I is egotistical. I is God. The letter I is the Roman numerals for one, because there is one God, one consciousness. The letter I is one line, just like the number one. Matthew 6:3-4, take no thought. Therefore, take no thought. Take no thought. He says this 5 times because you must turn off the 5 senses and take no thought to connect with God. Be still. This is telling you to meditate and know that I am God. The I am within you. I and the Father are one. I and God are one. You, who you think you are, is a completely wrong. The body is matter. Your name isn't you. Your job isn't you. Your reputation, your trauma, your memories, your friends, family, worries, bills, interests, dislikes, goals, passions, anything to do with the thinking mind is not you. Who you think you are is a part of your thinking aspect of consciousness. But once you remove thought, you are no longer your name. You are no longer your body. You're no longer your reputation. You are the I. You are pure awareness, pure consciousness. Pure consciousness. And this pure consciousness has latched on to this name, this job, the body, and your traumas. Your pure consciousness has attached itself to this character who you're playing in the physical world. And this is essentially who you think you are, but you are not. You are the I, you are the self, you are pure awareness. So, in order for you to detach from these things, you must learn how to detach from your name, your job, your reputation. And you do this through meditation by turning off the thinking mind. Turning off the thinking mind allows other aspects of your consciousness to open up. What do I mean? Your whole life you've been thinking, and all of these thoughts has attached you to this physical body. You haven't allowed your consciousness to open up. And you can only do this by taking no thought. That's why Jesus tells you, take no thought. When you turn off the thinking mind, other aspects of your consciousness starts to open up. Other aspects of your being can open up. And this is how you have astral project. This is how you do all these mystical things and things to do with consciousness. It's taking no thought. Imagination, emotions, thought, and memory are all to do with consciousness. These things are not physical. You can't touch thought. You can't touch emotions. You can't touch these things because they are not a physical thing. So you must turn off these things for other aspects of your consciousness to open up. Okay. So essentially, the Bible is a metaphorical, astrological, numerological, metaphysical, spiritual, encoded text that talks about human anatomy, spirituality, and the true nature of the human experience. Everything they would teach you in school is to make you think that you are this body. Everything they teach you in church is the externalization of the true teachings of Jesus. Jesus was telling you to meditate. Jesus was telling you to practice the single eye. Jesus was telling you to look within yourself and find God. He wasn't telling you to pray to him. Mark 16:19, he was taken up to heaven and sat at the right hand of God, the right hemisphere of your brain. John 21:6, cast the net onto the right-hand side of the boat and you shall find fish. Fish is understanding. The boat is your body, your brain. Cast your awareness into the right side of your brain and you will find understanding, because the right side of your brain is all to do with the creative aspect and the intuition and the spiritual sides of your consciousness. This is why God is here. This is why Michelangelo depicted God in the right hemisphere of your brain, because this is all human anatomy. And I speak about all of this in the brand new Book of Wisdom, Volume 2, which is now available. The start of the revolution has begun. This book is truly going to change the way people see the world. It's got so many new more topics than the last one. It's truly a revolution. It's written in so much detail. It's very practical. I cannot wait to share this one with you. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity for me to create this book, because without you, I couldn't have created this. And I just love sharing my work with you. And I thank every single one of you for the support, the watch, like the views and the likes, everything, especially the people who have joined the university and stuff like that. And for people who have joined the university, you do get a free Book of Wisdom paperback if you just go to the general chat and follow the description, follow what the instructions that I gave you in the chat, and you'll be able to order a free Book of Wisdom if you are inside of the university. Plus, you get all of my other books, 2 books, and over 45 occult books on occult and esoteric things. You get lectures, live calls, a community, a manifestation mastery course, and a whole library and reoccurring updates every month, every week. So yeah, I hope you all enjoyed this video. Thank you all. Please leave a comment to help the algorithm, and leave a comment on what videos I should make. And yeah, I'll get to uploading on the YouTube a lot more now the second book is now released. I have a lot more time on my hands. No longer using my energy to create the book. I'm now going to redirect this mental energy into the YouTube. So there will be a lot more content coming. So I need some content ideas. So feel free to comment some ideas, some YouTube videos that I can create. Thank you all, people. Have an amazing day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
The Freemasonic square and compass is not just a symbol that represents Freemasonry, a lodge, or a secret society. It is a symbol of gaining your own personal power. Now, in this video, I'm going to be breaking down this symbol in the most detail I can possibly go into. Most people live in a state of illusion. They live their life impulsively, acting based on their 5 senses, tasting. They want to feel a certain thing like an orgasm, or they're basically just slaves to external things and their 5 senses, which leads to a very dark path where you'll never actually become a conscious creator and you'll never actually be internally happy. The Freemasonic square and compass reveals some deep wisdom about this. Now let me break this down. If you want to gain your personal power, listen up. The Freemasonic square and compass is a compass which is used to create circles. Now, if you notice something about the circle, they have no beginning, no end. You can't tell where it begins and ends. It's eternal, which means this represents consciousness. Now, if you don't know what consciousness is, if you close your eyes, you have an internal world. You have thoughts, emotion, visualization. This is all consciousness, spiritual. Then we have the square. The square creates squares or lines,
which represents matter. It has a beginning and an end. You can quite see where the beginning of the end is, right? So we can even link this to Leonardo da Vinci, the Vitruvian Man. We see the man in the square with the circle. The circle is the eternal consciousness, and the man is the square, limited to the physical world. But consciousness is not limited, that's why it's outside the square. This is eternal, the body is mortal. The body will die, consciousness will never die. If we look even closer at the symbol, we notice in this particular symbol, we have the compass overlapping the square. This is very, very symbolic. This represents spirit over matter, also known as mind over matter, consciousness over matter, the circle over the square. Like I mentioned earlier, most people are slaves to their senses. They go through their day and all they do is chase validation and feelings. They eat all day to feel good, which means they're slaves to their taste. They're slaves to their feeling. They masturbate, which means they're a slave to orgasms and external things. They're literally being governed by the external world controlling their internal world. They're literally living life on autopilot. And don't get me wrong, I was guilty of this too. We're all guilty of this when we join this world because we're not taught this sacred knowledge. Until you actually stop and recognize this, you'll be living life on autopilot, literally not even living. You'll be running off subconscious programs, seeking external validation and being ruled by these five senses. The square underneath the compass represents consciousness on top of matter, which means the internal world is controlling the external world. It is the mind controlling matter and not matter manipulating the mind. In the occult and esoteric world, it's very important that you are conscious of every action that you are taking in your day-to-day life. Never act subconsciously. Always be conscious. What are you thinking? What are you acting? What are you giving your attention? All of this is contributing towards creating because you are a creator. Consciousness is a creative force. You need to make sure that the compass is on top of the square, that your inner world is controlling the outer world and not the outer world controlling the inner. As I've mentioned in many videos before, the internal world of consciousness is what's producing the external world. Your life is just a result of every thought and emotion that you felt in the past. Everything you own, everything you possess, your friends are all reflections of your consciousness. They're all reflections of what you are thinking about. When you change your thinking, your external world starts to rearrange itself. On a basic level, this symbol represents the combination of spirit and matter. You are a spiritual being and a material being. You are heaven, the sky, and earth, the ground. You are heaven and earth, spirit and matter infused into one. You are a bridge between the divine and the earthly worlds. And you can bring down these higher realms of consciousness, thought, imagination, and emotions into a physical, tangible reality. To do this consciously, we need to make sure the external world is not manipulating the inner world. Because if your internal world is being controlled by external circumstances, for example, you have a circumstance happen in your reality, an emotion triggers inside of you, and that emotion is a command to create more of that. And the thoughts that you think are creating more of that negativity. So it's a constant cycle of negative manifestation if you let the external world control your internal world of consciousness. So we need to make sure the compass is on top of the square, that the internal world are commands and not reactions to create your external reality. And not only just to create, but to actually enjoy life. If we let the external world bother our internal world, this means that we have some sort of mental or emotional attachment to the external world. We need to detach from the external world. Why do I say that? Because it's temporary. It's an illusion. We are going to die one day, and none of this will matter. You need to understand that everything in this world is temporary. You have to be okay with losing things, losing family, losing things in this world, because it's guaranteed to be temporary. We need to make sure the internal world is order and not chaos, commands and not reactions. Now, at the back of the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2, the book that I've wrote here, I go over the different meanings of the different arrangements of the square and compass. Sometimes we see The square overlapping the compass, which is the opposite of what we've just broken down. Or sometimes we see one leg of the compass on top of the square and one leg of the square on top of the compass. These are all highly symbolic. When we see the square overlapping the compass, this pretty much represents the beginning of the Freemasons' journey, when their internal world is being controlled by the external. They have a lot of spiritual growth and a lot of learning and inner work to do. Now, when we see half and half, one leg of the square on top and one leg of the compass on top, this represents the Masons' gradual emergence from the material realm into the spiritual. This interplay of symbols reflects the process of gaining greater light and knowledge as the Masons ascend from material concerns towards spiritual enlightenment. And of course, we've just broken down what this means. This represents spirit over matter. They're not chasing external physical things anymore. They're actually chasing and gaining validation and happiness from spiritual growth, more knowledge and deeper understanding of consciousness and themselves. Most people chase external material things, which actually don't make you happy in the long run. You could be given £1 million today. In a week's time, you would be back to the same original state of consciousness and actually chasing more and more millions of pounds. It's because nothing physical in this tangible world will ever satisfy your internal world of consciousness. So through spiritual growth, we can actually become happy and seek higher understanding, higher consciousness, which actually satisfies us eternally. So when we see the compass on top of the square, it symbolizes the triumph of spirit over matter. This arrangement not only signifies the mastery of spirit over the material realm, but also represents the resurrection, ascent, and dominion of spiritual principles over all earthly conditions. It's all about gaining personal power and spiritual growth. It's all about spiritual evolution, going from matter to spirit. The external world controlling the internal world, to the internal world ruling over the external world, where the mind becomes a powerful tool to actually create and command reality. The mind cannot create and command reality if it's being governed and tossed all over the place by external circumstances and thoughts. Here's a quick tip on how to know if your mind is controlling you. If your phone notification goes off and you're working on something and you instantly go to reach and pick up the phone as soon as the notification goes off, that is an indication that your mind is controlling you and you are not controlling it. The mind is the direction of consciousness, the direction. It directs the flow of your attention, your energy, your consciousness. So to practice to gain mind over matter is simply just meditation, allowing the mind to sit still and focus on one thing for long periods of time. And over time, this will gain mastery over your attention and your mind. If you are on your spiritual path, this should be your goal. Your internal world becoming the master. The mind becoming a vessel for you and not a vessel controlling you. It needs to become a command center and not a reaction. Please like, share this with a friend, and subscribe to the channel if you're new. Leave a link in the description for the Book of Wisdom Volume 2.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What if the word Yahweh is proof that God is embedded in our very own being? Stay with me, because what I'm about to show you might change the way you see yourself forever. Today's topic is decoding the mystery name of Yahweh, the sacred name of God from the Hebrews. By the end of this video, you'll uncover the true meaning of the word Yahweh and how your connection to it unlocks your own personal power. When we look at the word Yahweh in Hebrew, we flip it on its side. We're actually looking at the human body. These are the legs, this is the torso, here are the arms, and here's the head. So if we actually switch this on its side, we see the human body. The Hebrew name Yahweh often translates to I am, the I am. Now, what is the I am? The I am, when you say I, you're referring to your highest self. Everything with the letter I in the beginning, most of them words are referring to our inner self. inside, intelligence, internal, in. The I represents the inside self, the invisible self. You cannot see the I am because this is the spirit, this is our consciousness. It's the intelligence controlling the human body. When you say I, you're not referring to your name, your job, your reputation, your ego, or your thoughts. You're referring to the observer who is beyond the thoughts, the one who's observing the thoughts. That's the soul. Look at the word Yahweh, Yahweh, the sacred name of God. Yahweh can be observed in the natural rhythm of the human breath. When inhaling, we subtly hear Yah. When exhaling, we hear Wei. Do this yourself. Breathe in through your nose, you'll hear Yah. Breathe out, you'll hear Wei. And in fact, the letter H, H, when it's pronounced, it carries the soft sound of wind or breath, a gentle exhale that mirrors the very essence of life, giving air. Breath is the spirit of life. It's what connects us with consciousness. If we stop breathing, we lose consciousness. The body shuts down. We're breathing the spirit of breath. We're breathing in the spirit of life. It's the very essence that gives us physical existence, and we're constantly staying connected to this breath at all times. Now let's look at Yahweh. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 letters. The tetragrammaton is the 4-letter Hebrew name for God. Okay? Tetra, meaning 4. We have 4 gospels of Jesus. Jesus is depicted with a cross with 4 sections. Jesus has the 4 sacred animals around the side of him, always depicted with these 4. A bull or an ox, an eagle, a man, and a lion. These are the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac. Aquarius, the man, Scorpio, the eagle, Leo, the lion, Taurus, the bull or the ox, which are related to the elements. Leo is a fire sign, Aquarius is an air sign, Taurus is an earth sign, Scorpio is a water sign. These are the 4 elements. And the 4 elements correspond to the 4 bodies of consciousness, as we see here. This is fire, this is air, this is water, this is earth. So we are made out of the 4 elements, which represent the 4 bodies of consciousness: mind, emotion, spirit, and body. The soul is incarnated into 4 sections. Hence why Jesus has 4 gospels. Hence why Yahweh is a 4-named word, because we are tetraform. We have 4 bodies of consciousness. There are 4 pillars to reality: the mind, emotion, spirit, and the body. So what we're actually looking at here is the name of the very essence of the self. Yahweh represents the universal consciousness that we're all tapped into, because the body is like a radio. The body is basically a radio antenna, which is picking up the stream of consciousness, and we're all the same consciousness, just experiencing it in a different body. And Yahweh is the name for this intelligence that we're all acting out, that we're all manifestations of. So now let's look at the word Yahweh, where we read it this way in Hebrew, which is 10565. 10565 in the Hebrew letters and the numerical values. And the DNA is made up of 4 bases. These 4 things which create the DNA. This basis is the genetic code for all living things. Each DNA strand is held together by sulfur bridges that appear in a repeating pattern of 10565. This pattern matches the numerical value of the Hebrew letters of Yahweh, Yod, He, Va, He, which are 10565. This means the structure of DNA, the code of life, follows the same number sequence as the sacred name of God, Yahweh. This is a factual observation. So we're looking at 10565. So let's look over this one more time. Yahweh represents the breath, Yahweh, inhale, exhale. It translates to I am. It's written in our DNA. The word Yahweh on its side looks like the human body. Now, this is where things get a little bit deeper. 10, 5, 6, 5 adds up to 26. The number God, well, the word God adds up to 26. Allah adds up to 26. There are 206 bones in the human body. 26. 26 adds up to 8. 8 is the number of infinity. We are all the infinite consciousness. Consciousness will never die. It's immortal. It's infinite. We are all infinite. We are not these skeletal structures. We are Yahweh, the universal consciousness. The creator of all things is our essence. We're all God with individual identities, but the highest versions of ourselves is God. The ego is our own personal experience of God. Does this make sense? So in conclusion, Yahweh is not the name of a separate God from us, but rather the reflection of the divine consciousness manifesting through the human form. The human body is like a receiver acting as an antenna that tunes into the infinite intelligence and life force we call consciousness or God. This means that rather than being external, the divine presence is within us, expressed through our very existence. It's very interesting when we look into this, and what religion has done has flipped all of this knowledge. All of this sacred knowledge has been externalized. They've externalized God so that we worship God and we view God as something separate from the human experience. They do this so that we don't find the God within us, so that we don't find that we have the power of creation. The mind is the creative force of God. The body is the will to act out that thought. They don't want us to figure out that we are creators and we're all creating our own earthly experience. We're all projecting this reality. And they don't want us connecting with the divine intelligence within us because they want to be the creators. They want to keep this knowledge. They don't want the masses to wake up to this powerful knowledge. So what they've done is that they've taken the scriptures, they've externalized it so that we start worshiping and giving away our power to these external things. And when God is external, we start to fear God because we start to think that God has power over us. He can send us to hell or heaven. So this is what's going on. They've been externalizing this for thousands of years to keep us in a suppressed state. Okay? Humans are very advanced because we possess self-awareness. We possess the ability to move our awareness and our thoughts outside of the instinctual nature. For example, a cat or a dog. These things can only live in their instinct. They live based on instinct. They smell, they eat. That's pretty much what they do. But humans, we have the ability to rise above that nature and turn to our infinite selves, our higher selves. We can move beyond our instinctual nature and create very advanced things. That's why humans are made in the image of Yahweh. We are literally God in human form. So this is what we all need to realize. And I hope this video has helped. Please leave a like, a comment on inside of the description. I'll have some links to my books and my university. The people who have read them have just absolutely changed their lives. You could probably see that in the comment sections if someone leaves a review of the book. We also have Trustpilot. But yeah, I thank you all. And I'll see you in the next one.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
So depression doesn't actually exist, and in this video I'm going to show you how depression is actually a choice. And I'm going to give you some solutions on how to deal with it. And this is probably going to change your life forever just by doing this alone. Okay, so the first thing you need to understand about depression is that it exists in your conscious mind. It exists in your thinking mind. So what is inside your thinking mind? You have your your body, your name, your reputation, your trauma, your memories, your family, your worries, your interests, your bills, your passion, dislikes, goals, right? Most people identify their lives with this. They identify their lives with their thinking mind. They think they're their name, their job, their reputation, their memories. But this is not who you actually are. Who you actually are is the observer of that. What happens if you stop thinking? What is left? You're left with unconditioned consciousness. You're left with the self, which is what we refer to as I. We are the consciousness, not the thinking consciousness. You are not these labels. You are not your thoughts. You are not your job, your name, your reputation. Okay? And the reason why I'm telling you this is because it's very important, is that we are something beyond this body, beyond this name, beyond our thoughts. We are the consciousness. So depression exists inside of the thinking mind, the conscious mind. Okay? So if you want to get rid of depression, you must learn how to escape the thinking mind. And not only just escape, but that's step one. In meditation, you do meditations, right? We sit still and we have to learn how to control the mind and turn off the thoughts. And when we turn off the thoughts, depression goes out the window because there's no thought present in your mental field of consciousness to be depressed. Okay? You must understand, who is the one suffering from the negative thoughts? Who is the one suffering? Your mind is not suffering because the mind is producing the thoughts. Your body's not suffering from the negative thoughts. You are suffering. And who is you? You are a soul. You are that feeling. You are that person beyond the thoughts, beyond the feelings, beyond that. You are the one experiencing. You are that. Meditation gives us the ability to turn off the thinking mind. This allows us to escape our thoughts. Okay? And it gives us, over a long period of time after meditation, you'll be able to turn this switch. And this switch will be able to turn off your thoughts. And by doing this, we will be able to control our conscious mind directly by the hand. So when you notice yourself gaining them negative thoughts, we can then turn off the switch of turning off the conscious mind and rising to our authentic self and knowing the thoughts are just illusions. Now, let me tell you something that's very powerful. Most of your thoughts are coming from beliefs. Most of your feelings are coming from beliefs. So if you have a feeling of lack, this is coming from a belief that you don't have much. If you are feeling alone, this is coming from a belief that you are alone. So what we must do is restructure ourselves. We must restructure the subconscious mind, and we do this in many different ways. We can do this with meditation. We can do this with visualization, visualizing our desired reality as if we are living it. We can do this with affirmation. Now, a lot of people think, oh, I'm trying to speak something into existence with affirmation. No, you're not using vibration to try and change reality with what a lot of these new age people will teach you. Vibration, your words will not have much an impact on reality. That's the truth. But what they do have an impact on is reprogramming and recrafting and refining your mind. If you repeat, I am wealthy all day long, your subconscious mind, that word will be lingering inside your subconscious, and you will start to mold that into your conscious. You'll start to be consciously thinking about this. Most of your thoughts are coming from your subconscious. So if you want to get rid of depression, you got to figure out the trigger. What are you depressed about? What are you feeling? What are the beliefs that are making you feeling and thinking this way? And that's what you must restructure. You must restructure your subconscious mind through visualization, meditation, and affirmation. You do these all the time. You do these every single day, and you will slowly, if not surely, restructure your subconscious mind. While by doing the practice of meditation, you'll gain the off switch as well. Sometimes depression comes from not living in your authentic self. You're not doing the things that your soul is telling you to do. We all know what we should be doing at all times. I don't care what you have on. We all know we should be doing something. We all know that we have these, there's a higher aspect of our mind that tells us, oh, we need to be doing this, but I'm actually sat here on my phone. Oh, I shouldn't be eating this, but I'm doing it anyway. There's always that higher voice. And that is the voice that has to be connected to. And when that voice, when your body's not acting out the voice of the soul, then the soul becomes sadder, and suffers more and more and more. There has to be a connection between the soul, the mind, and the body. They have to work in unison. Okay? So I hope this video helps with depression, with whatever you're going through mentally.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
This isn't just spiritual fluff. Your words are vibrational commands that teach your subconscious what to believe and what to create in your reality. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you how words are these vibrational things that create reality. In fact, they are. However, the power of words does not hold in the vibration of the word. Yes, it has a little effect on plants. Yes, every word is a vibration that speaks to every cell in your body. However, this is not the main power of words. The main power of words is restructuring your consciousness and invoking energy inside of your own consciousness. I'm going to go over these two in detail for you. Your life is an externalization of your consciousness. Your belief system, your internal world, are building blocks to create your external world. What you believe in is how you see reality. It is the filter that you see to see reality. If you want to change reality, you have to change your consciousness first. There's no point trying to create a change, a manipulation in the external world, because it won't last very long. You have to restructure your inner temple, your inside world of thought and emotion. For example, your external reality is an externalization of every thought you thought in the past. Your life circumstances are just a result of every thought you thought in the past. You become what you think about. So if we can control what we think about, we will control who we become. Words are a powerful way to restructure your subconscious mind, which will then restructure what you think about. For example, if I said the word chicken all day long, I'm going to be thinking about chicken all day long. The words we repeat enter our subconscious mind, and our subconscious mind molds our conscious mind of what we are consciously giving attention to and thinking about. And that becomes our emotion. Our emotion becomes the energy, the charge behind our action. And all this creates who you are and your reality. If you want to create a change in your external world, you need to repeat the end result as in an affirmation. I am abundant. I am disciplined. For example, if you're trying to stop a certain addiction, don't say, I am going to stop smoking. Say, I am disciplined. By saying discipline, the subconscious mind accepts the word discipline and not the word smoking. If you repeat smoking, I am not smoking, your subconscious mind will just pick up smoking and then do more smoking. So if you are trying to create discipline in your life and trying to stop something, say, I am disciplined. The reason for this is powerful because you're conditioning your consciousness. You're conditioning your subconscious mind and filling it with the word discipline. And I'm not going to say do this a certain amount of times a day or do this in the mornings. I want you to do this as much as possible. I did this as much as possible. Whenever I had free time, whenever I had a free minute, I would say these words either physically or mentally, just to condition your consciousness. Words are the most powerful way to restructure your belief system and restructure your inner world, which will then mirror in your outer world. Words are also a powerful way to invoke energy. This is why when you see these magic occult rituals, you see people chanting and doing these things. It's because if you slowly chant a word, you can actually invoke the emotion. There are three aspects of creation: thought, emotion, action. Emotion is energy in motion. By repeating a word over and over again, you can actually begin to invoke that energy, that emotion inside your heart. And you can start to feel the reality as if you are already living it. And this is just another powerful way to condition your consciousness to become a certain thing before you have it. This is what magic is. Magic is all to do with reprogramming the subconscious mind, aligning the subconscious with a certain belief or reality, which will then produce an effect in our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions, which will then create that reality. So if you want to create something in your life, literally just repeat, I am something. I am is referring to your consciousness. I am is the highest aspect of you. It is the true self. Whatever you condition your consciousness will be mirrored in your external reality. I am abundant will condition your consciousness to feel and believe you are abundant, which will then seep into your thinking. And then you will start to act more on this because you are thinking about it, which will then change your external reality. Words are vibration, and vibration is powerful. However, if you truly want to change your reality, you have to change your inner world of consciousness. And words are the best way to invoke feelings to become the reality you want. And words are the best way to condition your consciousness to a certain belief or a thought. And by doing this, you're actually creating a root cause. The cause is your consciousness, your mind, and you have to restructure the mind to create that reality. Words are a great way to restructure your consciousness and create reality.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What if I told you you don't have one body? You in fact have four. There's a secret hidden right in front of you, and most of you overlook it. And by learning these teachings today, this will change your perspective on life, on yourself, and completely change the conception of yourself. This is the key to your highest potential. If you stay with me today, you will find secrets about yourself that will change your life. But I warn you, once you step this path of esoteric knowledge, there's no going back. Once you see, you can't unsee. So stay with me, and we will discuss the four bodies of your soul and how you can master yourself to reach your highest potential. The first thing we must understand is that there is a sun. And just like the sun gives life to the earth, there is this life force within the sun that gives life to all matter. We must understand that that matter itself is dead. It has no life potential. It has no ability to create or destruct anything. All of the life comes from above, from the sun, from the life-giving power of this infinite energy source we call the sun. No matter what model you believe, the sun still gives power to this physical realm, giving life to all of the crops, giving life to animals, giving life and growth to all things that the rays come in contact with. This is a macrocosm process. We must understand the teachings of as above, so below. This means that the macrocosm repeats itself in a microcosm form. Now, what do I mean? Humans are made in the image and likeness of God. You are a miniature version of God, a spark of the divine consciousness made in human form, in physical form. Just like the sun gives life to all physical matter and growth to all crops on the earth, your soul is a miniature sun. And your soul is giving life to the body. Your body is a miniature earth, which also goes through the cycles of the 4 seasons of the sun. We feel different in each one of these seasons. It's because our body does not only go through these cycles externally, but these cycles happen within ourselves, within consciousness. Your soul is the sun. The sun you see in the sky is an externalization of your soul. Your soul is the life force. You are the soul, not the body. And like the sun gives power to the earth, the soul gives power to your body. So first, let's look at the etymology of the word sun. The word sun comes from it's a Latin word solis or sol, which means the sun. Sol then became soul, sun, soul. And in fact, SON and SUN in the old etymology dictionary mean the exact same thing. They are interchangeable. So when we look at the symbol of the sun, we look at a circle and a cross, which represent the four aspects of the sun, the four seasons of the sun: summer, winter, spring, and autumn. These are the four states of the sun. Like we said, this is why we get this symbol. You have the four states of the sun, which represent the four bodies of the soul. Now, this is where we get deep. Like I said, the sun you see in the sky is a macrocosm of your soul, an externalization of your soul. Just like your sun has four seasons, the four seasons within us are the four bodies. Our soul is incarnated and split into four sections. We have a mind, we have a physical body, emotions, and spirit. These are all interchangeable and they are all linked. In ancient alchemy, we have the exact same symbolism of the four stages of alchemy. But in this case, they're symbolized as the four elements: earth, water, air, fire. In this ancient alchemical symbol, we have the pentagram with the top one representing the soul, ether. Our soul then has the four bodies with the human here. We have the man, the eagle, the bull, and the lion. We see this on the tarot card, the Wheel of Fortune. The man, the eagle, the bull, the lion. We see this in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. The lion, the bull, the man, and the eagle. We see this with depictions of Jesus. Jesus, the man, the bull, the lion, and the eagle. These represent the four fixed signs of the zodiac: Taurus, the bull; Scorpio, the eagle. Scorpio was symbolized as an eagle. It's an ancient symbol. Now it's been changed to a scorpion, of course. Leo, the lion; Aquarius, the man. These represent the four fixed signs, which are four different elements. Taurus is an earth sign. Scorpio, a water sign. Leo, a fire sign. Aquarius, an air sign. Taurus is the earth. As above, so below. The earth is the physical body. Leo is fire. Fire is the spirit. Scorpio is water, which is the emotions. Aquarius is the mind, which is an air symbol. Air is the mind. That's why we call people airheads. Okay? So what we're actually looking at here are the four aspects of our soul. We have the sun in the middle and the four bodies of the soul. This is what Jesus is symbolizing. Jesus represents you. God made flesh with the four aspects of the soul. The four gospels are all depicting Jesus in four different ways according to the different body of consciousness. The Wheel of Fortune are representing the four bodies of the soul. This represents the four bodies. Now, how are they four bodies? They are four dimensions of consciousness. The mind is not made of the same substance of the emotion. The emotion is not made of the same substance of the physical body. The spirit is not made of the same substance as the physical body also. They exist in four dimensions of consciousness. They are four bodies of our soul. And the most important teaching here is what I'm actually getting to, is the powerful one. This is what gives you power. Most of us live in chaos. Our mind is thinking of doing something. Our emotions are feeling something else. Our body is lusting and wanting to do something else. And our spirit's energy is completely off. Most people live in unbalance. None of these four bodies are working together. This is why we produce chaos in our lives. When these bodies are in balance, are not working together. So in alchemy, They symbolize the four elements, which are the four bodies of consciousness. These are the furnaces with the fire. They represent transmutation of each body. We have to sync these bodies. We have to sync the mind with our emotions, and our emotions with our actions, the physical body, and with our spirit. These four key bodies need to be in line in order for us to create consciously in our life. Because each one of us is a creator, a miniature version of God, creating our own earth, creating our own material reality. And in order for us to create consciously and with effect and power, we must have these bodies unified so that we can create consciously and not create chaos. So this is very, very important. And this is a secret teaching found in all ancient societies. But this is what the hidden symbolism of astrology actually is. The sun is our soul, and the 12 zodiacs are 12 aspects of our soul. And we have the four aspects of the four main bodies. This is what we're looking at. We're not looking at the sky. We're actually looking at aspects of ourselves, aspects of our soul that we must master and transmute in order to become our highest potential. So I hope this makes sense. And it may take a while for you to fully understand this, but the key knowledge in order for you to understand any of these teachings that I've gone through today is the major, major teaching of as above, so below. What is above is below. What is within is without. Your inner reality projects the outer reality. What is inside of you is outside of you in some form or way. Whatever trees, whatever roots that go down will always shoot up. When you throw a bouncing ball, you shoot it down, it will go up. As above, so below. As within, so without. God did not make us a creation separate from himself. We are all extensions of the divine made in physical form. And we are incarnated into four sections. Our soul is separated into four sections. These are the four corners of reality. These are the four pillars of reality that we must control. So in order to access our soul in meditation, we must turn off these four things. Turn off the mind, the emotion, the spirit, and the body. And then we access the soul. So I hope this video helps today. And you can learn all about this in the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. This book is a revolution in consciousness. I do not recommend everyone reads this book. This book is only for people who are serious and want to transform their lives. This book is a book that will change the scope you see reality. It will change your perspective on yourself because you will resonate with this. This book does not just give you information, it gives you a sense of well-being. It gives you truth, and you will find your power from this information. This information is not just information, it's a key to your path of enlightenment and transformation. So you can find this book in the description of this video. And if you are part of the university, I will see you on the live calls. Thank you, everyone. Please leave a like, subscribe, and a comment, and let me know whatever videos you want me to make next. Anything that you fail to understand or have any confusion with, I can make a video on it. So let me know in the comment section any reviews or anything I should do. Thank you all, people. Have a great day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Hello and welcome to another video and another lecture from Ethereal University. Today we're going to be breaking down in detail the Freemasonic 33rd degree symbol. Now, of course, this is a complex symbol, and it's composed of many symbols put together to create a greater meaning. So, as you should know from my previous videos, a bit of context behind Freemasonry. what it particularly is, and I will give you a brief overview before we go into this. It's definitely important to know what Freemasonry is before we break down this symbol, okay? Because without the knowledge of Masonry and what it is, it's difficult to understand what the symbol truly means. So Freemasonry is all about building. The word Mason means to build. And we're either building with light or we're building with darkness. So that we have good Freemasonry, we have good Masons, people who want to spread the truth, people who want to help people awaken their mind and liberate them and bring them up to higher consciousness. Or we have Masons who want to divide, keep the knowledge to themselves, create walls, build walls in people's minds, construct illusions in people's minds for their own personal gain. Okay? So we're either building with light or you're building with darkness. You're either building with light or bricks, spirit or matter. God and the devil, same thing. You're either uplifting people or dividing people. Each and every single one of you is a Freemason. Well, a Mason. Not a Freemason, but a Mason. You are a builder. And you're either constructing division in you and other people, or you're either creating oneness. Everyone is doing this. Everyone is building. Everyone is contributing towards the world and building our reality. So Masonry is a craft, and that craft is to craft a better mind and heart, a higher consciousness, a higher understanding of the self, building a higher perception of yourself, getting to know who you actually are, why you are here. Every action, behind every single action, behind every single cause is choice. You chose to be here. Whether you know why you are here or whether you do not know. You chose to be here in this time, in this period of life on the earth, on this physical dimension. You chose, the mind of yours chose to be here in this body at this specific time. You are playing a role, you are building in this world at this specific time. So Masonry is all about getting to know the self, to know what you actually are through Gnosis. Gnosis is direct knowledge obtained and extracted from direct experience. Knowledge extracted from direct experience. Knowingness. You know you have hands. You don't believe you have hands. You know you have hands. That's what knowing thyself truly means. To go within the self. To dwell in meditation for long periods of time. Not even meditation. To dwell, closing your eyes and thinking internally. Not thinking externally about anything outside you, but thinking and questioning internally, and you shall find answers. Seek and you shall find. If your heart is truly set on knowing, on getting to know true knowledge and knowing yourself, then you will find it. Okay, so because that's what the heart is. The heart is where we find our treasure. It's why it's inside of our chest. Our chest holds the treasure. What is your treasure? Your treasure is your physical manifestation. And whatever you act, whatever your heart cares about, your body follows. Your body takes action towards what you care about in life. This is why we say follow your heart, because your body follows the heart, what you care about. If you do not care about something, you do not take actions towards it. Whatever your heart loves and has that love energy for, the body follows. If you truly want to become enlightened, and truly want to reach higher consciousness, then you will. You truly care for that, then you will find it. You have to go within. Okay, so this is what Masonry is about. It's about going within and finding out your true nature and constructing a higher consciousness by dissolving walls and blockages inside your mind and heart, purifying the self. Because you can care about sick and twisted things. Okay? We can see that in society. People like killing people. It's psychotic, but I know. So we can be corrupted. Okay, so going into this symbol, what does the symbol mean? What is it trying to portray? Okay. Uh, Before we go into this symbol, particularly, uh, we're looking at the Scottish Rite Freemasonry. So we have the first degree all the way up to the third degree is Blue Lodge Masonry. Then from the fourth degree of Freemasonry to the 32nd degree is what we call Red Lodge Freemasonry, the Red Lodge degrees. So again, that is that symbolism of that red and blue, the left and right, masculine, feminine, water, fire. Uh, it's that symbolism again of the two polar opposites of reality, of masculine and feminine qualities, solar and lunar, the left and right hemispheres of the brain, the inner and inner and outer world, the brain and the heart. These are all polarities, okay? Spirit and matter. We have to unify these. But we're looking at the 33rd degree. This is the end of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, and it's considered the illuminated degrees. Illuminated. This is when one gets to know the true self, the true knowledge, when one has gone within, mastered the self, got rid of mental blockages, uh, blockages in the heart, purified the self, and they know who they are. They have higher consciousness. And in this breakdown today, I'm going to show you how they have higher consciousness through this symbolism. Okay, so I was going to say something, but I totally forgot what it was. But anyways, we'll move forward with this symbol. Oh, that's what it was. Water melts, well, ice melts at 33 degrees, symbolizing ice represents solid matter, ego, the physical body, left brain thinking, physical reality identification, identifying self with the ego, the name, the job, the reputation. That's the ice, that's solid, that's ego thinking, left brain thinking. When we identify ourselves with the body, our ego, our name, our job, our reputation, our family, that is ego. That is pure earthly survival base level consciousness. This is the degree, this is the level of state of mind that we need to rise out from and figure out what we are, what you actually are inside you. When you turn off your thoughts, what are you then? If you do not think, you are not your name, your job, your reputation, your family, your beliefs. Because when the mind is turned off, there is still something left. That is you. And that is the substance that we have to get to know through Gnosis, through going within and thinking internally and dwelling within. Okay. So Freemasonry is all about learning about the psyche, the true nature of consciousness, how it functions, the mechanics of consciousness, how we can integrate universal law with consciousness. We're going to be going into that. Natural law, how we can become one with God's law. We can become one with the universe and integrate universal consciousness into yourself. Okay, so The first thing I'm going to say about this symbol, notice about the symbol, is the eagle. The eagle is a bird. Okay? What do birds do? They are high in the air. They are above the earth, which represents rising, rising consciousness, rising the mind out of the lower mind, earth-based survival, impulsive, reactive, egotistical mind. And we're pulling us out, we're rising from that. The earth represents that lower base survival consciousness, ego-driven thoughts. And we're rising up. The bird is free. It's free from the earth. Okay? It's free. It's elevated. It looks down upon the earth. So the eagle is a bird which represents higher view of self, a higher understanding of the self. It's elevated. We have a higher view of myself when I reach the 33rd degree. That is what it's showing you. That is what it's symbolizing. Okay? It's above the earth. It is free. It looks down. When you have higher consciousness, enlightened, it's impossible not to look down. You do look down on people, but not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. That sounds bad. I understand if that sounds bad, but that's not a bad way. I don't mean that in a bad way or a bad-hearted way. I mean that as when you have higher consciousness, you can see people who are living and dwelling in zombie mode, low level earth based consciousness. They think they're the body, they think they're their name, their job, their reputation, their family. So it represents looking down because I have higher awareness of myself. I know what I truly am. The water is flowing at the 33rd degree. The water melts at the 33rd degree, representing the flowing of consciousness, the flowing of the mind, flowing of light energy entering the body. Because when we reach higher consciousness, when you raise your consciousness, which is just an easier way of saying mastering thoughts, mastering yourself, we no longer give attention to negative thoughts because we understand what thoughts are and why would you let your own mind take away your own power? So again, Freemasonry is about gaining personal power, not in a bad way, well, it can be used for bad. Gaining mental power, a strong mind. Most people have very, very, very weak minds in this world. Very weak minds. This world is a mental world. We have to gain strength in the mind. It's a mental universe. The stronger the mind, the better your reality. The less affected you are by external things. Nothing external should ever bother you. Okay? uh, so it's about gaining mental strength, mental clarity. So again, the bird is elevated, it looks down, it has a higher awareness, it sees things from above, it sees the world for what it truly is. That's the eagle. Okay? It's the higher view. This is the illuminated degrees. So we're looking at now the sword. The bird, the eagle, the double-headed eagle is standing on the sword. Very symbolic. The sword is not above the eagle. The sword is below the eagle. The sword moves through the air. On a basic breakdown of the sword, it represents power. Power. Because if I have a sword, I hold the power over you. That's what it symbolizes. In war, you have a weapon bigger than someone else and more destructive than someone else, you hold the power. So it's a power symbol. To go even deeper on this, On its true meaning, the sword, I've already broke this down plenty of times. It moves through the air. It cuts the air. It's the mind. Air represents the mind. Water is emotion. Fire is the spirit. Earth is the body. So we're looking at the mind, the power of the mind. And the eagle is standing on top of this, representing, I am conquering my own mind. I am conquering my mind. My mind does not conquer me. My mind is truly mine. I hold the power over it. I stand on top of my mind. The mind does not rule me. Thoughts do not enter my mind that take away my power. I think it, I feel it, I act towards it. It's unity. My mind is the monarch. It is the command center. It is mine. I'm above the mind. That's what it's showing here. I hold full control over this mind. I hold the power. Okay? And I have an elevated view of the mind. The eagle is elevated. It looks at the earth from above. It's the higher perception of the mind. The mind has a higher view of the self. It is conscious. Most people are not conscious. Okay? Most people walk around, they act unknowingly, they don't even know they exist. They don't realize they have consciousness. They think they grew from a monkey. They're born on a spinning ball in the middle of space, and they think they're the body. That is the level of earth-based consciousness. And it's saying, I hold the power. I hold my mind to what I want to direct the mind's forces to. I create with my mind. I carve reality. I shape my reality with my mind and thoughts and my intellect, my communication. Okay? That is what we're looking at here with the sword. It's on top, meaning I control it. When you stand on top of something, you are the top. You are on top of it. You hold the power. You rule over it. When you are the boss of your business, you rule the business. That's what we're looking at here. The sword needs sharpening. It always needs sharpening. You can't use a sword forever. You need to sharpen it. The mind will not stay powerful and strong and and aligned with what you actually want unless you continuously refine the sword. The mind needs to be refined or reminded. If you stop doing affirmations, the mind will fall back to old ways of thinking. If you constantly meditate, you constantly implant the messages into your subconscious mind, you constantly visualize, you are keeping the mind sharpened with what you want in life, what you are trying to create. And the mind will continue to think with that power, with them words, with them visualizations. If you fall off, if you stop meditating, you will lose control of your own mind. Okay? This is symbolizing you have to keep on top of the mind. You have to keep control. This is what the world is. The world is like Minecraft. You ever played Minecraft? You're a builder. Okay? What do? You control the man in the world. That's what you are. You need to control this body in the world. It's all about control. You are in a game. It's like Grand Theft Auto. You don't know how to use the buttons. You're going to create chaos, and you're not going to have that much fun in the world in GTA if you don't know how to work the buttons. Same with this world. You are in a world, and you need to learn the buttons of the body, the mind, the soul, the heart. How will these things function so you can actually live a better life and create what you want in the world? aligned with natural law, of course, unless you want to walk down the path of Satanism. So this is what we're looking at with the sword. Now, moving on, we're looking at this little banner here. This says "God and my right" in Latin. God and my right. What is your right? Natural law is your right. What is natural law? You already know the natural laws. We all intuitively know the natural law. What is natural law? Do good. We all subconsciously, on a soul level, we know to do good. We know to do right. It is wrong to hurt people. It is wrong to control people. What is your natural law? What are the forces that you hold power over, that you have full control over? You have full control over what you think, what you feel, what you act. Thought, emotion, action. If you start to try and control things outside of them three forces, that is now you breaking natural law. If I try to control and manipulate someone else, that is now breaking natural law. I'm going against my inner law. My soul tells me what is right and wrong through emotion. So it's about aligning the self, my actions, my thoughts with my emotion, my intuition, my natural law. These are your rights. Your rights is to think, feel, and act with the law, with good, with God, with love, with care for one another. Am I building with light to bring good things to the collective? You see, most people are stuck in their left brain, and the left brain only sees me, me, ego-driven thinking. That's why they trap us in our left brain. They train us to be left brain. They tell us to write with our right hand to strengthen the left brain. They call it writing. Everything in this matrix is to activate your your left brain. Why? They need you in ego consciousness so you can be controlled and manipulated. So you do not recognize patterns. That's the right brain. The right brain recognizes patterns, symbolism, metaphors. They don't want you reading between the lines. They want you logical. They want you divided because the right brain sees the whole. The right brain sees the woods. The left brain sees the trees. And that tree is your ego. And the woods is the collective consciousness. They want you only thinking about you. Because that way you are divided from the collective consciousness. And we're all one consciousness family. We're all God. We're all God experiencing himself. And we are all building this world. So it's about aligning the self with my right, with God, with natural law. It's what Freemasonry is about. True Freemasonry, light Freemasonry, not dark Masonry or evil Freemasonry, whatever you want to call it. The crown, royalty. Royalty wear crowns. And what do the royalty have? Again, this is another power symbol. They hold control. Yes, royalty hold control. And that's why this crown is at the top of the image, not at the bottom of the image. It's at the top, representing I control the left, I control the right. I control my left brain and my right brain, the two eagle heads, the two views. The eagle has one eye on each side. It's looking, it's seeing. And that's symbolic of the left and right brain. We see, not physically see, but I mean perceive. We perceive reality with the left brain and we perceive reality with the right brain. And it's about unifying these two brains so we can see and perceive reality from a true lens. Because if we see reality only from the left brain, and a left brain dominated brain, we see everything as divided. But if we see everything from a right brain perspective, we see everything as whole. When everything is in the middle, you need to see reality from the middle. Yes, I have my own personal consciousness, and yes, there is a collective consciousness. So I need to balance between that. I need to see reality between the line, between the left and right brain, and align this worldview, and align my thoughts, align my actions with this. Because if you're left-brained dominated, you're only going to take action on ego. You're only going to take action on me. You're only going to think about me, me, me. But if you're right hemisphere brained, you're only going to take action for the collective, which is, yes, that's good, but you also need to think about yourself. Why did you come here? Your life has a meaning as well. It's not just about the collective, it's about you as well. But we need to balance this. You see? This is what we're looking at. The crown is in the middle, representing the balance, the power over the two. Okay? It's the balance, it's mastery, it's control. Royalty hold control over society, royal families. So it's about controlling the self. It's control over the eagle, control over the sword, over the mind. It's about personal power we're looking at here. Self-control. Now we're looking at a upright triangle, which represents the element of fire, which is masculine. Masculine is all to do with action. Action, the physical body. We're looking at fire, which represents spirit or transformation. Fire is a very transformative element. It transforms things. Okay, so we're looking at self-transformation through action. This is what we're looking at here. Fire is a very, very masculine force. A very penetrating and transformative force. So we're looking at transforming the self, not through knowledge, but through action. We have transformed the self, 33rd degree. I've reached the 33rd degree and I have now fully transformed. Now, there are higher degrees than 33rd degree, but we're just breaking down the symbol. That's a whole of a lecture. But this represents full transformation. 3, another, if you watch my video on numerology, you know 3 is all about what? Transformation. Thoughts, emotions, actions. These are the transformative forces that turn and create reality. Jesus dies and dies and resurrects after 3 days. Transformation from dead to the awakened. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. God is threefold. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Electricity, magnetism, dielectricity. The 3 forces that pretty much create physical matter. Transformation is 3. So we're looking at transformation through action. Action is a very transformative force. There's no point learning this knowledge if you're not going to act upon the knowledge. A lot of people join the university, they learn a lot, but they leave because they don't want to take the action. They don't want to do the hard part. They don't want to act towards higher consciousness. They want to dwell in their lower mind. That's fine. That's your path. That's their path. But if you truly want to raise your consciousness, you have to act upon it. You have to actively not take the action. It's about what you do and do not do, because not doing something is also an action. If you are not doing not participating in the low-level pleasures like sex, casual sex, masturbation, going out and getting blind drunk. These are low-level pleasures. It's going to keep you on a low-level frequency and a low-level consciousness. That is also an action, not doing that. It's about what you not do as well, which is very important. You have to act upon it to reach this degree. You will not reach this degree if you have not taken a lot of action towards reaching higher consciousness, reaching self-mastery over the mind, controlling the mind. This is what, again, it's about taking action on actually controlling the mind, controlling the self, gaining your power. Okay? Okay. This is another fascinating part about the eagle head and wings. It also represents the past, present, and future. The crown is, again, symbolic of the crown chakra. This is all to do with knowledge. So we're looking at knowledge of the past, the eagle on the left looking behind, and the eagle on the right looking forward. So we're looking at the crown, knowledge of the past and the future. Looking at your past is very powerful. What has got you, what has led you to this very point in your life? What actions have taken you to this point? And not only you, remember, there is a collective. Remember, you always have to keep that in mind. Every action you take, you have to always align it with the collective consciousness. It's not just you in the world. We have a collective. So how did you and how did the collective get to this point in life, in this present? How did we get here? How did we get into this mess? Humanity is in a mess. A straight up chaotic mess. And if you think everything is perfect and everything's divine and everything's just, there's some people out there in the spiritual community saying, everything's divine, everything's meant for this purpose. No, there are people actively manipulating and using mind control methods to control this reality. How have we got into this mess? So we have to look into the past to analyze patterns so we can take action now in the present to change the future of the collective and your personal life. That's what we're looking at here. So the eagle looking left is looking in the past, representing analyzing the past, analyzing the actions in my life and the collective life. The actions that led to this mess now, to this state now. And what can I do now with my knowledge to change the future to a better future, aligned with, again, natural law, aligned with goodness, aligned with God, aligned with care and love for one another and the self. So it's all about knowledge of the past and knowledge of the future. And what I can do now to take action, the triangle pointing at the middle, which is the present, what can I do now to change the future? To create a better future, to transform the world. 33, transformation. To transform the future. Okay, this is what we're looking at here with the two double-headed eagles as well. Again, this is more art. This is a lot more complex symbolism here. But again, we have the Earth hemisphere here. And what? The eagle above. It is raised above the earth, above material pleasures, above the material thinking self, above the ego. Not to say to get rid of the ego. We need the ego, but balancing, control, power over the ego, power over the two hemispheres of the brain, power over my past and my future, power over time. What am I using my time towards? Time is your spiritual currency. Okay? It's elevated. It sees things from a higher perspective. It is higher consciousness. We're also looking at the astral body. Birds on a deeper level represent the astral body. So symbols have layers of meaning. The deeper you get into the occult, so when you join the first degree, you get a good interpretation, and the higher degree you go, the more deeper the symbol reveals, as the more deeper you know yourself. So we're looking also at the astral body, the light. What is the light? Light is a massive symbol in Freemasonry. It's knowledge, gnosis. When you're very intelligent, you call someone, they're a bright child. They have enlightenment, light in the mind. Looking at light, a lot of knowledge, a lot of self-knowledge of the self, of the psyche, how I function, what I am, knowledge of the astral body, rising above the earth, astral projection, exploring your true nature, exploring consciousness. This is what we're looking at here. And in order to explore your astral body and explore the astral realm, you have to control the sword, the mind. And you can then explore. You are free like a bird to fly. This is all symbolic of rising consciousness. All symbolic. So I hope this video has gained a bit more clarity on this symbol and given you some insights. And I will see you in the next one. Thank you for tuning in today.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
People, how are you all doing? It's Revival of Wisdom, and today we're going to be talking about your birth certificates and how we are slaves to a system and how they have trapped us into this system. Okay, so the first thing you need to understand about this system is there are two types of laws. You have the law of water, which is Admiralty law, and the law of the land. So the Admiralty law is the law of water, and this is what money is. Money is water. This is why we say liquidity, currency, the current. A current is water, something moving through something. Cash flow. And this is why banks are called banks, because a river bank is on either side of the water, and it directs the currency. You see? So money is water. And as you can see here, Ripple, the cryptocurrency, Ripple, water Ripple, and they're building a bridge over water, overseas, international banking with cryptocurrency. So money is water, and this has specific laws about water, but water is the same everywhere, you see. What the difference is with the law of the land is that you can have different laws in different lands. I can't do certain things in the UK that people can do in America, for example. You see, that's the law of the land, but the law of water is the same because water is everywhere. Now, this is very important to understand when it comes to, these birth certificates. So, Pope Gregory, this is where we're going to start off. Pope Gregory in 1582 took the Orthodox Eastern sunrise calendar and changed it to his own Gregorian timeline, not a calendar, a timeline. This timeline was copyrighted by Pope Gregory under the name of the Vatican. So the Vatican owns the timeline that we are using today, 2023. They own it. They own the title of this Gregorian calendar. Okay. Therefore, anyone who is born under this copyrighted timeline, not calendar, they are subjected to Rome because Rome owns the timeline. They have a patent, a copyright for that timeline. What is on our birth certificates? That timeline. We are born underneath, we are subjected to the Vatican. This is why all birth certificates go to the Vatican. They own every single birth certificate. Okay? So when we use this timeline, we are subjecting ourselves to this timeline. Okay? Which the Vatican has a claim over. This calendar or timeline is set to sunset, not the sunrise, which is associated with death, darkness, and the moon, lunatics. You see, so this is a sunset calendar timeline. Okay, this is now, they've changed a couple things, right? They say that the new year is January the 1st. Okay, when we know this is in winter. January is winter, which is associated with darkness, death, the death of nature. So this is a death cult, people. These people are evil. They're so evil. The Vatican. And this is why we use April Fool's Day, because April is in Aries, and Aries is always the start of the zodiac. This is why Aries rules the head region. 12 zodiacs, 12 systems of the body. Each zodiac is associated with each part of the body, and this is why Aries is the head, cerebrum. But we're not going to talk about in this video. But yes, that is what April Fool's Day is. They're putting it in your face. April Fool's Day is the real start of the year, when the sun starts to rise again, when the risen Savior is resurrected, when it's born again. This is when the Jews celebrate the Passover. This is when the Christians celebrate the resurrection of Jesus, and they eat lamb. The Jews eat lamb because we're in Aries, the new year. The sun is now born again, our risen Savior, the light of the world. So yes, this is what April Fool's Day is. It's the first day of the year, which they changed. Pope Gregory changed. So you need to understand is that you are in the womb. You are inside of a ship, because every ship, literally a ship, every ship is female. This is why they say she delivers the product, because she does deliver the product, you, the baby. Same thing with a ship, they deliver products. They are a she. And when they pull up to the bay, like you can see on this picture, they're pulling up to the bay. This is now called the birth canal. The ship is now in birth on paper. Okay, this is law. And when they pull up, they tie up to the bay, and now they get a certificate of manifest certifying all of the products which are on the ship and what they are bringing into that nation. Okay, so you're bringing in this many of that, everything's on the certificate of manifest. And this certificate as manifest is also your birth certificate, because you are traveling through water when you are in the birth canal of your mother, because you are in water when you are in the womb, and you travel through the birth canal. And when you arrive, you get a certificate of manifest with the name, how many, the quantity, that's your birth certificate. Okay. And this is what it is. We are a we're not a corporation, but we represent a corporation, which is your name in full capital letters. That is your corporation. You cannot physically tax a body, but you can tax a corporation. This is why we get charged. This is why we get taxed, because it all goes down to the corporation which our name represents, which we are subjecting ourselves to. We are my name I am subjecting myself to this name, and that name has a cooperation which I represent, which I subject myself to. You see, this is how we are attached to this straw man, this character that they have built on paper. So it's a character which is on paper. This is what we represent. So when the woman gives birth, she delivers the baby, and then she has another substance. Now I'm going to break down how they attach this name to us, how they do it. Okay. Our mother is carrying us the product in the womb, the water. And it goes, for example, it goes from the United Kingdom into a state-owned, corporate, federal-owned hospital, which is government-owned. She does not declare the package when she enters the building. Aha, so keep that in mind. When she delivers the package in the federal territory, she does not declare the package either when she leaves. Therefore, there is no evidence that we exist when we arrive on paper. On paper, there is no evidence that we came into the building or left the building. We have not been declared. So we do not exist on paper at this point. When the woman gives birth, she delivers the baby, and then she has another substance, which is called the afterbirth material. Okay? This afterbirth material has the same DNA as our physical body with the body, mind, and spirit. Okay? This is how they get this cooperation. Hold on. The afterbirth material does not get claimed by the mother nor anyone. Therefore, they salvage that substance because we are under the Vatican. Every state is all Catholic. Your birth certificate is Catholic. No matter what religion you think you are, every single birth certificate is Catholic because we are subjected to Rome. All roads lead to Rome. Rome runs all of this. Okay. We're still under the Roman Empire. Okay. So Rome are Catholic and they believe in salvation. This is how religion comes into this. This is how they use religion to get this. So they salvage the afterbirth material and they claim it and they salvage it and give it and charge it to Rome. And they give it a name. Here's the legal term born alive. Here's what it says. Each product of such birth is considered live, born, and fully recognized as a human person. So each product of such birth, so that could be anything, the afterbirth, the person who actually comes out, the baby. So your afterbirth, which we do not take with us, we take the baby with us. They keep that in the hospital. They collect the afterbirth and they salvage it and they give it the name, which it is us. We are a representative to that afterbirth material, which they put the name on, they claimed, which is subject to Rome. So we are walking around our whole lives as a representative to that claimed salvaged afterbirth material, which the federal state have. Okay. We are under the Catholic Church, Vatican. Therefore, the afterbirth material is a child of God. See, on paper, therefore, they believe in salvation and salvage the afterbirth material. This material has no mother or father. The state pick it up. It becomes a war to the courts and gets charged to the state. So we are a representative to that character they salvaged because it is the exact same DNA as you. Subject is the name or the title, and the matter is the physical aspect left behind in the hospital, which represents us. You see? So now we're moving on to Unum Sanctum. Unum Sanctum was in 1302, a very, very important year. Very important year. Unum Sanctum says this is basically how they claim everyone in the world. So the Vatican had all this power, all this gold, all these people under them. They need to get a claim for them so then they can rule over them and make them slaves. So what they did, they created Unum Sanctum. Pope Boniface VIII did this. And it says, the spiritual man judges of all things, and he himself is judged by no man. The spiritual man, keep that in mind, unless he invent like Manichaeus two beginnings, which is false and judged by heretical, since according to the testimony of Moses, it is not in the beginnings, but in the beginning that God created heaven and earth. Furthermore, we declare, we proclaim, we define that it is absolutely necessary for salvation that every human creature to be subjected to the Roman pontiff. So they are claiming us in Unum Sanctum, and it's in the vaults in the Vatican. They will put a spell on it because they are sorcerers, they are magicians. They put a spell on it, they lock it up, and whatever goes on that piece of paper goes. And this Unum Sanctum is claiming all of us. So what does it say in the beginning? The spiritual man judges of all things, and he himself is judged by no man. The spiritual man, the man with the body, mind, and soul, the first baby that comes out the birth canal. That's you, your body, you, body, mind, and soul. You have the Christ, which is I am, which is grace. Grace means here now, in the present. You have the Christ, which means I am. Therefore, you have a soul. If you can say I am, you have the Christ. You have a soul. But a creature can be anything with no soul. You see, so no man can judge the man with the soul. However, as it says in the second part, we proclaim, we define that it's absolutely necessary for salvation that every human creature to be subject to the Roman pontiff. So they are subjecting the afterbirth, not the man with the body, mind, and soul, but the afterbirth to the Roman pontiff, to the Roman Catholic Church. We are the ones who are claiming to be the afterbirth material, which is our birth certificate, which is our representative. We represent that because it is our DNA. This is how we are stuck. We are stuck because we represent this DNA, which is on paper, recorded. You see? So we, being untaught, uneducated in these subjects, we are subjecting ourselves to this system, to this slavery, because we just want to live. We just want to live happily, just peaceful. Think about it. Where's all this coming from? Where's all this war, all this killing, deaths coming from? We just want to live. It's coming from the Catholic Church, these evil death cult, which has subjected us, which has used us as slaves, and we are still slaves, and it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. So this is how we have subjected ourselves to be the slaves to this system. It's a lot to take in, and there's a lot more deeper stuff which goes into this. I'm just going over the surface. I'm going quite deep, but there is little details that I still need to learn myself. But this is the general how that we've been stuck to this slave system. So we are batteries, okay? This is why we get charged. When you go in a court, you get charged, okay? Because you're a biological battery. This is why cities look like motherboards, because we are feeding energy to this matrix. Okay, when we look outside of ourselves, when we give power to so-called Jesus Christ, worshipping idols outside of ourselves, where attention goes, energy flows. We are feeding the matrix with energy. By looking within, placing your attention within yourself, you are taking back your power. Because the I am is Christ. The you, the soul, is Christ. It's God. The awareness is God. Okay? However, we are subjecting ourselves to this system. We're subjecting ourselves to this system, and they're feeding off our energy. So what we need to look for the future is that, think about it, with the end goal is to change our DNA, is to literally make us robots, transhumanism slaves. This is why we have smart cars, smartphones, smart watches, smart meters, smart cities. And all of this is going to be connected by the smart grid, which is 5G. This is why 5G is rolling out. 5G is going to connect all of these technologies to one. It's like a big net system. And you know why they're doing this? It's because all of this is going to be connected through AI, through this 5G, and that 5G is going to be controlled by the elites. So you say anything wrong, you do something wrong, you say the wrong thing online, they'll turn off your car, they'll turn off your phone, they'll turn off your smartwatch, they'll turn off your TV, because it's all going to be connected and controlled by the smart grid. And this is what the Great Reset is, people. But they're going to trap us inside of these 15-minute smart cities, so we can't leave the area, because they're going to use climate change as a tool to enslave us to not travel because of so-called climate change and the fumes that we are putting into the air, which is all BS. They're doing this to push these new cities, to push all of it. But listen, they're trying to get inside of your body. The only way they can do that is to get you addicted and using this technology. First, they got on the body with the smartphone. Well, first of all, we use the technology. We get used to it with it in our hand. The next step for them was to get on the body, which is the Apple Watch, as you see down here. They have now successfully got onto the body. The next thing is to get inside of the body. This is the brain chip. You see how they've slowly lured their way in, slowly got you addicted to this technology, got you dependent on this technology. And what they're going to do is that they're going to mold society to be dependent on the brain chip. So in order, for example, if you want to go and pay for food, you're going to have to get a chip to pay for the food, because it's all going to be digital money. And that digital money will be connected to the chip, and you'll need the chip to pay for things. You see? So this is how they're slowly transhumanizing us. These phones, these apps, these things which are all we are all using was created by Freemasons. Mason means traveler, because they travel the depths of the mind. They understand human consciousness. They understand the brain. They understand the mind. By the deepest root cause, they understand it. This is what Masonry is. It's the occult. So these technologies is designed by these people. This is why they're so addictive, because they understand how it works. They understand how to get people addicted, because they understand human consciousness, the brain, the body, and the mind. So this is the advantage Freemasons have over us. And these secret societies, which have gone through the orders of Freemasonry and progressed onto these secret societies, which are the evil side, because I'm not saying Freemasonry is evil, okay? But the societies which they go beyond Freemasonry, because you can go beyond the 33rd degree into these secret societies, and they use this knowledge for the bad, to enslave people. And this is what's going to happen. Transhumanism. So I hope you all learned some insight for today. Please do a bit more research on, the birth certificate and stuff like that, the straw man. And have an amazing day, people. Please like, comment, and subscribe. Peace.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
There is a massive mystery around the Freemasonic G, and in this video we're going to be discussing it. Some people call it geometry, God, Gnosis, Genesis, generation, but in fact it's all of these things, and all of these things relate back to one concept that links them all. And in this video, you will be discovering this secret force, which pretty much creates everything in your reality, in your life, and has done unconsciously, whether you are aware of it or not. The Freemasonic G is the 7th letter in the English alphabet. This is important because the number 7 has many mysteries inside the esoteric and occult traditions. Some people say the number 7 represents the 7 colors of light, the 7 major planets, or the 7 musical tones, 7 days of creation. The number 7 is a massive mystery. But what we have to understand is that in the context of Masonry, Freemasonry is all about building the self. Every day we wake up, we are either building our prison of our mind or freedom of our mind. Everything inside of esoteric Freemasonry is about building the self and reconstructing our consciousness, our inner dialogue, the inner voice. We're transforming the mind from low awareness to high awareness. This is why Freemasonry uses the allegory of stonemasonry, stones, chipping away at stones. The stone is in fact you, and we are perfecting the stone, which is your very own mind. Because the universe is a mental construct. Life is happening to us inside our minds. We are all the universal mind expressed and clothed in a different body. Therefore, now we understand that everything is about the internal inside of Masonry. This G relates to something inside of you. Hence why you see the G inside of the square and the compass. It's something internal in you. G is the 7th letter of the English alphabet, and the number 7 symbolizes the 7 cognitions of the mind. In esoteric and initiatory traditions, the 7 psychological cognitions of the mind refer to the 7 distinct modes through which human consciousness perceives, interprets, and transforms reality. Different schools use different names, but across Hermetic, occult, Gnostic, and mystical systems, the same underlying pattern emerges. The mind has 7 functional powers, each representing a layer of awareness and a stage of inner development. Number 1 would be perception. The first cognition is the raw reception of sensory and subtle impressions. It is the gateway where the outer world enters the inner world of our minds. Perception involves learning to see without distortion, to notice the symbolic dimension behind ordinary appearances in an occult interpretation of perception. The second one is interpretation. After perception comes the act of making meaning. The mind organizes impressions into patterns, beliefs, and judgments. Esoterically, this cognition determines whether a person interprets life through the ego or through the higher insight of their higher consciousness. The goal is to purify interpretations so that the intuition can speak through it, to clear our minds of the clutter, master it, and let our higher consciousness shine through it. Number 3 is the imagination. This is the creative faculty that produces images, symbols, and visions in the mind's eye. This is associated with the astral plane. We live in a mental universe of thought. Thought wraps itself inside of imagination. The thought alone has no true form, but then the thought wraps itself in a vehicle of consciousness, what we call imagination, and we give form to the thought. Imagination becomes active. Imagination becomes active imagination, the foundation for rituals, alchemy, meditation, and visionary insights inside of occult traditions. Working on your imagination is a key part on developing your consciousness, as it is literally the sight into the astral plane, your internal vision of the mind. The 4th cognition of the mind is emotion. Emotion is energetic response that gives intensity, direction, and magnetism to thoughts. Emotion fuels the magical will. Unrefined emotion binds us to lower impulses. Refined emotions become devotion, compassion, and the inner fire to transform thought into a tangible reality, to become a conscious creator. The 5th cognition is will, the faculty of intention, decision, and directed energy. Will is the power that aligns personality with the higher self. It is the driver of discipline, transformation, and the capacity to act consciously rather than react unconsciously. Most people walk through life as an unconscious zombie, living day to day, running off subconscious programmings, never actually using their conscious mind. We develop our will and try to align our will with the highest will possible so we can align our will with our higher mind. So the higher mind can manifest through us in the material plane. The sixth cognition of the mind is memory, the storehouse of experience, impressions, and archetypes. It shapes identity, determines how one repeats and transcends past patterns. Memory includes not only personal memory, but also a deep strata of the subconscious and the collective subconscious field, what we call the Akashic records. Memory is a massive quality that you must work on inside the Masonic system. You are required to remember certain rituals and certain things so that you can regurgitate them to pass on along the degrees. Based off my research, I myself personally am not a Mason. The seventh cognition of the mind is intuition, the highest cognition possible. It's direct knowing. It bypasses the linear reasoning and reveals truth as the inner illumination. Intuition is the voice of the soul. It is the guiding force, guiding our physical vehicle of consciousness through this physical experience, providing revelations, insights, and even sometimes gnosis and higher understandings. They are the seven principles and cognitions of the mind that we should work on. Sometimes they're symbolized as seven luminary planets, because lumen is light. The planets are light. Light is consciousness. Consciousness is light. Now moving on to the true understanding of the G, the higher understanding of the G, as I mentioned previously. This is what we call the generative principle, the care principle, the human heart principle, the female aspect of consciousness within yourself. All creation is built upon a care. All action is built upon a care. You only act on what you care about. You care about paying the bills and staying inside your house and looking after your family, for example. Therefore, you take the action to generate the reality and generate money to pay the bills. Them actions are driven by the force of care. If you care about a plant, you take the action to water the plant and it grows. If you care about your partner or relationship, you give them attention and care and love and you grow the relationship. As soon as you stop providing care, watch the relationship crumble and the reality destroys itself. Care is the generative force of reality. This is the generative principle that generates your experience in this world. We are in a continual state of becoming. Each cause gives birth to an effect, and that effect gives birth to a new cause. The G is the generative principle that drives creation in the present moment. Reality is creating, unfolding in the present moment, and the G is the force inside of you that generates your experience. You're watching this YouTube video right now because you have a care in your heart for the information I have provided in the past, and you have a care about watching this video. As soon as you don't care, you take action to do something else with your time that you actually care about. The G is the generative force of the heart. It is the love energy. You only take action on what you love or care about. The whole world is built upon this principle. This is why we say money makes the world go round, because the whole world has a G or a care for money, and it's making everyone wake up in the morning, take actions, and make the world go round. It is the G, the care for that principle or money object to generate that reality. It is the force that drives you, hence why the G is sometimes surrounding with light rays, because it represents a force, emanation, something that is invisible but driving the physical body. The G is the internal force that focuses thought into an action. We can think many thoughts, but the thoughts you don't care about, you don't take action on. But the thought you care about, that you have a G for, intensifies that thought, focuses and directs it into an action to generate that experience and reality. The whole world is built upon this principle. The sun is a perfect example of the generative principle. The sun gives all of its life, light, never asking for anything back, making everything grow and generate on the earth. Everything in your life is built upon this principle, and gaining control over your care gives you control over your actions and your reality and what you generate. Once you see this, it is truly beautiful that the world is actually built upon love. This is why they say love is the force of God. It is. Truly. This is the reason why God begins with a G. It's about Genesis. Genesis means creation. G, generation. Anything that generates and creates is all to do with a care or a love energy. But don't get me wrong, people can love sick and twisted things, and they act upon them sick and twisted things. This is why purification of ourself is important by understanding this principle, as it is a very powerful principle to understand. This is the reason why the word gift begins with a G. You're giving something. I care, I'm going to give you something, a gift. Or guidance. This is what guides you into becoming something, what you love. This is why also Gnosis begins with a G. Gnosis is not actually knowledge. Gnosis is knowledge obtained, attained by direct experience or through direct experience. For example, you're not believing you're watching this video right now. You know you're watching this. Know, gnosis, same phonetic sound. It's about knowing. Gnosis is about gaining knowledge of the self. Self-knowledge through direct experience. Instead of believing in God, I seek to know God through direct experience by altered states of consciousness, transcendent meditations, understanding human anatomy, understanding the laws that govern my mind, understanding creation. That is direct gnosis, knowing that God exists instead of believing he exists. By going within the self, questioning the self, and gaining a deeper relationship with the inner observer, you start to gain gnosis, self-knowledge through direct experience. And in order to gain gnosis, you have to care, because gnosis requires action. It requires you to meditate and go within yourself. It requires you to study yourself. It requires you to go within yourself. And in order to do that, you have to care. If you don't care about knowing yourself, you won't take the action to generate the gnosis. If we take a look at this piece of Freemasonic artwork, we can see a whole lot going on here. But if we focus down here with the temple with the letter G on, and when you walk through the temple, there is a pathway leading up a hill towards the light. The light reveals things. If something is in darkness, you can't see it, but the light reveals something. It's symbolizing truth, the light of gnosis, knowingness. And in order to walk this path, you have to go through the temple, which means entering in yourself. This is symbolic of the path. The Masonic path is about the self, reconstructing and learning about the self. In order to walk up that hill, it takes a lot of effort. It's not easy walking up a hill. You're going to be tired. It's not easy. It's horrible. Who likes walking up a hill? I know I don't, but people like hiking and stuff. I understand that, but it's symbolizing this is hard work working on yourself, because the labor of working on your mind is the hardest labor you will ever do. It's called the great work or the Masonic work. And in order to climb that mountain, you go through the G. You have to have the care. If you do not have the care, you will not walk up that mountain. You will not generate the gnosis. You will not get close to the light. You have to have the G to walk that path of self-mastery and working on your mind. This is very, very important. If you want to gain the light, you have to have the G inside of you. You have to have the care to generate a higher consciousness. If you want to earn more money, you have to have the care, or else you will not take the action necessary to generate that reality. This is why we have to master ourselves and write down everything you love. It could be even the bad things. It could be lust. It could be anything you're wasting your care energy on. Try and remove them one by one. Master them and become disciplined. And then you'll have more G energy, care energy to direct towards something else in your life to generate and grow that experience or reality. Again, the word grow, G. It is a growing force. What you place your love and care into grows and expands. What you have a G for is what you spend your time and attention on, your two spiritual currencies. So this is the Masonic G, and I hope you gain a deeper understanding of this. So that is pretty much everything about the Masonic G that you need to know, and hopefully this has helped you. If you wish to learn more and gain guidance through your life and understand yourself on a deeper level, the book I've used today is called The Book of Symbolism. I'll leave a link in the description.
There is a secret meaning behind the number 666. 666 is 3 sixes. The number 3 in occult and esoteric numerology represents the 3 aspects of human consciousness. We see this symbolism in the all-seeing eye with the light and the triangle. The triangle is the number 3. The eye represents consciousness, observation, and the light represents the light of consciousness, because consciousness is pure light. The 3 aspects of our consciousness is thoughts, emotions, and actions. Every thought creates a feeling, and the feeling creates the action. All physical manifestation is driven from these 3 aspects of our consciousness. All physical manifestation comes from thought. Every object you see around you, this screen, the phone you're on, the laptop you're using, or the iPad, was a thought in the invisible realms of consciousness. Then it was brought into physicality through feeling and action. This is because man is made in the image and likeness of God. We are all mini creators. We are all extensions of God's creative consciousness. Therefore, the number 666 represents 3 sixes. 3 is thoughts, emotions, actions. The number 6 represents the cube, because cubes have 6 sides. This material world that we experience, everything has 6 sides. Everything's created by cubes. We can move forward, we can move backwards, we can move left, right, up and down. This is the cube that we are stuck in. Therefore, 666 represents our 3 aspects of our consciousness, thoughts, emotions, actions, all contributing towards our physical self, material world, material pleasures, completely cutting ourselves off from our spiritual, true, divine self, which means 666 is representing a state of consciousness. A state of consciousness where we only operate from a place of material needs and survival things. As humans, we possess a physical material body in the physical material external world, but we also possess an invisible inner world, which is what we call spirit. When we disconnect ourselves from our inner worlds, we become lost in this materialistic way of thinking and acting, which can lead to no life purpose, a feeling of emptiness and voidness in our hearts. Humans possess the ability to transcend our animal instinctual natures and turn to the divine mind, to the spiritual inner world. It is our inner world that is projecting our outer world. The outer world is just an effect of our inner state of consciousness. It's important as we go through this human life to not lose ourselves and look for our validations outside of ourselves. The external world is simply just a mirror, mirroring with mathematical precision what happens inside our consciousness. When we change our inner world, we produce effect in the outer world. To get back on track about this number, this represents when we are lost in our material self and we are completely cut off from our true divine self. The devil is always having goat horns, which represents a ground animal. This is the lower animal self of man. He's always red. The frequency of red is the lowest vibrational color, and it also represents the root chakra. This is all to do with survival mode and our physical needs and physical self. Red represents chaotic and intense emotions like hatred and anger. This is why the devil is always red, because it represents anger and an uncontrolled state of emotion and consciousness. You see, we've been taught in the church and all through religion indoctrinations that the devil is an external deity which influences humans. And in fact, this is nothing but a metaphorical story. The devil is a character which represents an aspect of the human mind, the lower aspect of the human mind, a facet of our own consciousness and psyche. The voice that we have in our head that tells us to do these negative things is not an external deity pushing us to do something bad. This is an aspect of our own mind. Jesus and Satan are just 2 characters which represent the 2 voices that we have in our own consciousness. In fact, the word devil was never present in the early Gospels. Instead, what was mentioned was a spirit of evil. A term spirit of evil was not meant to denote a specific deity or being, but rather any force of negativity, whether it manifests as a destructive thought, emotion, or action. The spirit of evil represents the darker sides of our mind, the part that leads us astray and brings forth negativity in our lives. The reason why they want you to believe in a devil is because they don't want you taking responsibility for your creations. They don't want you to realize that the external world is truly a mirror of your inner state of consciousness. Instead, when something bad happens in your life, you blame it on some external devil or Satan who tempted you. Everything is your creation in your life. When you realize this, you take full control and you begin to reshape your external world by changing your inner state of consciousness.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
In this video, we're going to be decoding the symbol of the double-faced eagle, which is found on the Rothschild's family coat of arms. We see it in the Roman Empire, and we also see it in the 33rd degree of Scottish Rite Freemasonry. So let's get straight into this symbol and decode what this means. Freemasonry is considered a craft, and this craft is about reconstructing yourself. In fact, the word mason means builder, because every day we are building our mind's prison or our mind's freedom. Plus, you are a creator of reality. You are contributing towards the building project on the earth. You are a builder of yourself and reality, a creator. In Freemasonry, they use the allegory to teach the initiate a process of self-mastery. In Freemasonry, the allegory is that the Temple of Solomon is broken, and this broken Temple of Solomon needs to be reconstructed. But this is symbolic. The Temple of Solomon is yourself. You as an individual are the broken temple, as you have forgotten who you are, why you are here on this earth, and your mind has many limiting belief systems and restrictions on it. Therefore, we are the broken temple that needs to be rebuilt and reconstructed. The 33rd degree is the highest degree in the Scottish Rite system of Freemasonry. Therefore, this logo represents the state of consciousness the 33rd degree Mason is operating at. It is symbolic of their level of mind, their level of self-mastery, their level of awareness. This symbol is a very powerful symbol that you can use to also find your personal power. Now, of course, this is my interpretation based off my years of studying symbolism and connecting the dots. If you feel like I miss anything, please leave a comment in the comment section to maybe add to my points. The first of all thing that I see in this symbol that reveals a great power of mind is the eagle. The eagle itself is a bird, and a bird can go on the ground and in the sky. In a symbolic sense, this represents the body and the spirit, the ability to transform from this earth body and then also access astral projection and the spirit. The bird sees things from a higher perspective while it's flying in the sky. If you're only in the physical body, your perception of reality is limited to the ground. We do not see much from the ground. This is all symbolic to a level of mind. The bird can see things from above. It sees the earth from a top-down view and sees the whole, sees things from a higher perspective, symbolic of the mind of a 33rd degree Mason who understands who they are, what reality is, what consciousness is, and the human psyche. Their level of intelligence allows them to see reality from a higher perspective, and they also have the mindset of seeing things as a whole, which is a great truth. We are all part of a greater whole, the unfolding of creation that is taking place in the present moment. We are all unfolding creation as a collective consciousness, and we are part of a greater whole building project. So this bird, or the eagle, is symbolic of seeing things from a higher perspective and possessing a higher consciousness. The double-faced eagle, one eagle looking left, one eagle looking right. This is symbolic of the past and the future, mastering time. The way an individual masters time and masters the power over time and gains their power over it is by using the past and the future. The way we master time is by looking into our past and see what thoughts, emotions, and actions have led us to this very moment in the present moment in our lives. By looking into the past, you can see what thought, emotions, and actions have led you to this very point in your life and see the mistakes in your thought processes, the mistakes in your emotions, and the mistakes in your actions. You can extract wisdom from the past of your past and apply that wisdom in the present moment to then change your future, to a better future for yourself and the collective consciousness, and your contribution towards the creation taking place on the earth. That is how an individual masters time. You can do this through memory work. Every time you go to sleep, go through your day backwards. Follow the events backwards. What this does is literally create new neural pathways in your brain and allows you to strengthen your memory so you can remember more. Memory work is massive in Freemasonry based off my research. They make you do rituals, memorize rituals, because they're trying to develop these different aspects and cognitions of the human mind. We see that the double-headed eagle is looking left and right, but then joins. This is symbolic of unity of duality, unifying duality. And the only way you can do that is by connecting with pure awareness without distortion of the mind and body. If you turn off your body, it goes to sleep. If you turn off your mind, you go to sleep. But if you can turn off your mind and body, then who are you truly? When you turn off your mind, you're no longer your belief systems, your name, your job, your reputation, your status. You are this pure awareness who's observing the mind. So in meditation, you realize you are not the mind. You are the awareness, and the awareness is singular, and the mind thinks in dualism. So this is symbolic of unifying and seeing things through the lens of the awareness and not the mind, because the mind can produce illusions. So this is symbolic of a state of consciousness of the 33rd degree who sees everything as oneness. We are all one witnessing consciousness experiencing itself. However, this witnessing consciousness is molded differently through the mind. My mind has gone through memories, traumas, events, and belief systems, which makes my mind unique to you. But when we all turn off the mind and connect with pure consciousness, the pure awareness, then we are all, on the deepest level, actually one. The universe is one. This is symbolic of seeing and perceiving that reality and truly maturing that understanding in your consciousness. We also see that the double-headed eagle is standing on a sword, which is a tool. The tools that you possess in life are aspects of your consciousness. Your thoughts are a tool. Your emotions are a tool. Your actions are a tool. These tools are creating and building your reality, and they're also building your soul, building your consciousness. But we see that the double-headed eagle is standing on top of the sword, the tool. The sword is a powerful tool. So this is symbolic of power on the surface level. But if you go deeper and decode the symbol, it reveals something way more powerful. The sword carves through things. It's also a very murderous tool. If you hold a sword towards someone or something, you hold power over it. It is a symbol of power. And that power that you possess is, in fact, the mind. The mind is the powerhouse of control over reality. The mind is the most radiant force in the universe, as all things respond to the mind. The emotions, the body, and physical reality itself responds to the mind. The mind holds power. Matter is a physical manifestation of mind. The reason why the sword is the mind is because it's associated with the air element. When you swing a sword, you're moving this through the air. And if you've read the Book of Wisdom Volume 2, you understand that each element is corresponding to a different body of consciousness. Air is associated with the mind, the mental body of consciousness. Water is associated with the emotional body of consciousness. Earth is associated with the physical body of consciousness. Fire is associated with the spiritual willpower body of consciousness. Therefore, what we're looking at is the intellect. We're looking at gaining control over the intellect, the mind, thought, banishing all negative thought power from the mind. Think of it like this. You are tapped into a live stream of consciousness, and this live stream is flowing into you in the present moment. Your mind directs this creational force, this flow of consciousness and power. You can use that mind to think about negative things, anxiety, depression, or you can use that power that's flowing into you for the positive only. The universe does not create what you want. It creates what you are. What you put in is what you get out. Your reality is a reflection of your mind. So it's about using this tool for the good. For example, no negativity even has any space in my consciousness. There is no negative thought that pulls me down. And if there is, I banish it instantly and remove it. So this is about gaining power over the mind and using the mind as a tool to carve your reality with the sword. This is your power. This is your sword. Below we see a banner that says Ordo ab Chaos. Most people see this and understand it as order out of chaos. And yes, it is linked to, obviously, molding society, manipulation. However, on an internal understanding of order out of chaos, it's something much more powerful to the individual. Most people see order out of chaos and see the manipulation that takes place on human consciousness, which is very true. The ruling powers create chaos or a problem in society, then they produce an order and a solution to mold society towards their agenda. That's order out of chaos. However, to the individual, this represents something much more powerful that you can take advantage of. Ordo ab chaos, order out of chaos. This is understanding that reality comes from chaos and physical creation is the order of that chaos. The mental plane is chaos. It's just simply pure thoughts, random thoughts. But the physical world is the order out of that chaos, the darkness coming into light. To you, for example, when you first start your journey of self-mastery and spiritual awakening, you are in chaos. My mind was in chaos. My mind had many limiting belief systems. My mind used to think random thoughts unconsciously. I used to take random actions, unknowingly create my reality and produce chaos. That chaos needs to be ordered. So when there is chaos in ourselves, with different aspects of our minds and subconscious, we need to produce an order so that we can gain power over the mind and over our thoughts, emotions, and actions, the three forces you have 100% control over in your reality. If you try and control anything else other than your thoughts, emotions, and actions, then you are breaking natural law. The only things you have been given power over and to control is your thought, emotion, and action, your mind, your heart, and your body. Order out of chaos is about transforming yourself. When you're in a chaotic state, you have to produce order to transform yourself and change your level of consciousness. If you have chaos in your life, you must produce order. And this is how self-transformation occurs through an individual. Order out of chaos. Now, yes, it is also linked to human manipulation, as this applies to everything as above, so below. Above, we see a triangle with the number 33 and light emanating around it. This triangle is highly symbolic of the element of fire. The upright triangle is fire. The downright facing triangle, the opposite to this triangle, is associated with the element of water. The reason why this is an upright facing triangle with the number 33 in it is because fire is associated with dissolving. If I place this pencil in fire, it will burn this material into its raw form. Fire is about removing the illusions in our mind to gain power over it. It's about dissolving all the illusions in ourself, the false belief systems, the negative subconscious programs and thought patterns. This is about destroying them and producing order out of them. It's about removing the veils of consciousness so you can figure out who you truly are. If I burn this down, it will reveal its raw essence. It's the same with consciousness. If you want to figure out who you truly are beyond your mind, emotions, body, then you have to remove the veils of consciousness. You have to dissolve the mind by meditation and stillness. You have to dissolve the nervous system by keeping very, very still. And you will connect with pure awareness and can connect with lucid dreams and out-of-body experiences. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. If you want to find a needle in a haystack, you don't go looking through the haystack to find the needle. You burn the haystack and the needle reveals itself. That's how you truly connect with who you truly are. And this is why it's associated with the number 33 also, because the number 33 is the symbol of rebirth. Jesus dies at 33 and ascends to heaven. The human mind is fully developed at the age 33. Ice melts into water at 33 degrees. It's symbolic of transforming states from death to rebirthing the self. And this is how you rebirth yourself, by figuring out who you truly are. Because when you actually figure out and have an out-of-body experience, or you figure out who you truly are, you go through a mental rebirth. Everything you thought once was true has been completely burnt away, and now you are reborn into a new mind and a new perception of self and reality. So it's about being reborn again. At the 33rd degree, you are reborn again by the understandings and experiences that you've had with yourself. And the crown is a symbol of mastery. People in position of power wear crowns. It is a symbol of power over something. This whole symbol reveals your own personal power, the level of power that the 33rd degree Mason has over themselves, not over other people, but themselves. But of course, once you gain your personal power, you understand how the mind works. You can use that against people. It's how you use the knowledge that determines whether you are bad or good. Again, if you think I've missed anything, leave a comment in the comment section. Please like, comment, and share if you love this content. I'll see you in the next one. And if you wish to get your hands on this book, I'll leave an Amazon link in the description.
What if I told you that reincarnation is real and that there is a metaphysical, spiritual science behind this? Most people leave this world just as lost when they entered it. That they carry their fears, attachments, and addictions with them, only to be born again, trapped in the same cycle, repeating the patterns of lifetime after lifetime. This lecture is not just about preparing for death. It's about mastering yourself before death, so you don't take them burdens with you. Because the truth is, whatever addictions, fears, and unresolved emotions you cling to in this life, you carry with you into the next. Unless you break free now. You must master yourself before death. Death is not the end. It is the great passage. But how we transition depends on our mastery of the self. This was symbolized by the Ouroboros, the snake biting its tail. Every ending is a new beginning. It's an infinite cycle of consciousness. Now, your human body is basically an antenna tapped in to a stream of consciousness. Just like a radio is tapped into a specific frequency to play that radio. Your body is basically an antenna, a crystal picking up the consciousness of God. You are on an ever-ending journey, a journey of learning and expansion of the mind into new fields of thought. This was symbolized as the Ouroboros. When you die, it is a new beginning. It's a transitioning, not an ending. Everything is eternal in this universe, as consciousness is formless and constantly transforms into new forms of life. Let's break down the word death. Death contains the word ether. Now, the ether can be found in the word heart or earth. Ether. Everything in this plane comes from the etheric plane. The etheric plane is the barrier between the physical plane and the spiritual plane, the astral plane. The astral plane is the screen that you have in your mind that allows you to imagine a red apple, for example. This is the imaginative plane where thought forms start to take form. Everything begins as a thought, then the thought form becomes an imagination, then energy, then physical. Everything in the physical plane is a shadow of thought. All objects manifested as thought. You came from the astral. You came from the stars. This is why we say reach for the stars. Or this is why you say you are a star. Cis star, miss star, fraud star, stir is star. And when you become famous, you become a superstar and you gain a star on the Hollywood floor. You are a star. The ether. The ether is the infinite energy source which all things come out of and return back to. This is the cycle of life and death, summer and winter, day and night, sleep and awake. The ether is the infinite energy source which all things come from and will return back to. Okay, sorry about that little error. The ether is the boundless source of energy from which all things emerge, to which all things return to. We can see this in the cycle of the sun. The sun does this wave of creation. It rises and it falls. We have the day and the night. The daytime represents our conscious mind when we are alert. The nighttime represents our subconscious mind when we are inside the spiritual realms. The nighttime is spirit, the daytime is matter, spirit and matter, awake and asleep, conscious and subconscious. We see this in the yearly cycle. Summer is life, winter is death. Spring is the morning, summer is midday, autumn is evening, winter is the night. Everything is a macro and a micro cycle of being born out of the ether and returning back from life and death. Life and death is manifested within the cycles of the sun and everything outside of you, as within, so without. This is why we say sleep is the cousin of death. The macrocosm is death, the microcosm is sleep. Every time you go to sleep, you are essentially it's a miniature death. You're entering into spirit and then returning back into matter in the morning when the sun rises. Everything is a reflection of the macrocosm cycles. Preparation for death. The first thing we must do in order to prepare for death, for life after death, in order to stop being reincarnated in this cycle of materialism, in order to progress as a soul, because remember, you are a soul in a body. Just like the sun gives power and life to the earth, your soul gives power and life to your body. When you say I, you're referring to the soul. And your soul can be stuck underneath layers of false identifications. Who you believe yourself to be is merely a collection of subconscious programs running within your mind. Now that's very deep. That is very, very deep. Who you think you are is a part of your thinking mind. Your name, your job, your reputation, your family, your friends. These things are not you. They're all aspects of the thinking mind. What happens if you meditate and you turn off the mind? Then all these things do not exist. You're left with the pure soul, the pure awareness, the pure observation. If you turn off the thinking mind, you're no longer your body, you're no longer your reputation, you're no longer your friends, you're no longer your job and your labels. You are the soul. That's the true you, the observation of the mind, not the thinking mind. The ego is the echo. It's an echo of your true self. The ego is your mind's perception of itself, shaped by experiences, trauma, emotions, and beliefs. It is merely an echo of your true soul self. The ego is not you. Your mind is not you. You are the soul. And this is the true self that we must express within our life and we must connect with before we die. Because when we die under the echo, under these false layers of the emotions, the traumas, the experiences, the addictions, the emotional attachments, when we die underneath all of this, when we don't know our true self, the soul is still hidden. The true you is hidden underneath these layers of false identification. We must remove these layers of false identifications. We must remove them. We must destroy the echo. Remember, the ego, you never had an ego when you were a child. When you were a child, you were pure. You didn't, you didn't show off things. When you were a child, you were pure. You expressed yourself freely with you didn't hide anything. You didn't hide any aspect of yourself. You didn't suppress any aspect of yourself to fit in as a child, as a baby. Because the ego was not here when you came here. The ego grows with experience. The ego is a false perception of yourself while being incarnated in this material world. It's your mind's perception of itself and it's created through your experience. Remember, you are unconditioned consciousness, and your experiences, thoughts, traumas, emotions, and beliefs have conditioned your consciousness. into believing you're only a physical body, but you are the soul. We have to remove these layers. How do we remove these layers? Like I said, the best thing, meditation. Meditation. There is a great meditation that you can do every single morning and every single nighttime. You can sit there and repeat over and over before you meditate. You can repeat that you are not this, you are not that, you are not this. You can label them one by one. Start with, I am not my body, I am not my job, I am not my name, and then detach from absolutely everything until you are left with nothingness. And when you start to meditate, detach from everything. Nothing matters. I am here right now. And what will be left? The only thing that will be left is the language that your mind is using. Now, this is very deep. Not many people will tell you this, but I've lingered in meditation many times. And I can tell you from experience that the only thing left once you detach from everything is the language that your mind is attached to. So whether that's English, Italian, French. Once you detach the language of the mind that that little voice in your head's using, you're left with the soul. Once the mind is switched off, you're left with the soul, and you have detached from all of these external things. You're left with the soul. That's you. That's the power. That's the source of all creation, where everything you've ever done has come from. Every thought, every idea has come from your soul. Number two, that's meant to say number two. Sorry about that. Mental addictions and emotional addictions. Okay. These two are very important. Mental addictions, this could be thought patterns, this could be the labels that we've just been talking about. Then you have emotional attachments, which is maybe you're too attached to an external thing. Maybe you're too attached to your phone. Maybe you're too attached to family. Maybe you're too attached to loved ones. Yes, I'm not saying don't love them, but what I'm saying is do not rely on anything in this world to make you happy, to fulfill your emotional needs. Everything is found within you. You must look within, and if you're looking without, if you're trying to find yourself in the outer world, you'll never find yourself. You'll constantly be looking around in loops. Because nothing, you cannot find yourself in the outer world. Nothing will long term give you long term validation. Seeking validation in the outer world will leave you soulless, leave you feeling empty inside and sad and depressed. You have to find yourself within. You have to detach from everything you are relying on to give you emotional stableness. You have to detach from all. Yes, love your children. Yes, love these people, but do not rely on them. Because everything in this world is temporary. Do not conform to this world. The Bible tells you this. Everything in modern society nurtures the body, but neglects the soul. They keep you addicted to as many things as possible. Smoking, you have to detach. Drugs, you have to detach. Alcohol, detach. You cannot rely on anything. This is why this path is very, very difficult to walk. But I'm showing you the way. These are the things you must do before death. You have to detach from absolutely everything. If you die and your mind and soul is still addicted to these worldly things, then guess what? You're going to reincarnate. You're going to reincarnate because your mind is still thinking about these material earthly things. And if you are operating in that vibration, you're going to project that vibration and come back here. You have to detach. You have to master the soul and master the mind. Like I said, the matrix is designed to keep you addicted to as many things as possible. Your phone, food, smoking, drugs, alcohol, clubbing, all of these things. Everything in society is made to trap your soul and reincarnate in this world. That's why it's very, very, very difficult to walk this path. Very difficult. Matrix, matter, tricks. John 2:15 to 17. Do not love this world, nor the things it offers you. For when you love the world, you will lose God. Do not love this world, nor the things it offers you. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Great quote. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed. Let this world transform you. Learn from this, expand from this, but do not be mentally and emotionally attached. Okay? What good will it be for someone to gain the whole world yet forfeit their soul? Like I said, everything in the Bible is telling you the truth. You just got to read it correctly. This is spirituality. This is spirituality. The Bible is spiritual. It's a spiritual text. We must disconnect from everything outside of us and connect with the true soul. Here we have the Egyptians showing you the soul leaving the body. Here we have the soul here. Here we have the Masons showing you the soul coming out. The soul is real. You are the soul. And when you leave this physical plane, you will go into the astral plane. That's where you came from. You came from the astral. You came from the stars. You incarnated into this physical body. Your consciousness fell into this material form to experience limitation, to experience a 3D world. So in order to ascend properly before we die, we have to let go of all the attachments. Every addiction you have, write them down. And one by one, tackle them. Before you die, you have to, or else you will reincarnate. This is the teachings of Egyptians. This is the teachings of Masonry. All of these addictions contribute towards life after death. Everything must be controlled. And we must be attached to the soul. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not saying I'm perfect, people. We're all not perfect. We're all under psychological operation by the government. We're all in a very difficult situation with this awakening. I'm simply pointing out what I know from my journey and what I've been learning through occultism and research and reading lots of books and many different things. I'm on this journey just as you are. Maybe I'm further. Maybe you're ahead of me. We don't know. But this is what I'm sharing with the world. This is what I'm sharing with my research. And this is what makes sense. It's common sense. Look at everything around you. Everything's made to feed the body, not the soul. So my beautiful watchers and fans and supporters, I appreciate every single one of you, and I hope this video has supported your journey. If you're feeling lost in life, if you're searching for deeper answers, whether you're seeking clarity, looking to expand your studies, or ready for personalized mentoring, this is your chance to connect with me live and receive insights tailored just for you. Start your path to self-mastery and enlightenment inside the world's best esoteric school. Your journey starts now. Tap the link in the description if you want to join Ethereal University, or feel free to check out my books. I thank you all, and I really appreciate for 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. I love every single one of you. Make sure to drop a like, a comment, and subscribe to the channel if you're new. Let me know some ideas for, lectures, anything that you want to know. I can make lectures on them. Just drop it in the comments. I appreciate every single one of you. Take care.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What if I told you that the seasons don't just change the external world, they also change your internal world. They have a psychological and a spiritual effect on your consciousness. If you're new to esotericism, you may not really understand this. But if you have some deep understanding of as above, so below, you already know this. But today we're going to be explaining it in great detail. So tune in, take a pen and paper, maybe make some notes. So we have 4 seasons. The sun is the main source of life on the earth, and it changes the circumstances on the earth in 4 different ways. Of course, we have spring, summer, winter, and autumn. These are the 4 states of the earth due to the sun's cycle. Not only do they take place on the earth, they also take place on you, your body, your mind, your spirit, your consciousness. They change things internally and externally. The first thing we need to understand is that we have a dual nature. We have a mind, and in that mind, we have an internal self. That's what we call the spiritual self. It is the individual that exists within their own mind, within their own consciousness. It is the self that imagines, thinks, feels. That's the spiritual self. And internally, that self is the true self. When it's detached from the false identifications, of course, such as the ego. But the true self dwells within the mind, and that's the immortal self. That's the self that will never die, never perish, that will always be there, and it always has been there. The internal self. But on the other side of the mind, the outside of the mind, we have this, what we call our physical human body. This is our external physical body. So outside of us is a physical reality, but inside of us is a spiritual non-physical reality. Inside of us cannot be measured. Outside of us can be measured. So we have an internal world and an external world. I think this is the reason why the word individual has the word dual at the end. Dual meaning opposing or two. We have a dual nature. Inner world, in the mind, and a self out the mind. And the mind acts as some sort of doorway. It is a doorway into ourself. So in esotericism, this is what it's all about. It's about we work with the internal world. We try and figure out who we are from the inside out, not who we are outside of us. Because we realize that the external world is nothing but a crystallization of what's happening inside of us. Our lives are a result of every single thought that we thought in the past. So let's not get off track here. Let's carry on. As I was discussing the seasons, we have an internal world in the mind and a self outside the mind. And this is reflected even in the cycles of the heavens. This is how you know the universe is intelligently designed, and the law of correspondence corresponds with everything. The law of correspondence is as above, so below. It's not a hermetic principle. It's not a Freemasonic principle. The law of correspondence, as above, so below, is just the law of life, of the universe. It is in everything. So the daytime, the sun, this is external impressions, or expressions, should I say. We express ourselves outside the mind, in the outside world, in the material body, taking actions outside of us during this daytime. The sun represents outward expression, the daytime. This is when we wake up, we're conscious, we do things outside of our mind. But then the nighttime comes around and it becomes dark and the moon rules over the nighttime, and we return back to our internal world. We return back to the darkness. We return back to the internal self, the self in the mind. Really is fascinating. And this is as above, so below. This follows the correspondence. This follows the law. Although that the outside world has a cycle of day and night, so does our own mind have this cycle. As above, so below. As within, so without. What's happening outside of us is also happening inside of us. The mind is also going in a cycle. Because in the daytime, the mind wakes up and we express things externally. But when the sun goes away and the electromagnetic rays of the sun are not very strong, our brainwave decreases, our body activity decreases. It slows down and we return to the internal self. The body switches off and we return to the internal self in the mind. We enter in the doorway of the mind and return to the internal, the spiritual self. And when the body is less active, this is when we are more connected to the internal world, our spiritual true self. So as above, so below corresponds with the day and night, the sun and the moon. The moon represents our internal world, the world inside our mind, the self inside the mind. And the sun represents the external self. in the external world. So not only are these cycles happening in nature, the darkness outside of us when the sun goes away is the same darkness that we go within ourselves when we go to sleep. It's the same cycle. Our bodies are in the cycle of the external world also, as above, so below. But then we can even take this even further. This fractals down even further. If we look at the cycle of the yearly cycle of the sun, which is what we call the 12 zodiac signs, we notice that these 4 seasons also take place in every single cycle of the day. So a yearly cycle can be seen as a big version of a daily cycle, or a daily cycle can be seen as a smaller version of a yearly cycle. For example, we look at Aries, which is spring. This is when the sun springs everything back to life in the spring. This is when the crops start to spring up and start to grow again. But we could see that at 6 a.m. in the morning, when the sun rises and just cracks over the horizon and starts to bring light into our day. Aries is associated with the morning time also as spring. Morning time is a smaller version of spring. Then we look at the summertime. The summertime is midday, when the sun is at the top of the middle of the sky. This is when the sun is most powerful, most radiant in our day. This could be seen as the summertime. Then when the sun starts to set, this is associated with autumn. Autumn time is the sunset. Then the winter time is associated with the nighttime, the midnight, when everything's very dark. So a daily cycle is basically a smaller version of a yearly cycle. And just how I explained how the cycle of the sun outside of us also happens inside of us with our consciousness falling asleep when the sun goes away, is also happening to us on a yearly cycle also. So the daytime is associated with the summer and the nighttime is associated with the winter. The winter is like the inhale. The summer is like the exhale. It's the breath of the universe, just like how we breathe in and out of our lungs. Everything takes this rhythm and polarity, okay? So winter is associated with the self and the world inside of ourselves, inside of our mind, the spiritual self, the internal. Because the winter is when the sun's rays, electromagnetic rays, are not very powerful. And this decreases brainwave activity, making us more connected to our internal world, inside the mind. But the summer's the complete opposite. The summer is when the sun is very, very powerful. And the sun's powerful electromagnetic rays increase brain activity, making us more actionable in the physical world outside of our mind, in the external world. So summer is the daytime and winter is a big version of the nighttime. Vice versa. Just like how in the winter, we're more in the house. We're inside buildings because it's very cold outside. Animals hibernate. They go inside. They go into little places. They collect all their food and prepare for the winter. They go inside. They go in darkness to hibernate. So does our consciousness, our spirit, the self inside of our mind. We can use these cycles to our advantage, to evolve spiritually, to connect and be more balanced. You know, I've mentioned a lot of this inside the university to my members, to the family inside of there. We discussed this. We had a great discussion about this. And, you know, the live calls we have are priceless. The conversations you can have with someone when they're awake, you never forget them. You always have deep, meaningful conversations. And we discussed this deeply, and we were going into some interesting things about how we can use these types of changes in the seasons for our spiritual growth. We even discussed about spring and autumn and how they're associated with the different spiritual bodies that we have. But anyways, let's not get off track. Lucid dreaming, dreaming itself, and astral projections, I find are more easily accessible during the winter and the night times. Like I said, because the brain activity is decreased due to the sun being not powerful, we are more reconnected with the self inside the mind, the spiritual self, the immortal self. Wintertime is a great time to work on yourself, to start to gaining discipline, to meditating, to really working on the subconscious. Because spiritual work is harder than any physical labor. You really got to dig deep within yourself and be honest and true with yourselves. I think this is the reason why, you know, a lot of people convert to spirituality from religion. They come into spirituality and then they go back to religion because they realize spirituality is it's difficult. You have to be honest with yourself. You have to really face the traumas, the negative aspects of yourself, the dark side of yourself, and bring it to light and transform it. And that sort of work is a lot more difficult to do than any physical labor. So the winter time is the time that we go inside ourselves. We reflect a lot more. We need to work on ourselves, on our mind, on our negative habits, on our dark traits, on our things that we have been pushing away and not controlling. The winter time is that time we can really start to connect with the internal self, work on our imagination, work on our mental willpower, work on all of these things like lucid dreaming, astral projections, and purifying ourselves, removing any mental barriers, any negative belief systems that may be subconsciously holding us back. It's easier to access the subconscious in the nighttime and in the winter, especially the winter. That's why I made this video, because we're in autumn now. We're transitioning into the winter. So I thought I'd share this with you all. And it's important to understand that you are a microcosm of God. Like I said, the law of correspondence associates with everything in the universe, people. Everything. And that's the best thing with the law of correspondence. And I've been using this for the past 3 to 4 years, right? The law of correspondence has determined and filtered out so many lies that was given to me, that's given to you, that's given to everyone in the world. The law of correspondence is like a filter. If someone gives you a piece of information, for example, gravity, and it does not apply with the law of correspondence, then you know it's a lie, because it's a universal thing. What happens inside of me also happens outside of me. What happens in my astral world happens in my material world, more than likely. As above, so below corresponds with everything. The same structure in my veins, in my nervous system, is the same structure in the trees, in galaxies, in everything. As above, so below. The universe is a fractal universe. Therefore, the point that I was getting at is that you are a microcosm of God. The same mind that God manifested things through thinking. He thought the stars, the earth, nature, the human body, designed everything with the God mind. He thought everything into existence. And that mind, them powers that God used to manifest everything into physical existence through the power of thought, is the same mind that you possess, but on a smaller scale. God manifested the macrocosm through thought, as the universe is a mental universe. Everything you see around you was thought, then manifested into physical reality. God manifested the macrocosm, the world, through thought, and that same force of thought you use to create the microcosm, to create your own world. You think your life into reality, your world into reality. Your body is a microcosm, a miniature universe. Every thought you think commands 50 trillion cells in your body, and your cells religiously execute on every command that you give it. You're in charge of 50 trillion cells. You're literally commanding a whole civilization inside your body. And this is how you are a reflection of the divine. The God mind created the macrocosm, the world, and you create your own world inside that world using the same power as thought. Very powerful. So everything that happens outside of you is also happening inside of you. The law of correspondence is the most important, the law that you could possibly learn, because it makes everything so clear for you in the universe. Makes life so clear. You see reality for what it truly is. It's a reflection of the higher dimensions. Just like how reality right now is a reflection of what's happening inside of people's minds and consciousness. We can't blame the elites for all the negative things that's happening in reality, because all the negative things that's happening in reality is the negative things that's happening in people's minds. We need to take control of ourselves. So with that being said, thank you all, everyone. If you wish to read more, 90% of you watching this video have already got this book. I want to say thank you for your support. It means the world to me. It makes me research more and write more books. And the book of Symbolism is coming very soon. So thank you, everyone. I'll leave a link in the description for the university, for the live calls, and for the book if you wish to join. Have an amazing day. Creation demands destruction. Every time you release your sexual fluids, you're destroying a part of yourself to create an extension of yourself. For example, if you want to create a business, you have to destroy your time, attention, and energy in order to create the effect of the business. All creation demands some sort of sacrifice or destruction. This falls under the law of polarity in the universe. It's the same with your sexual fluids. Your sexual fluids, especially as a man, contains minerals, all the minerals in your body. It contains your vitality. It contains your DNA. It contains the blueprint of you, and it can create a whole new human being. You are literally playing with the power of creation if you are releasing your sexual fluids too much. Sexual fluids also extend beyond the physical plane. They contain astral forces because all physical creation is a mental creation. We live in a mental universe. Everything begins as a thought in the mind, then the thought takes the form and the body of imagination, which is an astral force. Imagination turns into etheric emotional energy. Then the etheric emotional energy turns into the physical action and the physical manifestation. We live in a mental universe. Therefore, these dimensions do not exist separately. They are permeating and mixing in with all. Your physical body has an astral body. Everything physical has astral forces behind it. Semen is known as the astral fluid of the soul. It feeds nerves, the channels of life force and consciousness within the body. And every time you release it, you're destroying a part of your vitality, your brain, your nerves, your energy levels, your creativity, and your DNA to create an extension of you. Therefore, it is a sacred fluid within your body and not something to be played with and to be released too much. Think about it. This is a very creative energy, your sexual fluids. It can create a whole new human being. This is how powerful it actually is. It is the power of creation, and the misuse of this power can destroy your own vitality and your life of your body. Because that life you are giving in order to create an extension or a child is the same life you could keep inside of you and not waste to recycle and regenerate the body. Sexual energy has been for thousands of years associated with regenerating the body, longevity of life, and maintaining youth. Not only that, every time you release your sexual energy, it floods the brain with dopamine. Dopamine is the brain's reward system, created within the middle of the brain. It releases every time you've achieved something. However, sex or an orgasm is the most powerful feeling you can feel. It's the most amazing, intense feeling and release of dopamine you can possibly feel as a human. Therefore, if you flood your brain with this high amount of dopamine every single day, you are getting the epitome of human feelings every single day. Therefore, you will become numb to everything else in reality. You won't be able to enjoy the small things in life. And I know this firsthand because I experienced this myself. As soon as I stopped, this is when I started to enjoy the little things in life, seeing family, and I actually gained more energy, more ideas. We'll get into this a bit later. It is a creative energy. It creates a whole new human being. Therefore, if we maintain this energy, we can maintain our creative power within us because that's what we are. We are all creative beings, moving energy from higher dimensions of consciousness, the mind, into lower dimensions of consciousness, the physical world. You hold the power to create. You are not in a world. The world is working through you. You do not possess a life. Life is working through you. You are not in a universe. You are the universe. It's moving through you. There is no past, present, and future. The present moment is you. When we release every single day or frequently throughout the week, like I said, we're triggering the brain's reward system, dopamine, which makes you feel as if you have already achieved something. And if your brain is telling you you have already achieved something by overusing your sexual fluids, then you will not have the motivation to achieve other things in your life. I know this firsthand. I became very lazy. I didn't want to work. I didn't want to do anything because subconsciously my brain felt as if I've already achieved. If we look at the symbol of the Baphomet, we notice the Baphomet has horns and a goat head. Now we look at the word horny. When you become sexually aroused, it's known as horny, which is the horns, representing the lower mind. The lower mind is the mind we use for our animal instincts. We have two parts of our mind. A higher mind, which is contained of higher thought, which chases spiritual things such as love, wisdom, knowledge, and God. Then we have a lower mind, which chases the things of the material world closely associated with the ego, chases It is validation, material gain, status, and physical sensation, physical pleasures. It is these physical pleasures that can keep you in an endless loop, making you feeling empty inside, because nothing material can ever satisfy our internal world. Nothing. You can achieve millions of dollars. You can achieve your dream house, your dream car, your dream watch. And if that is the only thing you are chasing, you will feel empty inside when you achieve it, because nothing of this material plane can satisfy you. Nothing of the lower mind can ever satisfy you. This is why we must sacrifice the lower mind and overcome the lower mind and the lower instincts. One thing I found amazing when I mastered my sexual urges and my lust is that my mind became a lot more clear. The thoughts and the time and the attention that I used in my mind to go towards lust, sex, and chasing these things was taking up a lot of mental space, time, and energy. But as soon as I removed it and mastered it, my mind became an open vessel for higher thoughts to be received from the higher mind. The mind is like a radio antenna. Whatever we attune it with, that's what we receive. If we're constantly thinking about lust and low-level pleasures, we're going to just receive low-level thoughts. But once we remove all of the lower mind and we conquer our physical body and physical urges, our mind becomes an open channel for divine thoughts and spiritual thoughts. This is what most people call today as downloads. You receive wisdom from your higher self. Not only do you receive more wisdom, you just receive more power to create. The male and the female come together to create a child. That's how you were created. Now, the law of correspondence teaches as above, so below. It refers to everything in the universe. Therefore, in order for you to create a reality, to give birth to something, you have to bring together the masculine and the feminine. Your masculine forces are willpower and actions. Your feminine forces are emotions and imagination. When you combine the willpower, action, emotions, and imagination and combine them together, you can give birth to reality. But it's important to only give birth to things that are spiritual, that are good, that are for the benefit of yourself and humanity, and not for the ego and the lower mind. Killing our lower mind is essential for spiritual ascension when we die. The thoughts that we give the most attention and energy to when we die are pretty much the same thoughts that we're going to think when we die. When you die, your physical body and external world is stripped and you're left with your internal world of consciousness. More than likely be resonating within the lower astral plane before you move on to any higher dimensions of the astral. It's important that we kill any addictions such as sex, food, attachments, emotional attachments to people, any desire for material things before we physically die. The Hindus taught this, Buddhism taught this, the ancient Egyptians taught this. We have to remove the desires in our heart for material and things before we physically die, because when we die, we cannot fulfill physical pleasure. Therefore, we will create our own suffering within the astral dimension. So sex is the biggest part of this. We have to remove the desire for sex or releasing any of our sexual fluids before we physically die to master ourselves. And not only that, it's going to benefit the way you feel, the way you think, the way you act towards people once you have mastered this. Porn psychologically damages you. You are quite literally the person in the corner of a room watching two other people give pleasure to each other. Psychologically, that is not good. And what happens in darkness is always revealed in light. What you do in your alone times will show in your confidence, in your eye contact, in your presence, in your aura, your energy. You cannot hide things that you do in the dark, because they always reveal themselves in a subconscious way, whether physically or through an energetic spiritual way. Sex can be known as sacred energy exchange. You are exchanging energy, bioelectrical energy. It's a scientific fact that when you hold hands with another person, your brain waves of each individual become synced. Your emotions sync. And you exchange electromagnetic energy because you are an electromagnetic being. But when you have sex with someone, you are literally exchanging emotional energy. Your aura is not just an electromagnetic field. It is literally a manifestation of your internal consciousness. Your consciousness contains your thoughts, your beliefs, your traumas, your emotional state. And this manifests externally through the vortex of your heart into an energy presence around your body. This is why you can feel sad when someone else is sad next to you, because their energy is merging with yours. When you have sex with someone, you are quite literally exchanging consciousness, beliefs, traumas, emotions, feelings, vibrations, and your consciousness merges with their consciousness. So be careful with just having casual sex. Now, I'm not here trying to say never release, never have sex with your partner. I'm not saying that. I'm saying take caution with these things. Take my teachings with a pinch of salt. If it benefits you, that's great. I'm not here to tell you how to live. I'm simply giving you my research and the things that have helped me in my life on my esoteric research, awakening, or spiritual path. I don't like calling it a spiritual path, because it's not spiritual. It's simply just life, the knowledge of consciousness and the self. So I hope this video helps. If you'd love to read this book, I'll leave a link in the description. This book I wrote myself called The Book of Wisdom, Volume 2.
In this video, we're going to be talking about the evolution of consciousness. You are born human. However, you possess consciousness, which is the awareness behind your being, the awareness behind your thoughts, the experiencer behind your five senses, the experiencer, the observer behind your thought, emotions, and senses. You are an eye, an invisible consciousness looking through a lens, which is your body. Your body produces this physical world that you experience. Your brain produces this world. Your brain and body is a technological computer. However, you are an infinite, ever-expanding consciousness behind this physical body. And there is an evolution of consciousness, a cosmic journey of expansion. And this is why we see so much pyramid symbolism in the occult and esoteric world, and especially within Freemasonry. Because the pyramid represents climbing, an evolution, a raising state of consciousness, a journey. Steps symbolize a journey upwards. This is the raising and the evolution of consciousness, our inner world, the transmutation of our inner selves, of our souls and consciousness and our minds. So when we see this pyramid, we're seeing a evolution, a way up to source consciousness. And the eye in the pyramid represents your source consciousness. It represents illumination. It represents divine guidance through this evolution of consciousness. This is why we see the ladder. Consciousness is ever expanding on an infinite journey of evolution. Each individual is a part of this cosmic process, contributing towards the ongoing expansion of both mind and awareness. As we evolve, we collectively explore deeper levels of existence, expanding the boundaries of thought and consciousness. The mind has the ability to expand infinitely into new realms of thought, into new dimensions of mind. The mind cannot be filled up. It is not a physical substance. The body can be filled up because it is a physical thing, but you cannot fill the mind. Therefore, the mind is constantly expanding, ever expanding into new fields of thought. So what we see in Freemasonry, the ladder, is again a journey, an elevation of consciousness. When we are born with an infant consciousness, and as we gain older, we gain an adult consciousness. Our inner world, our inner mind, and our emotional intellect changes and evolves. We are significantly different from when we were very young as an infant. It's because our consciousness evolutes, it changes, it alters like water. So just like this evolution of your own consciousness as growing up, there is consciousness of beings existing in cycles beyond our own. And their consciousness is unimaginably different from ours. They operate on a higher level of understanding and knowing, experiencing reality in ways that transcend our current comprehension. Our minds right now cannot comprehend the highest states of consciousness. There are entities, there are beings beyond our own, existing in higher dimensions of consciousness that we cannot comprehend because they have expanded. They are on a further way up the ladder of consciousness. However, we are all on the same journey. None of us can take the same journey. There is one ultimate goal, reaching source consciousness. However, this is always ever expanding. However, we are all on a different journey. There is one truth, one source, one goal. However, there are billions in different ways of reaching it, and we are all on these different paths to source consciousness, to this ladder, this evolution of universal evolution. Okay? Their awareness is attuned to new dimensions of existence, reflecting a more advanced stage in the cosmic journey of consciousness evolution. So when you take DMT, you are shot into these higher realms of consciousness where you meet these beings who look similar to these images. They are not speaking to you physically. They don't speak to you three-dimensionally through vibration and words. They speak to you mentally. If you have done DMT, then you know this. And if you have met these beings, then you know this. You might have even met some of these types of beings on mushrooms or any psychedelic drugs. Because ultimately, when you take these mind-altering substances, it's altering your consciousness. It's merging your consciousness with the spirit of that substance. And you are essentially attuning your mind to higher dimensions of consciousness. That's why we say we're getting high when we take these substances. Therefore, when you meet these beings on DMT, you are essentially meeting beings who are attuned to higher dimensions of consciousness, and they speak to you mentally. They speak to you telepathically through thought, because the universe is mental. Everything exists within the mind. The way you are now, your physical existence, is a state of mind. Mind, thought creates matter. Spirit and matter are two opposing ways of thinking. If we have a very spiritual mind, we have an expanded mind, we are a spiritual person through the mind. However, if we have a very low state of consciousness where we think about food, sex, lust, and all physical things, then we have a physical consciousness. Matter and spirit are two opposing forces, two ways of thinking. The mind attunes itself to different levels of understanding in different dimensions. So, essentially, this is what we're looking at. The body is a vessel for the fluidic, formless consciousness, a temple that houses the essence of our awareness. While the five senses are limited to perceiving only the physical plane, the mind transcends these limitations, capable of perceiving the full scope of reality. It is through the mind that we access deeper truths beyond the material, tapping into boundless nature of existence. Physical existence is a thin band, a thin layer of reality. It's like 0.001% of reality. And your five senses are only tuned into this layer of reality. But the five senses are, by design, only allowed to perceive physicality. But the mind has the power to expand beyond this physical five sense state. The mind has the power to expand and evolute. It is a conscious decision whether you want to take this path or not. You can stay in a three-dimensional way of thinking, or you can expand your consciousness from within. It's not an external journey. There is no God going to save you. You must save yourself. Therefore, behind every single one of these eyes is the same source consciousness. However, we are all different cells in a different journey. The organs in your body, the cells in your body are all alive. They all possess same consciousness, universal consciousness. However, we are all on a different journey of evolution. As above, so below. As the baby is in the mother's womb, When the baby becomes conscious, there is a world outside of its mother. What does it do? It presses and seeks a way out to be born in the other world outside of its mother. It is the same with your consciousness, your mind. When your mind becomes aware that there is realities beyond the immediate surroundings, it seeks a way out. And this is exactly what I'm doing to you now. I am now expanding your mind and telling you there is other ways of reality. There's other dimensions of consciousness which you can access through inner transmutation, through different ways of thinking, spiritualism, and meditating and connecting with yourself and detaching from external things. We can upgrade our consciousness. Your body is a womb. Why Jesus says you must be born again to see the kingdom of God, because you are born physically and then you must be born again spiritually, awakening your inner consciousness. So like I said, as the baby is in the womb, it's the same principle. As above, so below. You were a baby, you were in your mother's womb, and you figured out there is a world outside of your mother, so you seek to weigh out your mother to be born in another world. It's the same now. You must do this now. This is your spiritual evolution. This is the evolution of consciousness. It's ever expanding. When you die, this is a transition. You must learn to not fear death. This is another part of your spiritual journey. You must master death. Therefore, like I said before, the mind has limitless capacity to expand into new realms of thought, continuously exploring uncharted ideas and concepts without boundaries. The mind can ever expand. It can never be filled. It can never ever know everything. There is infinite fields of knowledge, infinite fields of thought. Your current state is just one stage on an infinite pathway. You won't remain human forever. The human experience is a crucial phase where we learn to balance polarities, master the fundamental laws of the cosmos. It is a period of growth and transformation, preparing us for the next stages in our cosmic evolution. The goal is to strive for perfection, yet the true perfection is unattainable. It's like a tunnel, and there is a light at the end of the tunnel. And as you walk through this tunnel, the light is ever moving backwards. You should forever seek to meet that light, but you will never meet that light because consciousness is ever expanding. You should strive for perfection, yet knowing that perfection is forever unattainable. The journey is endless, with each step revealing deeper layers of understanding and experience. The pursuit of growth and expansion is itself the essence of our evolution. You can find all of this knowledge in the amazing book that I have read for years. I have read this book, The Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the Atlantean, by M. Dorial, translated by M. Dorial. I'm telling you now, this book, now that I've told you this, you have some context on the book. The whole book is about evolution of consciousness. He's talking about higher dimensions beings. He's talking about how you can transcend this physical plane. It is truly the most amazing book you will probably read. One of the best spiritual texts you'll see. It's hard to understand, so you must read it over and over again. And the more your mind progresses, like for me, I read this every couple months. And the more I learn about consciousness, the more I expand my own consciousness. And every time I read this book, I pick out something new that just completely blows my mind, because you can only understand this book to your level of consciousness, to your level of understanding. So now that I've told you all this information, go and read this book and it will absolutely blow your mind. And so will the Book of Wisdom Volume 2, which is now available. I released it the other day. I'm just going to read a page out now. This page is called Spirit and Matter. The Earth is not merely a dense, lifeless rock drifting through space. It possesses spirit, a living essence that animates its form. But what do we mean by spirit? Spirit in esoteric terms refers to the energy, the life force, animating the principles infused in matter. So essentially, what this page is talking about is how everything has spirit, consciousness within it. You are the middle, you are spirit and matter. You have the ability to expand your mind to the God self and raise above our animal instinct, our material self, and know the divine and expand. Animals cannot do this. Animals are not self-aware. Humans possess self-awareness. We can observe our consciousness. We can say, why do I exist? We can look in the mirror and know that we need growth. And this is what Anunnaki means. Anu means above. Anu was the supreme god of the sky, which is a metaphor. He represents spirit above, heaven. Anu came down to earth and married Ki, the goddess of the earth, which represents matter. It's a myth, it's an allegory. Anu married Ki and gave birth to the Anunnaki. Spirit came down and infused with matter and gave birth to the human, which is you. You are spirit infused in matter, Anu and Ki, Anunnaki. You are the Anunnaki. And this is just one of the teachings in my book. Honestly, this book is absolutely amazing. If you truly, truly want to expand your consciousness, give this book a read. And obviously, if you're inside the university, I give you this book for free. A paperback version. If you join the university, follow the steps inside of the general chat, you'll be able to download this book. Or, sorry, not download it. Order a paperback for free. All you have to do is pay for the shipping. You'll also gain amazing knowledge inside of my library, where your mind will just be overblown with the amount of esoteric books. There's over 45 rare occult books, plus you get a PDF of the Volume 1 and Human Health Guide. You get reoccurring updates where I expand on symbolism, occultism, where you will just feel absolutely amazing once you understand esotericism in yourself. You'll also learn how to create the dream reality that you want with the Manifestation Mastery course, where I teach you how your consciousness creates reality. You'll have a real lectures where I post lectures on symbolism, occultism, esotericism. There's a conscious community and live calls and Q&A where you can ask me questions and I'll answer your questions. I just want to say thank you to everyone who has joined the university. Thank you for even liking and watching this video. Any support I just appreciate every single one of you. Please, if you can, leave a comment and a like on this video and let me know any videos you want me to make in the future. And I will start uploading a lot more to the YouTube. So yeah, thank you all for tuning in today. Have an amazing day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What if I told you the devil is closer than you think, and it's not actually a real person, force, or spiritual entity outside of you, but a being and an aspect of your own mind and psyche? In this video, you will learn exactly what the devil is and the true esoteric meaning of the devil. The first thing we need to understand is that the universe is a mental universe. Look around you. Every action, every building, everything you see around you was begun first as thought in the mind, then manifested. We use the mind to build and shape our reality. The universe, the world, only exists inside of our mind. Therefore, God and the devil exist inside of our own psyche. So first of all, the devil is not a literal being, but a symbol of the lower self. It represents the unmastered, ego-driven part of the human mind, a symbol of destructive thoughts, emotions, behaviors, lives in realms of chaos, fear, hatred, lust, and ignorance. This is why we see the devil as red, because red is the lowest vibrational color on the color spectrum. It also corresponds with the root chakra, which is all to do with survival instincts. Red represents chaotic and intense emotions like hatred and anger. When we are angry, our face turns red. The devil represents our animalistic fundamental needs, our instinctual needs, our survival state of consciousness. We have a survival state of consciousness and a godly state of consciousness. Our godly state of consciousness is creating, not just experiencing in the animal state, but consciously creating reality. This is why we see the devil with a goat head, an animalistic head. And the head is where the brain is. The animal head represents living off instinct, the part of our mind that lives on urges, impulses, and instincts. Eating, sex, power, ego-driven actions, and ego-driven thoughts. Animals are only aware of themselves. Animals live on instinct. They have no ability to consciously create like humans. This is our lower desires for the material world. That's not to say the material world is evil. However, when our consciousness is only seeking material things, this leads us down a path of self-destruction, because nothing material can ever satisfy our soul. Everything material is temporary. Therefore, the devil represents the part of us that seeks only material desires, only material fulfillment, the ways of thinking where we only think about ourselves and ego-driven thoughts. It also represents the unchecked, unconscious self, where we have no mastery over our thoughts, over our emotional impulses, and no mastery over our actions. We're living in instinct and impulsive states, which causes chaos, selflessness, destruction, and keeps us bound to our lower material 3D state of consciousness. It's important to recognize that the word devil was never present in the earliest Gospels. Instead, what was mentioned was a spirit of evil. This distinction is crucial because it underscores that the idea of the devil, as popularly conceived, does not actually exist as an independent entity. Rather, it is a personification of the lower aspects of the human mind, a facet of our own consciousness. The term spirit of evil was not meant to denote a specific deity or being, but rather any force of negativity, whether it manifests as a destructive thought, emotion, or action. A spirit is a force, an energy, and we have three forces that create our reality: thoughts, emotions, and actions. We have full control over these three aspects which transform and mold reality. A destructive thought, a destructive emotion, a destructive action is a spirit of evil, and it originates from the darker aspects of the human psyche. So now, because we're on the topic of the devil, we have to look at the pentagram, which is obviously connected to the devil heavily. The upright pentagram represents spirit, air, water, earth, fire. Upright, which represents spirit, the most important element on top of the earthly elements, showing spiritual principles over material principles. As spiritual beings as we are, we have to put our spirit first, our higher self first, and material things second. Why? Because material things never satisfy us long term. Seeking material fulfillment will leave us feeling unfulfilled in the long run and very unhappy, and we can lose ourselves in illusions. We have to put our spiritual principles first. Seeking wisdom, knowledge, connection to the divine, and connection to our higher self is what gives us true fulfillment in our hearts and souls. But when we see this pentagram inverted, we now have spirit on the very bottom, which now represents earthly principles on top of the spiritual principles. We're putting our earthly elements on top of our spiritual element, which this inverted pentagram represents no longer caring about spirit, no longer caring about our invisible internal world, and only caring about this external body, food, sex, material things, cars, money, and all the things outside of us, the world outside of our mind. This is what true Satanism is. Satanism is not worshipping an external deity, but it is worshipping the self, only fulfilling the ego's desires. This is what true Satanism is, and we have all been conditioned to live in this state. Satanists want us to believe that there is an external deity called Satan or the devil, and the reason they do this is because they trick us, making us believe that we are not Satanists, while they are actually conditioning us to be self-seeking, ego-driven people, where we only care about sex, food, material things, and money, which is actually conditioning us to be Satanists. 80% of the population today are unknowingly involving themselves in Satanism, which is ego-driven thoughts, actions, and emotions, dwelling and living in this state where we only care about ourselves. When we are spiritual, we realize we are all one. We are all one consciousness family, and we need to do things that help and contribute towards our collective experience, helping others instead of seeking to serve only the self. The angel is depicted with wings, which represents elevation, higher self. The devil is represented with an animal horns, which is on the ground. A goat is on the ground, which represents the lower self. This is the elevated mind and the lower material mind. Horus, the bird, higher self. Set, the ground animal, lower self. Jesus and Satan. These are two forces, two characters that exist within the human psyche, not real entities. They are forces of our minds, and there is a battle between our higher self and lower self all the time within our own minds. There's always a part of us that's telling to do one thing and another thing, to do something bad and to do something good. There is this battle inside of our own consciousness. Here we have the human spinal column. The human spinal column is showing you the higher and the lower self. The higher self represents the head. The head is where the mind is. This is the creative essence of the universe. This is where all material things begin as a thought in the mind. We create with the skull, with the brain. This is our higher self, the heavens, connected to the heavens, the sky. And the lower end of the spinal column is where our reproductive organs are, where our gut is. Our reproductive organs and our gut is all to do with survival. The lower end of the spinal column, lower instinctual 3D based consciousness. The lower end of the spinal column is where our lower self dwells. Eating, consumption, power, and sex, lust. These are all emotional forces and instinctual based organs that are not inherently evil, but when we dwell and live off this lower end of the spinal cord, it keeps us in low states of consciousness. Our goal to raise to our higher mind is to balance this, not to overeat, not to abuse power, not to abuse sex and lust, but to master these organs and gain the ability to say no to these organs so that we can raise to our creative side of consciousness. Instead of dwelling in our instinctual nature, we can turn to our creative nature and consciously become a builder and constructor of reality. This is the true way of raising consciousness. This is the stairway to heaven, out of the animal consciousness to the higher consciousness. To wrap all of this up, it's all about gaining control over our instinctual lower nature and allowing our spirit to rule over our body and not our body ruling over our spirit or mind. The moment you let a thought become instantly an action is the moment you are an impulsive person. We are all trained to be this way. It is okay if you are in this state. The moment you let a thought turn straight into an action without questioning, that is the mind controlling you and you not controlling the mind. We need to gain control over the mind, and we do this through many different ways, through meditations, affirmations, and discipline. We slowly gain control over our minds. And once we gain control over our minds, we gain control over our thoughts, and we gain control over the attention that we give certain thoughts. We can then start to uplift our mind, our thoughts, out of our instinctual state to the higher mind. If you wish to learn more about consciousness, I'll leave a link in the description for the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What if I told you that the seasons don't just change the external world, they also change your internal world? They have a psychological and a spiritual effect on your consciousness. If you're new to esotericism, you may not really understand this. But if you have some deep understanding of as above, so below, you already know this. But today we're going to be explaining it in great detail. So tune in, take a pen and paper, maybe make some notes. So we have 4 seasons. The sun is the main source of life on the earth, and it changes the circumstances on the earth in 4 different ways. Of course, we have spring, summer, winter, and autumn. These are the 4 states of the earth due to the sun's cycle. Not only do they take place on the earth, they also take place on you, your body, your mind, your spirit, your consciousness. They change things internally and externally. The first thing we need to understand is that we have a dual nature. We have a mind, and in that mind, we have an internal self. That's what we call the spiritual self. It is the individual that exists within their own mind, within their own consciousness. It is the self that imagines, thinks, feels. That's the spiritual self. And internally, that self is the true self. when it's detached from the false identifications, of course, such as the ego. But the true self dwells within the mind, and that's the immortal self. That's the self that will never die, never perish, that will always be there and it always has been there. The internal self. But on the other side of the mind, the outside of the mind, we have this, what we call our physical human body. This is our external physical body. So outside of us is a physical reality, but inside of us is a spiritual non-physical reality. Inside of us cannot be measured. Outside of us can be measured. So we have an internal world and an external world. I think this is the reason why the word individual has the word dual at the end. Dual meaning opposing or two. We have a dual nature. Inner world, in the mind, and a self out the mind. And the mind acts as some sort of doorway. It is a doorway into ourself. So in esotericism, this is what it's all about. It's about we work with the internal world. We try and figure out who we are from the inside out, not who we are outside of us. Because we realize that the external world is nothing but a crystallization of what's happening inside of us. Our lives are a result of every single thought that we thought in the past. So let's not get off track here. Let's carry on. As I was discussing the seasons, we have an internal world in the mind and a self outside the mind. And this is reflected even in the cycles of the heavens. This is how you know the universe is intelligently designed, and the law of correspondence corresponds with everything. The law of correspondence is as above, so below. It's not a hermetic principle. It's not a Freemasonic principle. The law of correspondence, as above, so below, is just the law of life, of the universe. It is in everything. So the daytime, the sun, this is external impressions, or expressions, should I say. We express ourselves outside the mind, in the outside world, in the material body, taking actions outside of us during this daytime. The sun represents outward expression, the daytime. This is when we wake up, we're conscious, we do things outside of our mind. But then the nighttime comes around and it becomes dark and the moon rules over the nighttime. And we return back to our internal world. We return back to the darkness. We return back to the internal self, the self in the mind. Really is fascinating. And this is as above, so below. This follows the correspondence. This follows the law. Although that the outside world has a cycle of day and night, so does our own mind have this cycle. As above, so below. As within, so without. What's happening outside of us is also happening inside of us. The mind is also going in a cycle. Because in the daytime, the mind wakes up and we express things externally. But when the sun goes away and the electromagnetic rays of the sun are not very strong, our brainwave decreases, our body activity decreases. It slows down and we return to the internal self. The body switches off and we return to the internal self in the mind. We enter in the doorway of the mind and return to the internal, the spiritual self. And when the body is less active, this is when we are more connected to the internal world, our spiritual true self. So as above, so below corresponds with the day and night, the sun and the moon. The moon represents our internal world, the world inside our mind, the self inside the mind. And the sun represents the external self in the external world. So not only are these cycles happening in nature, the darkness outside of us when the sun goes away is the same darkness that we go within ourselves when we go to sleep. It's the same cycle. Our bodies are in the cycle of the external world also, as above, so below. But then we can even take this even further. This fractals down even further. If we look at the cycle of the yearly cycle of the sun, which is what we call the 12 zodiac signs, we notice that these 4 seasons also take place in every single cycle of the day. So a yearly cycle can be seen as a big version of a daily cycle, or a daily cycle can be seen as a smaller version of a yearly cycle. For example, we look at Aries, which is spring. This is when the sun springs everything back to life in the spring. This is when the crops start to spring up and start to grow again. But we could see that at 6 a.m. in the morning, when the sun rises and just cracks over the horizon and starts to bring light into our day. Aries is associated with the morning time also as spring. Morning time is a smaller version of spring. Then we look at the summertime. The summertime is midday, when the sun is at the top of the middle of the sky. This is when the sun is most powerful, most radiant in our day. This could be seen as the summertime. Then when the sun starts to set, this is associated with autumn. Autumn time is the sunset. Then the winter time is associated with the nighttime, the midnight, when everything's very dark. So a daily cycle is basically a smaller version of a yearly cycle. And just how I explained how the cycle of the sun outside of us also happens inside of us with our consciousness falling asleep when the sun goes away, is also happening to us on a yearly cycle also. So the daytime is associated with the summer and the nighttime is associated with the winter. The winter is like the inhale. The summer is like the exhale. It's the breath of the universe, just like how we breathe in and out of our lungs. Everything takes this rhythm and polarity, okay? So winter is associated with the self and the world inside of ourselves, inside of our mind, the spiritual self, the internal. Because the winter is when the sun's rays, electromagnetic rays, are not very powerful. And this decreases brainwave activity, making us more connected to our internal world, inside the mind. But the summer's the complete opposite. The summer is when the sun is very, very powerful. And the sun's powerful electromagnetic rays increase brain activity, making us more actionable in the physical world outside of our mind, in the external world. So summer is the daytime and winter is a big version of the nighttime. Vice versa. Just like how in the winter, we're more in the house. We're inside buildings because it's very cold outside. Animals hibernate. They go inside. They go into little places. They collect all their food and prepare for the winter. They go inside. They go in darkness to hibernate. So does our consciousness, our spirit, the self inside of our mind. We can use these cycles to our advantage, to evolve spiritually, to connect and be more balanced. You know, I've mentioned a lot of this inside the university to my members, to the family inside of there. We discussed this. We had a great discussion about this. And, you know, the live calls we have are priceless. The conversations you can have with someone when they're awake, you never forget them. You always have deep, meaningful conversations. And we discussed this deeply, and we were going into some interesting things about how we can use these types of changes in the seasons for our spiritual growth. We even discussed about spring and autumn and how they're associated with the different spiritual bodies that we have. But anyways, let's not get off track. Lucid dreaming, dreaming itself, and astral projections, I find are more easily accessible during the winter and the night times. Like I said, because the brain activity is decreased due to the sun being not powerful, we are more reconnected with the self inside the mind, the spiritual self, the immortal self. Wintertime is a great time to work on yourself, to start to gaining discipline, to meditating, to really working on the subconscious. Because spiritual work is harder than any physical labor. You really got to dig deep within yourself and be honest and true with yourselves. I think this is the reason why, you know, a lot of people convert to spirituality from religion. They come into spirituality and then they go back to religion because they realize spirituality is it's difficult. You have to be honest with yourself. You have to really face the traumas, the negative aspects of yourself, the dark side of yourself, and bring it to light and transform it. And that sort of work is a lot more difficult to do than any physical labor. So the winter time is the time that we go inside ourselves. We reflect a lot more. We need to work on ourselves, on our mind, on our negative habits, on our dark traits, on our things that we have been pushing away and not controlling. The winter time is that time we can really start to connect with the internal self, work on our imagination, work on our mental willpower, work on all of these things like lucid dreaming, astral projections, and purifying ourselves, removing any mental barriers, any negative belief systems that may be subconsciously holding us back. It's easier to access the subconscious in the nighttime and in the winter, especially the winter. That's why I made this video, because we're in autumn now. We're transitioning into the winter. So I thought I'd share this with you all. And it's important to understand that you are a microcosm of God. Like I said, the law of correspondence associates with everything in the universe, people. Everything. And that's the best thing with the law of correspondence. And I've been using this for the past 3 to 4 years, right? The law of correspondence has determined and filtered out so many lies that was given to me, that's given to you, that's given to everyone in the world. The law of correspondence is like a filter. If someone gives you a piece of information, for example, gravity, and it does not apply with the law of correspondence, then you know it's a lie, because it's a universal thing. What happens inside of me also happens outside of me. What happens in my astral world happens in my material world, more than likely. As above, so below corresponds with everything. The same structure in my veins, in my nervous system. It's the same structure in the trees, in galaxies, in everything. As above, so below. The universe is a fractal universe. Therefore, the point that I was getting at is that you are a microcosm of God. The same mind that God manifested things through thinking. He thought the stars, the earth, nature, the human body, designed everything with the God mind. He thought everything into existence. And that mind, them powers that God used to manifest everything into physical existence through the power of thought, is the same mind that you possess, but on a smaller scale. God manifested the macrocosm through thought, as the universe is a mental universe. Everything you see around you was thought, then manifested into physical reality. God manifested the macrocosm, the world, through thought, and that same force of thought you use to create the microcosm, to create your own world. You think your life into reality, your world into reality. Your body is a microcosm, a miniature universe. Every thought you think commands 50 trillion cells in your body, and your cells religiously execute on every command that you give it. You're in charge of 50 trillion cells. You're literally commanding a whole civilization inside your body. And this is how you are a reflection of the divine. The God mind created the macrocosm, the world, and you create your own world inside that world using the same power as thought. Very powerful. So everything that happens outside of you is also happening inside of you. The law of correspondence is the most important, the law that you could possibly learn, because it makes everything so clear for you in the universe. Makes life so clear. You see reality for what it truly is. It's a reflection of the higher dimensions. Just like how reality right now is a reflection of what's happening inside of people's minds and consciousness. We can't blame the elites for all the negative things that's happening in reality, because all the negative things that's happening in reality is the negative things that's happening in people's minds. We need to take control of ourselves. So with that being said, thank you all, everyone. If you wish to read more, 90% of you watching this video have already got this book. I want to say thank you for your support. It means the world to me. It makes me research more and write more books. And the book of Symbolism is coming very soon. So thank you, everyone. I'll leave a link in the description for the university, for the live calls, and for the book if you wish to join. Have an amazing day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
The earth has become a realm in order to trap souls within, so that they can harness our electricity, our energy. Even the Bible is talking about how this realm is controlled by the wicked one in John 5:19. We know that we are the children of God and that the whole world is under the control of the evil one. Ephesians 6:12. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. So the Bible is telling us that this is not the only world. There are other worlds, there are other realms that we can go to, considered as heaven. Heaven being a higher realm where there is no evil, no darkness. This is a midpoint realm where there is good and evil. Now, we're going to explain how the soul trap is how it's working, and how your soul is being harnessed for its energy, and how you are tricked to come back to this realm after death. What you need to understand is first is that you are the invisible intelligence behind the physical body. You are the mind and soul. The soul is the true you, the good you. It is pure love, pure bliss, eternal, never dies. The mind can be corrupted, though. The mind is the intelligence of the soul. It is invisible. It has no true form. The intelligence inhabits the brain. The brain is the computer to control the electrical machine called the nervous system, which is choice, program, and action. You are the invisible intelligence behind the body, and this will prove it even more. You do not even see into the external world. you are seeing a image produced by the brain because the light is being sucked through the retinas of the eyes. The image is produced in the visual cortex at the back of the brain. What does this mean? This means that we are the consciousness in the center of the brain, in the pineal gland, that is experiencing the program being ran by the central nervous system in the brain. This is the sigil of Lucifer. Lucifer in Latin is Lucy. Lucy is light in Latin. Lucifer is known as the light bearer. This is how the eyes work, people. It's not a demon or a devil. The sigil for Lucifer is how the eyes work, and how the left eye is controlled by the right brain. The right eye is controlled by the left brain. There is a crossover. It's the same with the body. The left side of the body is controlled by the right brain. The right side of the body is controlled by the left brain. There's a crossover with our hemispheres in the brain. Now, this empty chamber in the center of the brain is where this universal cosmic intelligence is held, known as the most holy place in the Bible, the throne of God. Okay? This is above the 33 vertebrae on the spine. As you can see here, you are the being in the center of this point. All of the nerves are being sent back to this one particular point, which is the seat of our invisible intelligence. You can see it's an empty chamber. Our consciousness, our intelligence is not a physical thing. This intelligence is the true voice inside of your head. This is why your head is heaven, your heart is earth, your heel is hell. Your head is heaven because this is the seat, the throne of God. God is in heaven because the consciousness, this divine intelligence that's controlling the body, is sat in the center of the brain. The brain is taking commands of this invisible intelligence. When you close your eyes, you can feel your awareness, your consciousness, your intelligence is all in the brain. Your awareness is not in the feet, the heart, the legs, the arms. It's all in the center of the brain. Now, if you meditate deeply, you will find that you are beyond the mind. You are the being observing the thoughts. You are the soul observing the thoughts. Now, with this being said, you are the consciousness experiencing the program being ran by the central nervous system in the brain, because you're not seeing into the external world. It's an image, it's a simulated image produced by the brain and the central nervous system. You do not experience the external world. You do not feel the external world. You feel electrical impulses on your nervous system. Your nervous system is decoding what you are feeling. So the only thing that you truly feel is the electrical impulses on your nervous system. This is why the nervous system is the tree of knowledge of good and evil, because it gives your invisible intelligence, your mind, the knowledge of good and evil. It can detect good things, it can detect bad things. If it's hot, if it's warm, if I need to go, the nervous system is doing this. It is the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Okay? Now this universal intelligence is symbolized as the single eye. Okay? Matthew 18:9. It is better for you to enter life with one eye than to have two eyes and to be thrown into the fire of hell. What does this mean? It's symbolic, it's metaphorical, people. It is metaphoric. Your universal intelligence is the single eye, the one eye. It's the balance between the two poles, between the left and the right, the good and the evil. It knows the right thing to do all the time. This is our inner guide. The inner self is the inner guide. And when you are operating your life off duality, using your two eyes, You'll be thrown into the fire of hell, lower states of consciousness, because you're split. You need to live in oneness, even, balance. Matthew 6:22, the light of the body is the eye. The light of the whole body is the eye. You are a light being. Human. Hue means an attribute of a color. Man is the word manifested. We are light manifested into physical form. Depending on your vibration is depending on what color that you are vibrating on, which is a hue, a human. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body should be full of light. Again, it's talking about the single eye, oneness, completeness. When you balance the hemispheres of the brain, we'll go over that later. But anyways, the body is the earth. This is what we need to understand, people. The body is running the simulation, the program that our consciousness is experiencing. So when we leave the body during death and astral projection, we leave the earth. This is how it works. The body is the vehicle for the earth, for this realm. Everything exists within our mind. You have the soul, mind, and body. The soul is the observer, the watcher, the true being. This is why she has many different heads, because the soul inhabits different bodies. This is the serpent, which means knowledge, which is the mind, wisdom. And this is the body, soul, mind, and body, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. The mind is the bridge between the soul and the body. So what do I mean? When you astral project, you are using your mind to project your awareness, your observing consciousness outside of the physical body. The mind is the projector, projecting consciousness. By using your mind, you can project your consciousness outside of the body, which is known as the astral realms, which is known as walking on water. Jesus was never walking on physical water, people. It's metaphorical. Believing the physical body. The water is the ether, which is the veil between the physical and the astral realm. It's a fluid substance. It's on either side. It's physical and astral. The ether is the fifth element that they hide from us. Why? Because they're trapping you in the physical. They are hiding all of these realms. Etheric, astral, and mental. People think their mind is their brain. It's two separate dimensions. These are completely different dimensions. The mind is way more intelligent. The mind is formless. There is no form to the mind. You can think anything you want. You can manifest anything you want within your mind. It is not a physical object. The physical realm is being controlled by the mind. Everything's being controlled by the mind. Everything exists within the mind. This is why the Egyptian says the universe is mental. So when we project our consciousness outside of the physical, we go to the astral. The ether is the water that Jesus is walking on. This is the veil between the physical and the astral world. The word together has ether within it because it joins the two worlds together, together, the astral and the physical. The word either is ether because the ether is on either side, physical and astral, physical and spiritual, physical and non-physical. In the astral realm, the mind can manifest anything we want. We incarnate to restrict our minds. This is why Saturn, if you go and watch my video on Saturn, how Saturn is this simulation, okay, our minds can manifest anything we want in the astral plane in the click of a finger. However, when we incarnate in matter, we now have to labor for our manifestations. This is why Saturn's known as the great teacher in astrology, because he teaches you a lesson. When your mind incarnates into matter, it's teaching your mind a lesson. the knowledge of good and evil. This is why the Bible says, you shall be gods and know the knowledge of good and evil. When you incarnate here, you have to know the knowledge, you need to know the knowledge of good and evil to become a god. Okay? Now, the square is the physical plane, the triangle's the ethereal plane, the circle's the eternal plane. The circle has no beginning, no end, it's eternal. The physical plane is the square, it's limited. The square is limited. The cube is the geometric shape which gives rise to matter. Now, the term think outside the box has truth in plain sight. You have to think outside the box to project your consciousness, use your mind to project your consciousness outside of the box, the physical plane, into the astrals. The astral realm is the realm of the stars. Above us is the stars. Through the stars is the astral plane. This is why astral has the word star within it. The devil is the de-veil. When you sell your soul to the devil, quote unquote, it's metaphorical. The devil exists in the physical plane. It's the lowest state of consciousness. The de-veil, you de-veil yourself into the physical when you are the devil. The de-veil. The ethereal plane. Now, we all know what the famous symbol of the all-seeing eye, right? The all-seeing eye with the eye in the triangle. Look at the Masonic artwork showing you the triangle above in the sky. This is symbolizing the ethereal planes. The eye in the triangle symbolizes your invisible intelligence, your mind, which has the ability to see on either side. Because the triangle's the ethereal plane. The eye is your consciousness, your intelligence. And this intelligence has the ability to see in the physical plane and to see in the ethereal planes, in the astral planes. This is why it's above the earth. It's above the ground. Because it can see here, it can see in the heavenly realms. Now, the stars are, well, this is known as heaven, the realms of the astral planes. This is some quotes from the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Out of the darkness ye must rise upwards, one with the light and one with the stars. Man is in process of changing to forms that are not of this world. Grows he in time to the formless, a plane on the cycle above. So there's other worlds. The Bible's telling you there's other worlds, there's other realms. Know ye must become formless before ye are one with the light, the astral light above, which shining through the stars. Not of the earth are ye, earthy, but a child of the infinite cosmic light. You are the invisible intelligence controlling the physical body. The body's not you. It's the vehicle that your soul lands in when your mind projects your consciousness into that realm. Free from the body, I flashed through the night. Unlocked at last for me was the star space. Wow, that's powerful. The star space, the astral planes. This is what he's talking about. We are all a star. We descended from the astrals, which is the star. We are all a star. Look at the ancient paintings of Jesus' birth. It's the star beaming his consciousness down into the physical plane. Here's another one. Here's some Freemasonic artwork showing you, again, the ether, that invisible intelligence, the eye, manifesting itself inside of here, in the physical realm, where the people are. You see? It's the same here. This is Jesus. Here's the bird symbolizes the Holy Spirit, your invisible intelligence, descending into the waters, the ether, the ethereal, everything. The ether is the base of all physical matter. Here's truth in plain sight. Mr. Bean, the famous TV program in England, in the UK. He begins the program like we all begin the program from falling from the stars. He falls down with a beam of light. And this is truth in plain sight. This is false. The aliens don't exist, they're a lie, alien. But this symbolizes the star beaming our consciousness. And when we die, this star will suck us back up. Just like this UFO is doing. It's truth in plain sight. So, this is some more Freemasonic artwork, going from duality to singularity. Sun, moon, masculine, feminine. Right hemisphere, feminine, left hemisphere, masculine. The consciousness in the center, the balance point. Here's another more Freemasonic artwork. The two pillars, left and right hemispheres, and the invisible intelligence between the left and right hemispheres, the light of the body. This is why light's coming off it. Because it's light, it's pure light. The blazing star. The stairs go from the checkered board, the duality, up to oneness, in between the sun and the moon, the masculine and the feminine. This is symbolizing going into oneness. What did the Emerald Tablet say? You've got to become one with the stars, one with the one with the self. Balancing the two hemispheres so that you can gain, because when the two hemispheres are balanced, you can gain a more deeper connection with your invisible intelligence. Same with the chakras. When the chakras, the seven seals in the Bible, these are seven seals because when you conquer the seven chakras, when you balance the seven chakras, you then gain a more deeper connection with your internal self because your mind is not filled, it's not being ran, it's not being dominated by these seven deadly sins, the seven seals, the seven chakras. These are seven energy centers which are concealing our true form. Balance makes us have a stronger connection with our true cosmic intelligence. Heaven is even. This is why Jesus is pointing at the heart. The even point is the heart. You got to balance the chakras and live from the heart because the heart is the earth. You're in good and evil. The body manifests the lower and the higher self. The higher self is in the higher parts of the body. Wisdom, intuition, expression. The lower self is in the lower parts of the body. Sex, food, and power. This is how they are trapping your soul, people. Like I said, the mind is the bridge between the soul and the body. So by tricking the mind, not giving it the right knowledge, and keeping the mind stuck in the lower three centers, thinking about power, food, and sex, this is low vibrating energy. It's going to keep your mind addicted to the physical realms. Okay, this is why you need to go even, balance, heaven. Okay, I will explain the soul trap in a second, how it fully works. But I'm telling you all the science behind it so you can understand. When you are doomed, you are domed. This is the dome, the firmament, the firmament, the mind. Ment is mind, firm is firm. A firmament is doomed under the firmament. You must have a loose mind, an open mind to expand your consciousness beyond the stars, beyond the ethereal barrier. You have to vibrate higher than this world. Your consciousness must be expanded more than the physical plane. You need to learn how to astral project. You need to learn how to leave the body, how to operate outside of the body, so that you, when you do leave the body, you will have recognition. You'll have knowledge. You'll have practice. But this is as above, so below. The woman's belly is the earth. It's as above, so below. It's a microcosm of the macrocosm. We are the children in the womb. We are the people in the earth being ready to be born into the heavenly realms. As above, so below. It's a microcosm, macrocosm. Everything is in everything on a bigger and a smaller and a larger scale. Now, when the baby figures out that there is a world beyond its mother, what happens? the baby starts to move around and tries to get out of the mother. Because once it starts to hear the external world, starts to hear people, it's going to wonder, what's outside of why am I in here? What's outside? So the baby will force its way out of the mother. It's the same with our minds, as above, so below. When our minds figure out that there are other realms beyond this world, we will seek a way out. This is the womb, the Mother Earth, Mother Nature. It's the mother. We're in the womb. We can be born out of this world, which is being born again in the Bible. When you are doomed, you are domed under the dome, under the firmament, the firm mind. The firm mind will keep you under the firmament. Due to the law of polarity, there has to be other realms. There has to be. Because the law of polarity works in this world, and it will work on every scale possible. It's universal laws. These are universal laws. The law of polarity means that there are other realms polarizing this realm. There is a hell, there is a heaven. There is a midpoint, which is Midgard, which is the one we are in now. Earth, heart. Earth is the heart. Heart is the center, good and bad. The balance between good and bad. Your reality is your level of realization. Your mind realizes other worlds, you will seek a way to them worlds. It's that simple. The soul trap is to keep you stuck in this physical body, which is the earth. This body is the earth. It's running the program, like I said at the beginning. It's running the simulation that your consciousness is experiencing. You are an electromagnetic being, and you're hidden in a cage, your rib cage, and you're stuck in cells, a prison cells. Look, you're in cells. We produce electromagnetic energy. Your soul produces this energy. And by trapping your consciousness inside of this physical realm, they harness this energy within the astral realms. They're using you to manifest demons, because your mind creates demons through emotions and mental thought energy, which is a whole nother video. I can make a video on that. You're manifesting everything for them because they're trying to create a hive mind. This is why they want everyone to believe in one belief system, one government, one belief system, one religion, because they're creating a hive mind. This hive mind will manifest and be summoned within the astral planes, because the mind manifests the astral plane. The astral plane is the realm of imagination. The mental plane is the realm of just thought alone. The etheric plane is the energy. The physical plane is the matter. So all of our minds together are manifesting these demons within these subconscious realms, the astral. Now, how are they keeping you stuck to this realm? Well, when you die and you're stuck in your lower three chakras, okay, when your mind and soul detaches from the body, which is the earth, when you leave the earth, you're still going to have these mental addictions to the food, the sex, the materialism, the phone, the cigarettes, everything. This is why they get you addicted to everything possible. The TikTok, the YouTube, they get you addicted to as many things possible. Because when your mind is addicted to these things, and when this mind leaves the physical body, you're still going to have these addictions. Okay? You're still going to have these thoughts. And you will be manifested into the lower astral realms because you're thinking materialistic, you're thinking negative, because your level of realization was your reality. You were manifesting hell on the earth. When you leave the body, you're going to manifest hell in the astral planes, which means you'll be vibrating on the very low, which will put you in the lower astral realms. So guess what? You're going to come back. You're going to come back into materialism. You're going to reincarnate. Because you haven't prepared for life after death. You must detach from the external world. Okay? Moon is mind. The sun is the soul. The earth is the body. The moon is the mind. This is why we say lunatic. In your mind, you have a specific mood. Moon. Money, M-O-N, is the moon. Money exists in the mind. They get you addicted to the money. The Bible's telling you this. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. It's telling you. Of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Who knew that the Bible was this deep? Matthew 16:26, what good will it be for someone to gain the whole world yet forfeit their soul? James 4:4, don't you know that friendship with this world means enmity against God? Therefore, anyone who chooses to be a friend of this world, of the world, becomes an enemy of God. John 4:4, dear children are from God and have overcome them, because the one who is in you is greater than the one who is in the world. It's talking about the invisible intelligence. It's greater than the physical world. John 2:15, do not love this world, nor the things it offers you, because this world will create you to, if your mind has attachments to what this world offers, sex, money, and power, pretty much, you will reincarnate here. You will come back here, because when you leave the body, your mind will still have these addictions. Do not love the world, nor the things it has to offer you. All of this is in my newly published book. The paperback versions are now available. Finally, for all the people who have been waiting, the Book of Wisdom. All of this knowledge is inside of the Book of Wisdom. The paperbacks are available. There's worldwide shipping. You can get it anywhere, pretty much, any country. My new website, it's amazing. There's going to be some amazing products coming on the new website. But I thank you all for the support. Before I leave, I need to explain what is going on with the soul trap. Like I said at the beginning, the mind's the bridge between the soul and the body. The body's the realm. By tricking your mind with false knowledge, they are keeping your soul stuck to this realm. They get you addicted to all the physical things, and that is it. As soon as you're addicted and you die, you're going to come back. So by tricking your mind, which is the bridge between the realms, they keep your mind stuck within this body. They keep you in physicality. They deveil you, the devil, the deveil. Thank you all for the support, people. If you do want to join the Academy, all the links will be posted below this video for the book, The Academy. Thank you all for the support and have an amazing day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Welcome to Revival of Wisdom.
Welcome people, we're back with another video. Please make sure to hit that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications to never miss a video. The Earth is a giant torus field consisting of a positive and a negative pole. The Sun being the cathode with a positive charge and the Moon being the anode with a negative charge. This is why the Sun rules over the day, giving you lots of energy, and the Moon taking your energy from you, making you go to sleep. Now, the plane that we live on is called the plane of inertia, and at the center of this plane of inertia is the North Pole. This is where the two electromagnetical energies meet. Now, this is where the most electromagnetic energy is stored.
This is why all compasses will point north, because it's the most magnetic place in this reality. So the sun and the moon is spinning around this center point, which is stirring the ether of this reality and making everything move in circles, meaning this is a cycle. Everything's recycling itself. It's an organic simulation. The ancients also knew about this sacred land at the center of this reality, known as the North Pole. As you can see on this map from the 1500s of the North Pole, you can see 4 islands around this center black rock. Ancient civilizations like the Mayans, the Buddhists, and ancient Chinese also depict these 4 islands. The endless symbology of these sacred lands at the center has been going on for thousands of years. These sort of secrets are now kept by the elites, but as always they have to show the truth in plain sight, and this is what they are doing with the Windows symbol and also the Wizard of Oz. Now in the Wizard of Oz, as you can see, there's something called Munchkin Land. Munchkins are these unusually short people. Then on the ancient 1500s map, it says pygmy. And then the pygmy people in mythology are also these unusually short people. Just like Santa and his elves, they come from the North Pole. And elves are these unusually short people. These stories that we are told about Santa and Munchkins are putting truth in plain sight about this sacred land. This sacred land at the center of the earth is where the aurora borealis comes from and is being emitted from this black hole in the center, also known as the black sun. The aurora borealis is the earth's aura, hence why it has the word aura inside of it. It is the life-giving essence to all life within this realm. As this dualistic reality we live in consists of both physical and spiritual, the black sun is like our sun for the spirit. It's our spiritual umbilical cord, connecting us to the spirit realm. And the rising sun is the opposite. It's our sun for our physical 666 carbon suits, known as our human body, our physical aspect. As it states in the 40,000-year-old emerald tablets, deep in Earth's heart lies the flower, the source of the spirit. The flower of life is as thine own place of spirit, and streams through the earth as thine flows through thy form, giving off life to the earth and its children. So the North Pole is the core of this spiritual reality, and the closer you get to it, the more spiritual and lucid it becomes. So the elites have covered this up in order for us to forget the true nature of this reality. And they did this cover up by introducing the globe model. Nicholas Copernicus was around in the 1400s, and he introduced the globe model. As you can see, he is a Freemason. He depicts himself with a globe and a Masonic compass in all of his paintings and portraits. Galileo was also a Freemason, as you could see in all of his portraits with a globe and a Masonic compass. He was also a massive part of introducing the globe model after Nicholas Copernicus. So yes, the globe model was a spiritual and political move to gain more control over the masses. After the globe model was then introduced, they introduced the theory of evolution by another Freemason, Charles Darwin. See how these two theories go hand in hand? They both degrade humanity, and they make you confused of where we actually came from. By hiding the true form of this divine creation and hiding the true power of each and every one of us, they maintain control over the masses. Now this is order out of chaos, known to be the 33rd degree slogan of Freemasonry. Now this is the Masonic cosmology, and as you can see, you have the checkered board for the duality, the 5-pointed star for the 5 elements, the 4 corners for the 4 pillars, the all-seeing eye, which is Polaris, the sun, the moon, and the 7 stars. So even Freemasons are taught the flat earth cosmology and the true form of this reality. Now the true nature of the sun, the moon and the earth is shown and reflected through the Masonic compass. The Masonic compass is the sun, the moon, Polaris at the top and the black sun at the bottom. It makes sense why all the scientists who introduced the globe model all used the compass and the globe together, because it's truth in plain sight. As I explained in my other video, all Freemasons have to take the oath, so it goes to show, why are we all learning these theories from Freemasons who can't talk about certain topics that they learn about? Why should we believe their theories when they're holding back the real truth about this reality? Now going on to NASA. NASA means to deceive in Hebrew, and they are also funded by the government. They are not a private company. The old owner of NASA, Werner von Braun, on his grave has the Bible verse Psalms 91. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Now why would the owner of NASA put this on his grave? Seems a bit suspicious to me, alongside with the NASA astronauts are all Freemasons. And not to mention the countless mistakes they've made on their live videos in space stations, the moon landing, and the CGI footage of the Earth, which is obviously photoshopped. Just by tricking the masses that they live on a spinning ball, the elites gain the perception of the masses. Not only does it hide the divine creation we're inside of, it hides the divine spark within you. It hides the creator, the source. And by believing in space and we live on a spinning ball, it makes people come to the interpretation of that we are a coincidence and we do not have any purpose. And of course this is false. When you come to realization that we are all a divine creation and we can create our own divine life in this reality, life becomes more sacred and you start to enjoy little things. The elites want you to believe everything exists only in the five senses. They want you constantly looking outside of yourself because they know that will keep you on lower states of consciousness. Now this brings me to our next point. By tricking the masses into the heliocentric model, the elites started to advertise aliens in the movies, in cartoons and magazines in the late 1940s. Now this is subconsciously programming us about aliens and extraterrestrial threats, which then they can use to their advantage. And this is something called Project Bluebeam. They are more than likely going to fake an alien invasion to push this 2040 agenda, which is for one government and one ruling currency. That's it for this video, guys and girls. Hope you all enjoyed. Please make sure to leave a like and a comment. God bless you all.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Welcome back everyone to another video. Today we're going to cover everything that you need to know about the mind, starting with the two aspects of the mind, the conscious and the subconscious. The male aspect of your mind is the conscious. This is the 10% of your mind. The conscious part of your mind is only aware of everything around you, your vision, your sight, your smell, your taste, your hearing, and your current state of emotion and thought. Every thought that you consciously think about has an emotion directly attached to it. That emotion is then impressed onto the subconscious part of the mind. The subconscious part of the mind is the female aspect of your mind. It is also a whopping 90% of your mind. Subconscious mind is controlling all of the subconscious processes which happen within your body. For example, your subconscious mind is controlling your heartbeat, your digestion of food, and all of the things that you do not have to tell the body to do. It is the hidden part of our mind which is controlling all of the hidden things. The subconscious mind is like a recording supercomputer. Everything that you have experienced in your life is all recorded and stored within the subconscious mind. One of the most important things about your subconscious mind is that it stores your mental programs. Everything in the subconscious mind manifests into behavior and actions within the body. Your daily basis routine and habits are all mental programs within your subconscious mind. These mental programs are created by mainly two ways. 1, repetition, and 2, emotional impact. The repetition is fairly simple to understand. The more you do something, the more it impresses onto your subconscious mind and becomes a program. That program will then manifest into your behavior. However, with the emotional programs, they work a bit different. The stronger that you feel an emotion, the stronger it is impressed onto the subconscious mind. And then that emotion becomes a program. For example, you had a very traumatic moment happen when you were a young child. The emotion that you felt was so strong in that moment that it impressed into your subconscious mind so hard that you can recall that moment like it was yesterday. That traumatic event that happened to you when you were young will still manifest into your daily basis behavior even to this day. However, it manifests subconsciously. For example, if you were in a car crash, you will be wary to enter cars with certain people. All because of that traumatic emotion that you felt and impressed onto your subconscious mind. Another example of the subconscious manifesting into our behavior is posting on Instagram. Most of the time, the reason why you post is because your subconscious mind is seeking gratification. So before you actually do something, question yourself and find out the root cause of why you are doing this. Another thing that you need to understand about the subconscious mind is that it takes everything you say and hear literally. So for example, if you go and say, "You are an idiot" to someone, your subconscious mind will only pick up the word idiot. It only knows yourself. It doesn't know anyone else. You are casting a spell on yourself just by saying that to someone else. This is why the golden rule is to treat others like you'd like to be treated. Now, you can rewrite these programs which are already in your subconscious mind. However, it does take consistency. You have to change these programs which have been running for years. And by changing these programs, you change your behavior, because these programs manifest into your behavior. The best way to do this, personally, is to listen to affirmations first thing when you wake up in the morning, and do this for 10 minutes every single morning. Then at night time, you want to think and feel that you are becoming the reality that you desire. The more that you feel this reality, the more it will become a program and impress your subconscious mind. For example, you're trying to gain financial freedom. If you trick your subconscious mind into creating a program saying that you are financially free, this will manifest into your behavior. You will start doing more work. You will start looking for ways to make money. Your mind will be set on the frequency of money and financial freedom. Therefore, you will receive thoughts based around this program. If you take enough action, your life will dramatically change because of this program that you created in the mind. This is why we call it a mindset, because your mind is a frequency tuner which sets its frequency onto different thoughts, because thoughts are frequency. If you fill your mind with a specific frequency, you will gain thoughts and ideas based around that frequency. To create a stable mind, you need to master your emotions. You need to change your mindset. Everything that you experience is neutral. Based upon the mindset that you see it, you either give it a positive or negative charge. By understanding this deeply, you will then control your emotions. I hope you gained some wisdom and enjoyed this video. Please, if you can, leave a comment and a like, and subscribe to the channel if you like this content. Love and light to you all.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today. today.
How are we all doing today, people? It's Revival of Wisdom, and today we're going to get real deep. This video is going to get real deep. A lot of people are not going to be ready for this sort of knowledge. Okay, you really have to do is to really deprogram the mind, because everything we've been taught is a complete lie, is to keep us trapped. Okay, this is really advanced knowledge. Now, let's get straight into this. All of the ancients depicted other worlds, and they called this place Midgard. Midgard is the mid garden, the middle garden. This is why the Masonic symbolism on the floor is always a black and white checkered board, symbolizing the polarity here, the good and bad, because we're in the middle garden, the heart. Earth rearranged spells heart, because we're in the heart of the system, or whatever it is, a super quantum computer, whatever you want to call it, simulation. Now, in the Quran, it talks about the 7 layers of heaven. All of these ancient artworks are depicting these different layers of reality. Okay, and look at the Egyptians here with the boat outside of the firmament. Boats travel on water, and this is exactly what the Masons are doing. So they're still using the same symbols. Why? Because it's the same knowledge, just hidden. The Egyptians have the same knowledge as the Freemasons. It's just hidden. Now, this cosmology that they're showing here, which is probably made maybe 100 years ago, this painting or artwork, is the exact same as the one we see here with the arch, the boat. It's similar, because the boat is symbolizing traveling these other worlds, because the ether is also symbolized as water, because if you look up at the stars through a telescope, it looks like it's water. It's shining through water, because this ether, whatever this substance is outside of this world, was symbolized as water. Okay, and look at all these ancient depictions showing these different layers of reality. Now, we are being trapped within this 3D dimensional world, which is the cube, the Saturn cube, because there are 6 sides to everything in this world: front, back, left, right, up, and down. 6, which is the cube, because we're in the Saturn's world. Okay, now, always been depicted as a tree of life, the tree of the universe has always been depicted as this tree. Because let's get a bit deeper. Now, the cosmology of this reality is the sun, the moon, and Polaris, always in the Masonic art. The sun, the moon, and Polaris, the all-seeing eye. If you go inside of the temples, of the Masonic temples, they always have this star in the middle, shining light beams. Okay? Look here. The light beams coming from the big star in the middle, which is Polaris. This eye is God. It's God's light shining down from his abundance. Now, when you astral travel, you will see this big ball of light above you, and this big ball of light is God. But you cannot travel towards it until you are pure. It doesn't work like that. You have to become formless. You have to become pure before you can become one with the light. In all these Masonic artworks, it's all depicting the star in the center. This star is Polaris, because Polaris is the way out of this place. And this is why you see the stairway to heaven all the way up to the light beam, the light source. What does it say in the Bible? God is light, because everything is made out of one substance, and that substance is light. And it symbolizes the eye, because God is an eye. All things that are alive have an I. And we all say, I am. We all see these realities through eyes. God is an eye. He's the all-seeing eye. He sees all things at all times. And he is projecting this light. And this light comes down to create all the different levels of the worlds. And this is what the two pillars symbolize the number 11. 11, the number 1, is just a vertical line. It's the one. It's a 1 point. 11 symbolizes the mirror nature of reality. Everything's mirrored. As above, so below. Now, the 11 also symbolizes openings, doorways. And as you can see here, an opening to the all-seeing eye. And you see here again, an opening to the stairway all the way up to the light. This light is the light of God in the astral worlds, beyond this world. Now, Polaris has also been symbolized as the UFO. They put the truth in plain sight. So, you know, in the films, how the UFOs suck people up. That's what Polaris is doing. If you ascend beyond this world, if you do not ascend beyond this world, you will be reincarnated in this world. The whole thing is to outgrow this consciousness to the plane above. And I'm not just making this up. I'm going to be bringing in scriptures after this. But you can see with the Christmas tree, we always put a high, big star at the center, at the top, which is the star of Polaris, which is exactly what the Masons are doing here. The star at the top. And it's on top of our Christmas trees. And all of these symbolize the other stars, because Polaris is the most high star. And all the other stars are wrapped around the firmament lower than Polaris. And that's exactly what the Christmas tree is. And it's a triangle. It's a triangle, just like light beams travel from one point in the triangle, just like the all-seeing eye. It's a triangle. The light is coming from one point and sending its rays downward. You see, it's kind of like you see here with the water. And the lower you go, the darker it gets, the more evil it becomes. And this is what the ancients would call hell. Now, this all-seeing eye is Polaris. And below Polaris is Mount Meru, the North Pole, the magnetic North Pole. The Tower of Babel, which is in the Bible. The etymology of the word Babel, Ba meaning spirit, which gives the ability to move the soul through the worlds, that's the ancient Egyptian description of the word Ba, meaning of the word Ba. You have the Ka, the Ba, the Ak, but the Ba is the one that gives the ability for the soul to move through the worlds. Your soul can't speak into a world without incarnating into it. Now, the Tower of Babel symbolizes Mount Meru because it's the word Ba is the spirit which gives the ability for the soul to move through the worlds. The Tower of Babel is the magnetic North Pole, Mount Meru, which gives the ability to move through these different worlds. And you can see the ancient Tibetans always showing this depiction of these different worlds coming from the center. Because we have to ascend our consciousness. It's not about how good you are to reach heaven. It's about how you expand your consciousness, you expand your mind. So they teach now that you have to be good in order to reach to heaven. It's about expanding the mind, expanding your consciousness to these different planes, these different realms. So that's what it's about. And Jesus was known as the fisher of man. Now, Jesus is a massive part of this. He was known as the fisher of man because he was fishing. He could have been fishing. He could have been one of these deities that had come down from these different higher realities and pull people up. So they would so they called Jesus the fisher of man. And he says unto them, follow me and I will make you fishers of men. So these deities that we see in the past, like Buddha, Krishna, Hermes, Thoth, Jesus, could all be these entities who were coming down to pick up the minds that were worthy enough to see the higher planes of reality. And this is why they called him the fisher of man. Now, when Jesus walks on water, there is a parable with Paul. And he says, but Jesus immediately said unto them, take courage, it is I, don't be afraid. He's talking about astral travel here. He's talking about leaving the body. Because when you leave the body in astral travel to see these alternative realities, you can't be afraid because fear is a bondage, which is what the Emerald Tablets talks about. Lord, if it's you, Peter replied, tell me to come to you on the water. The water. Come, he said. And Peter got down from the boat, walked on the water, and came towards Jesus. But when he saw the wind, he was afraid and began to sink. When you become afraid in astral travel, you sink back into your body. Lord, save me. So this is talking about Jesus pulling people up into different realities. And you can see the fish is the symbol of Jesus, is another symbol of Jesus, a fish. Because fish symbolize deep occult knowledge, because fish travel the depths of the ocean. And they symbolize us because we are fish underneath the ethers. And Jesus was pulling people up. You see, so the Bible is a people today believe the Bible is a book telling you how to reach to heaven, how to become godly and reach heaven. But you've got to become the Jesus Christ to see these alternative realities. Now look at the Emerald Tablets is a massive part, and it speaks so much about these different realities. Look what it says here. This is in Emerald Tablet 3. Then in my heart grew a great longing to conquer the pathway that led to the stars, which is exactly what the Masons depict in all of their art. Look, the ladder to the stars. And then he goes on to say, years after years, I sought after wisdom, seeking new knowledge, following the way, until at last my soul, in great travail, broke from its bondage and bounded away, broke from the bondage of the body. Free was I from the bondage of earth men. Free from the body, I flashed through the night. The stars. The stars are a massive part in the astral world. Each star is a different reality. And the true astrology is the star that you came from. You came through a star to reach this, to reach here. There is a reason why you are here. There's a reason why you have the personality traits, because your soul came from a specific star. This is why we call them stargates, because they are gates in and out of this reality. And Polaris is the way out to the higher worlds. Now look, far into space, my soul traveled freely into the infinite circles of light. Beyond knowledge were some planets and great gigantic beyond dreams of men. Then he goes to say, lift up your flame from out of the darkness, fly from the night and ye shall be free. Lift up your flame. Your flame is your soul. because it has to be lifted up out of the darkness. This is the darkness, this world, this body's the darkness. Because it's a bondage. You need to break free. You need to learn how to astral travel, people. You have to learn this. If you want to get out of this world, you have to learn how to astral travel and see the other realities. Traveled I through space-time, knowing my soul at last was set free, knowing that now I must pursue wisdom until at last I pass to a plane hidden from knowledge, known not to wisdom, extension beyond all that we know. So he's talking about he went to a place where we cannot even comprehend here, a place that was not even known to Earthmen. He's telling you he's ascended out of this world to the planes that are beyond. And it says here in the Emerald Tablets, man is in process of changing to forms that are not of this world. Grows he in time to the formless, a plane on the cycle above. Know ye, ye must be one, ye must become formless before ye are one with the light. The light, the same light that I was talking about, the Masonic light, with the triangle, God, the one source. Ye must become formless before ye are with the light. Formless, you have to leave the body. You have to leave the body. You have to gain the ability to leave this body and travel to these other worlds. Now, it says here, not as man am I, for free have I become of dimensions and planes. In each I take on a new body. In each I change my form. Know I now that the formless is all there is of form. You see, all things created come from the things that, all things that you see come from the things that you cannot see. All of us have the same spark of consciousness, the same I am. Every dog, every animal, every human has this same I, this same thing which sees through the eye. It's formless. It takes this formless entity is the same entity of us. We are all the same entity in different bodies. And this entity it was represented as the flame, the cosmic flame, which is inside of all of us. And this is why the Masons depicted your spine as a candle or the Holy Grail. You would either see this or a candle with a flame on the top, because the Holy Grail is your consciousness, which is on top of your spine, which is the candle. Now, Jesus, Thoth, Buddha were all these deities which were coming down to lift people up because they were fishermen of men. And he would lift you up to the higher worlds, out of this world, to the ones above. Now, Thoth, you can see him here, he's leading the way. He's holding someone and he's leading the way with knowledge and power. He was leading the way to other worlds, out of this world. There's no point trying to change this world. This world will stay the same. It will stay the same. You have to get out of this world. And that's what they're telling you. That's what they're keeping you from. They're keeping you stuck within this thin layer of reality. So what the Masons are doing, they have the ability to astral travel. They're living not stuck and bound to one reality, but living within the different layers of reality. And this is what Morpheus was doing in the Matrix. Morpheus was going into the Matrix to go and get Neo, which is exactly what Jesus was doing, pulling up people out of this world to the ones higher. And that's exactly what Morpheus is doing in the Matrix. If you haven't watched the Matrix, go and watch it. It will blow your mind. Everything I'm saying in this video, you will see it. except that you don't need to use a machine to enter the matrix. You just use your body. Well, you use your consciousness to leave this body. You see, Neo was also uploading himself into the simulation to pull people out of the simulation. And this is exactly what all of these gods were doing. The Fisher of Man. Look, he was pulling people up out of this reality with the knowledge. Now, Jesus was always depicted with the mushrooms. Look at all this mushroom art. Mushrooms were literally the origin of Christianity. You can see it everywhere. There's mushrooms in all of the ancient art. Every single one of these paintings you see here, there's mushrooms on them. Mushrooms have the ability to see alternative states of consciousness. Now, if you go and do them and you go to sleep, if you pop mushrooms, you go to sleep and you will wake up in another reality. You will wake up in another reality. Don't try it if you don't want to do it. But if you've got the heart to do it, do it. Eat them and go to sleep. You'll wake up in another reality. And Jesus was handing out mushrooms to the bright minds, to the minds that he wanted to fish out and pull up to the higher realities. He was giving them mushrooms to see themselves in an alternative state, in an alternative reality. This is why there was so much mushroom art, and it's not just ancient Christians; it's Sumerians, it's the Mayans, the Celtics, the Egyptians, all used mushrooms, all of them. Look at all this art; it's on stones, it's everywhere, because mushrooms. See, everything in nature is a micro macro. Look at the form of a mushroom. It's literally your spine and brain because they alter your consciousness. Your body is just a radio receiver. Everything that you're experiencing is a program being ran by the central nervous system, and your consciousness is experiencing this program, these electrical impulses of the nervous system, because it's all feeding back to one point, which is the pineal gland. And this is the candle with the light on it. Type in Masonic candle and you'll see it. It's your spine with your spark of consciousness on top of the spine. And it's a mushroom because this sends you to alternative states of consciousness, alternative realities. Now, they were all doing this, the Egyptians, the Mayans. Now, there's more symbolism which goes into this. Look at the Christmas trees we use. The Christmas tree with the presents underneath them. Magic mushrooms grow under trees. And these are the presents under the trees that we symbolize today with Christmas. Santa's red and yellow for the red and yellow mushrooms. The same mushrooms Mario has to collect. And when he gets enough mushrooms, he levels up. And then what does he do when he go past the world? When you win that world in Mario, you go to another reality. You go inside of another world. It's truth in plain sight. And it's using mushrooms. It's using mushrooms. Everything, all of the characters in Mario, well, a lot of them are mushrooms. Look at this one. The presents, black, yellow, and red and white. Red and white mushrooms. And the bow on the top is the mushroom head. That's a bit of a reach, but you know, the symbolism never lies, is what you need to understand. And it's as above, so below. Now look at the Sumerians. The Sumerians were also multi-dimensional beings. Okay, look at how they have the double faces. They had 1 foot in this reality and 1 foot in another reality. And look at this one, a double-headed god inside of like a portal. You see? Because and look at these with the wings, the astral travel. Birds, ancient birds symbolize the soul because the soul is a bird. It flies to different worlds. It flies around the cosmos. And mushrooms gave you the ability to see these alternative states of consciousness, these alternate realities, because you exist in infinite realities. You exist in infinite realities. Now look at the 33rd degree Ordo Ab Chao badge. You get this badge when you become a 33rd degree Freemason, and it's a double-headed eagle. A double-headed eagle. And you can see this in Sumeria first. Sumeria have the same symbol, a double-headed, well, bird. You can see it here as well. And the Masons are still using this symbol today. And when you become a 33rd degree, 33 vertebrae on the back of your spine, above the vertebrae is your consciousness, and it's a double-headed eagle. One reality in one. You become a multi-dimensional being in the 33rd degree. And I've heard many interviews of Masons say it becomes Luciferian. You see, they speak in code. These Masons can't tell you about what they learn about, but they will speak in code. They said it becomes Luciferian. The word Luciferian is lucid. The root word of Luciferian is lucid, and lucid is lucid dreaming, alternative realities, dream worlds. You become a god. Luciferian means you're becoming your own god, pretty much. Because you are becoming a multi-dimensional being living in between the different layers of reality at the 33rd degree of Freemasonry. And look at the double-headed eagle, because the birds symbolize the soul. And they reach high, they fly high, just like the soul wants to fly high to the light, to become one with the light, like the Emerald Tablet says. Now look at Janus. Janus was another god, and he's known as the god of doorways. Janus always depicted with a double head. Janus is why we say janitor or January. And January is entering a new year. Janus is known as the god of doorways with keys, always got a key, because keys open doors. That's why the janitor holds all the keys. And Janus always has double heads because he had 1 foot in this reality, 1 foot in another. He was a multi-dimensional being, a Luciferian, living between the different layers of reality, except from instead of being stuck in one like we are. Well, a lot of people. And that's the whole point. You see, all of this stuff is about like changing the world and stuff like that. This world will probably never ever change. It's probably been like this forever. Well, forever, for a long time. But it's about moving out of this reality to the higher states. And the Masons always depict the ladder to the luminaries, the stars, with a key, the same key of Janus. The Vatican is a key, and it's in charge of all the religions. Why is it a key? Because they're holding back the key. They're keeping you stuck within this reality, keeping you stuck as identifying yourself with the body, identifying yourself with this world. You are not in the world is within you. This is a program being ran by your central nervous system, and your consciousness is experiencing this reality. Now, this is going to be a mind-blowing video for some people. You have to have an open mind. You have to let go of all the programs. I'm repeating what the ancients are talking about and the ancient symbolism. Look at Janus with the double-headed god. He was just another god coming down, giving keys to people who had the worthy mind to be pulled up out of this reality, to be pulled up to heaven, just like Jesus was teaching how to reach heaven. But really, it's an encoded scripture. But anyways, hope you all gained some insight on this video. Have an amazing day. Please like, share, comment. All the links are in the bio for the PDF, for the Manifestation Mastery course, and all the other amazing stuff. And if you want to support the channel, I'd greatly appreciate if you became a Patreon member. Hope you all have an amazing day, people. God.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Hello, Seeker. Welcome to Revival of Symbolism, a channel devoted to the language of esoteric symbolism, helping you discover yourself and expand your consciousness into new realms of thought. I'm Harry B. Joseph, also known as Revival of Wisdom. In this video, we're going to be breaking down the occult and esoteric meaning of the tarot card, the Magician. This contains many layers of symbolism. Let's get straight into this. So if we look at the card of the Magician, the first thing we notice is this gesture, his hands. We have one hand up, one hand down. This corresponds to the teaching and the principle of the universe called the law of correspondence, also known as above, so below. As above, so below pretty much corresponds with everything in the whole world and life. Everything functions underneath this law. It teaches that everything below in the material plane does not exist on its own. Physical life does not create itself. It is not independent. It cannot sustain itself. Everything below in the material plane has its spiritual counterpart within the heavenly realms of higher consciousness dimensions. Everything above manifests that which is below. It's simply representing how reality is dual and you are dual. You have a self outside the mind, which is the physical body, and a self inside the mind, the spiritual self. While most people are fixated on the external self, the physical body, they never give attention to their internal self, the self inside the mind. The self inside the mind is limitless, has infinite potential, and is not bound to any true form or identity. The internal self is the immortal self, the higher self. It is the self that can turn anything, any thought, into a form within the realm of imagination. This is what we call the astral plane. The astral plane being a plane or a dimension that sits just above the physical plane, and it's the realm of imagination, emotion, and desire. Because in order for us to imagine something, we have some sort of emotion or desire to create it. Therefore, it is the astral energy, the desire and the imagination of something above in the higher realms and dimensions of consciousness that make it possible and physically created within the material realm. It is the astral forces of desire manifesting the actions of the physical body, because the physical body only moves to what we care about, or we have a passion or desire. These forces, what we call passion and desire, are not just chemical reactions in your body. They are astral forces directly coming from your astral body. We think with thought. This is the beginning of all creation. We think, we imagine, we desire, then we act. It is the higher realms first, then the external realm, the material. Higher dimensions over the lower dimensions. This fits in perfect with the magician, because a magician is not someone, like Harry Potter shows you with wands casting spells. This is fantasy. The real magic is about changing consciousness at will, because consciousness above creates that which is below, the material, as within, so without. Reality is created from the inside out. So the magician understands that by changing consciousness, we change our external circumstances. You see this reflected in your life, and I've seen this reflected in my life. When you change your consciousness, for example, you start to spiritually awaken. You start to think differently, see the world differently. What happens to your external reality? Notice your friends start to say you've changed. You may not fit in with your current friendship circle. Your friends will change and you will outgrow them, and you will have to seek to find new friends that fit with your new internal state of consciousness. This is teaching that the internal world rearranges the external world. While most people stay in a cycle of trying to change the external world, not realizing that they must first change the internal. This is what magic is about. Magic is about changing consciousness at will. Because when a magician holds the ability to direct all forces of their consciousness to a specific reality within them, to create that form and reality within the internal self, they can actually start to produce change in the external reality. We have masculine forces of consciousness, feminine forces of consciousness. The feminine forces of consciousness are imagination, intuition, emotion. The active masculine forces of consciousness are willpower, actions, and intellect, thinking. When we combine the imagination, seeing the reality within our mind, forming the reality within our spiritual vision, the internal vision of the soul, because imagination is the expression of the soul. It is creating with astral light, astral vision. Freemasons, occultists call imagination spirit vision. When we see that reality with our spiritual vision, this is why we have to increase our ability to vividly see within our imagination or the astral plane. If we do not develop these faculties of consciousness, we will struggle. This is what the esoteric is about. We have to increase and develop every part of our consciousness to develop spiritually, to try and reconnect with the internal world, while our whole past life we've been focusing on the external. When we combine the soul's vision of imagination with a feeling and a desire of creating that reality, that's then the internal world pretty much sorted. Then we have to combine that with willpower and actions. The masculine and feminine come together to give birth to a child. The masculine and feminine come together in your consciousness to give birth to a reality. It's about changing what's inside the self to produce change below. This is what true magic is. Look at the word magic, magi, and the word imagination, imagination. Imagination is about working with the forces of the soul and the forces of consciousness, producing change in consciousness at will to produce change in the external. This is what this represents. Changing above so we can change below. No point trying to change the external world, because the external world is already formed. It is a form, it is an effect. So to produce true change in the external world that lasts long term, we must first gain control over ourselves and produce change internally. This is why the magician is called to gain mastery in every element of their being. They have to gain control over every aspect of consciousness and develop every faculty of the soul. This includes developing strong imagination, developing a very strong willpower. We can do this through exercises such as imagination exercises, holding one specific vision for a long period of time, meditation, thinking on one specific thing for a very long period of time. This will increase the willpower. It's also about gaining control over the subconscious impulses, the subconscious thinking patterns that seek to control us. It's about gaining control over every aspect of our consciousness. This is what a true magician is. And this is what the true spiritual path is. developing every faculty of consciousness. It's a never-ending journey of self-mastery. If we look at the magician, we see this infinity symbol rising just above his head, symbolizing the mind being filled with higher knowledge, the mind aware of higher dimensions. You see, the mind is the cause, physical reality is the effect. We need to raise our consciousness from effect consciousness to causal consciousness to truly become a magician and a master of our reality. What do I mean by effect consciousness? Most people live in the realm of effect and reaction. Their consciousness, their mind, emotions, and imaginations are constantly thinking, feeling, and imagining the things that have happened to them. Instead of doing this, we need to change this state. Instead of reacting, we need to become the cause. Instead of thinking and imagining and feeling the realities that's already gone past and things that have happened to us, we need to change this so we use the powers of the soul, the powers of consciousness as imagination, emotion, the intellect, as causes and not reactions. This is how we truly become a magician and apply this principle of as above, so below. We need to think, feel, act, imagine, and use all the faculties of consciousness and the creative powers of the soul to cause things, to create a better future, to imagine a better outcome, instead of dwelling in reactivity, because reactivity will create a constant cycle of negative manifestations. If we sit around and moan, complain, think, imagine, feel the things that have happened to us in the past, the mind is the cause. And if the mind is in that state of reactivity, it's just going to constantly create more negativity in your external reality. This is what it's all about, as above, so below. You can see the sword here. The sword cuts through the air. The air is one of the 4 physical elements. Fire represents the spiritual body of consciousness. Water represents the emotional body of consciousness. Earth represents the physical body of consciousness. Air corresponds to the mental body of consciousness. So this sword is a symbol of a sharp mind. The mind needs to become very sharp and very disciplined and very controlled, both consciously and subconsciously. What does this mean? We have to gain control over the mind. We have to become more conscious of the thoughts that are happening inside our mental field, because the mental field of consciousness is pretty much the birth of all creation. We think, imagine, feel, then act. So we must gain a sharp intellect, a sharp mind, a sharp, powerful mind. The sword is also a symbol of power. So this is a symbol of a powerful mind, a mastered mind. This is your sword. This is your tool to create, because you are a co-creator. As above, so below literally tells you that you are God itself. The same powers God used to think everything into existence, such as nature, the stars, the human body, the macrocosm, the world. God thought the world into existence. We live in a mental universe. All creation is first thought, then manifested physically. The same powers of thought God used to create the world is the same power that you use to create your world. You are cut of the same fabric of God. You are a microcosm, as above, so below. God is the macro, you are the micro. What is the wand? The wand is not real. This is not a real wand you cast spells with, but a symbol. The symbol of the wand represents direction of consciousness, willpower, and attention. We have 2 spiritual currencies which pretty much create our experience and reality: time and attention. That's why we say we spend time and I pay attention. These are your currencies. These are how you create and generate reality. Moving on to Jesus and Satan, we see there's an exact same symbolism within the ancient paintings. Jesus pointing up, Satan pointing down. Satan is the egoic force within one's consciousness. He is a symbol. Satan is not a real identity or being or entity. He is a symbol of a personality and a force within one's consciousness. Satan represents the negative forces of the ego that tells you to do things that is wrong. In your heart, you know what is morally right and wrong. Let's say you're thinking, you get a random thought of stealing an old lady's purse. You, in your heart, know that is wrong. But Satan is the force inside of you that says, do it anyway. Don't listen to the heart. Get the personal gain. I want the money. That's Satan. Jesus is the higher mind, the aspect of our consciousness that dwells above the ego. It's the part of our heart that desires the spiritual. Our heart is the generator of our reality. And whatever we desire is what we generate. You only take action and generate your life on what you care about or what you feel. If someone's talking about something you don't care about, you say, oh, I don't care about that. But if you care, you will listen. If you care about something, you take action towards it. If your heart desires the material, you have been taken over by the egoic force of Satan. Not a real entity, a part of your consciousness, a part of your nature, the dark side of yourself. Jesus represents a heart that desires the spiritual wisdom, the things that cannot be seen. The heart must desire the things that can't be seen, because this is what gives true satisfaction to ourselves. We feel void when we chase material things because nothing material can satisfy our hearts. So this is as above, so below. Jesus is the higher mind. Satan is the lower mind. We must place our hearts on the higher things and give our hearts and desires to knowledge, the things that we cannot see, because this is what gives us true fulfillment. We also see this symbolism in the Baphomet, as above, so below. The material realm below and the fire up here. The fire symbolizes spirit. The spiritual made manifest in the physical. This is all the same symbolism. It corresponds to everything. You can use as above, so below to determine truth. If someone tells you something, tries to make you believe it, and it does not correspond with the law of correspondence, then you know it's a lie. You can use as above, so below to manifest things. You can use as above, so below to see the world as a reflection of God. We are in God's kingdom. This is God's world, and you are creating in the world through the same powers of God, thought. You are a small version of God, co-creating a world and reality in earth. You yourself are an earth. Your body's the earth. Your consciousness is God and heaven. So I hope this video helps. The occult goes deeper than you could possibly imagine. If you wish to go even deeper, join our community, Ethereal University. Please leave a like, share, comment on this video for more.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What is good, YouTube? Today we're going to be talking about the astral plane and how the cosmology fits into the astral plane. Okay, so first let's go over the astral plane and go over the different layers of reality so that you can understand reality more. You are a multi-dimensional being. You are not in these, you are in all of these realities at the same time. They all interweave into one big reality. But there are different planes. They are different vibrational dimensions. There are different dimensions of reality. The mind is the root cause of reality. We're living in the mind of God. Everything is being thought into existence from the root cause, from the universal mind. This is why the ancient Egyptians said, all is mind. We're living in the mind of God. And we are a microcosm of this mind. This is why we all have the same mind. This mind is the world of thoughts. Now, this world of thoughts is just the thought alone. For example, it is the thought of a chair. But then when you start to imagine this chair and you start to mentally see the chair, you're now manifesting the thought, the singular thought, into some sort of form. So now you're imagining the chair. You're imagining the form of this chair, which is then manifesting into the astral plane. The astral plane is the world of thought forms manifesting. So when you are imagining something, you are seeing into the astral plane. Okay? Your third eye, it is an eye because it sees the astral plane. It is seeing the other side through imagination, through dreaming. Well, we'll go over dreaming later. So the thought of a chair is a singular thought. The imagination of the chair is the manifestation of the chair. And in the astral plane, it's basically the world of all the chairs that could ever exist. So your thinking of the chair is a singular thought, which is the mental plane. The astral plane is the imagination of that chair, is the thought, the manifestation of it. Depending on the vibrational state of the thought will depend what level of the astral plane it will go to. For example, if you're thinking about a chair to torture someone on it, it's going to go on the lower astral plane. Or if you're thinking and imagining happy things, it's going to go to the higher astral plane. So wherever your mindset is, that we call it a mindset because your mind is setting frequencies to certain things. Thoughts are frequencies. And a mindset is setting your frequency, setting your mind to a certain frequency. So when you set your mind to a certain frequency and you imagine something in that frequency, you're going to match everything in the astral plane that are on that similar frequency, just like you would in the physical world. Because we're all in these worlds right now as we speak, but we can't see them with the two physical eyes. We can feel it though. When you're around someone and you've just met a new person, for example, you can feel their vibration. And if you're not if you're not on a similar vibrational match, you will not get along with that person. Or you just won't not get along, but you won't connect with that person because you're on two opposing frequencies, not matching. And this is something you can't see, you can only feel because it's the astral plane. It exists within the astral plane. Everything in the astral plane is made out of vibrations. So if you do astral project, and if you already know how to astral project, you will see beings and people and things that are on the same frequency as you. This is why before you astral project, you need to sort your vibration out before you astral project, because you are projecting your consciousness into this. It's the mind. The mind is the bridge. It can move between realities. You are a observer. You are a observing soul which observes different realities. And the mind is the bridge between all of these different realities. The mind can choose. If you want to project into the astral, you set your mind to it, you can. Okay? So let's not get off track. The lower astral plane is where demons are. The higher astral plane is where heavenly beings are. Heaven and hell are kind of a real thing. The etheric plane is a powerful substance, the ether, the fifth element that they don't tell us about. If you type in on Google the five elements, they will try to remove it with wood or metal because they don't want you knowing about the ether. Ether is the energy double behind all physical objects. So the ether is very important. It is the fifth element. It is part of the physical world, but it's also part of the astral world. It is on either side. You see how they're showing you the truth in the language? Ether and either are the same word. The ether has 1 foot in the astral and 1 foot in the physical world. It's a substance that connects the physical to the astral world. It is the either. It's on either side of reality. It's on the other side. Other, either, same word. Ether is connecting the physical to the astral plane. It's the world of frequency. Frequencies, EMFs, torus fields are in the etheric plane. It is the energy plane. It's where energy moves through the ether. Okay. So then you have the physical world, the world of effect. Everything you see in the physical world is the effect of the higher planes. Each plane is a product of the plane above. So, and it melts into each plane. The physical plane is the lowest plane, it's the most densest, and the highest is the most fluid. This is the most fluid, this is the most dense. This is where we get the saying, as above, so below from. As above, so below comes from the different planes of reality. And magicians understand this. This is why magicians always say as above, so below. Because they understand if you manipulate the higher planes of reality, you manipulate the lower planes. Because the astral plane is a direct copy of the physical world, but in the astral plane. It is mirrored. The physical world is mirrored in the astral plane. They are both the same world, but just different vibrational states of the world. Kind of. It's hard to put this in words, people. So just try and understand. The astral plane is the double. It is whatever happens in the astral plane happens in the physical plane. This is why magic works. This is why demons work. This is why spirit communication works. Because if you manipulate the higher planes, you manipulate the lower planes. As above in the astral, so below. Leonardo da Vinci showing you to look up, pointing up. You got to look up. He's telling you to change the mind, you change the physical world. You change your emotions, you're on the astral plane, you change the physical world. You change your reality by changing the higher planes. This is the Masonic 11, the two pillars. This is the 11, also symbolizing the two hemispheres of the brain here. But the 11 symbolizes the two mirrors. 11, 11, 9, 11. 9, 11 adds to 11. 9 plus 1 plus 1 equals 11. The Twin Towers were an 11. Flight 11 was hijacked because it's a mass ritual within the astral plane. Now, we're going to go deep into that later, and I'll show you these rituals they do in order to manipulate the astral plane. So, this is what the 11 is. It's the mirroring of reality. If you contact spirits and conjure spirits, you can either summon or attract demons and spirits. Summoning is creating a spirit. You create demons. Okay. Like I said here, the mind is the root cause of reality. If you think of if you think of a traumatic event that happened in your life over and over and over and over again for years and years and years, where attention goes, energy flows. The mind is the director of energy. If you are directing energy into the specific emotion, the specific thing that is torturing you in your mind, that will manifest as some sort of being in the astral plane, which is called an elemental. And this elemental being that you have created through your thought forms and emotions will latch onto you and feed off this energy. So it's important that you get your mind right. Okay. It's important that you sort that you file the mind and you discipline the mind. Make sure it's only entertaining positive things, because you are quite literally creating your own demons. Creating the word demon has the word mon in it. And if you've watched my videos to know, mon means moon. The moon is your mind, the sun is your soul, the earth is your physical body. Demon is mon means mind, moon is mind. You create demons with your mind. Summoning. Now, this is where the rituals come in. 9/11 was a ritual because everyone was thinking about this big fearing, the death of 9/11. Everyone was thinking about it. And all of their minds thinking about this horrific thing will manifest and summon a negative energy spirit elemental within the astral plane. That's how all of this works. This is why it was a mass ritual. Okay. Chris Brown, new album name 11/11, release date on the 11/11. This will be my 11th album and contain 11 songs. All of these people know the occult. This is Hermes Trismegistus with the star of Saturn, the six-pointed star, as above, so below. The mirroring of reality, physical and astral. The two Masonic pillars. So as above, so below. What's above us? The stars. The stars are connected to the astral plane. This is why we call them stargates. When we dream, we are experiencing these different realities. And what are stars? They tell in the Bible, it says Genesis 1:14. And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs." Signs translates to things to come. Why things to come? The stars tell the future. Why? And why do we say as above, so below? As above us is the astral plane and the etheric plane. As above, so below. Whatever happens in the stars happens on Earth. The stars are connected to the astral plane. Above us is the astral plane. We are a star in a physical body. This is why we say Mr., Sister, stir equals star. The E and the A are interchangeable. We are stars, and the stars are the start of our incarnation. We start in the stars, same root word, and we descend through the seven energies, which are our seven chakras. Then we enter the heart of the soul system. The heart rearranged spells earth. And this is the true cosmology. Here's the Masonic cosmology. This is Masonic now. Here's the firmament. Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters to divide the waters from above, from the waters that below. Genesis 1:6. The firmament, firmament comes from the word firma, Latin, I'm pretty sure, which means firm. When something is firm, meaning it's stable, it does not move, it is firm. The firmament is firm. So, is the firmament Genesis 1:6. What does it say? Genesis 1:3, sorry. Let there be light. This is before the sun and the moon was created. Let there be light. Before the sun and the moon was created, light was appeared. So what's that tell you? This is a holographic projection from some sort of light being, some sort of projector. And that projector is the all-seeing eye you see in the Masonic cosmology. This is the all-seeing eye projecting the light beams. Let there be light. Everything is made out of light. The universe is created out of light waves. The torus field is one unit of light. The light projecting this reality is Polaris. Okay, the famous all-seeing eye. Now, what else? Then we have after let there be light in Genesis 1:16, and God made the two great lights. This is the sun and the moon, electric, magnetic, male and female. Then we have the Masonic checkerboard, the black and white symbolizing dualities within the dualistic reality we are in, spirit and matter, light and matter, rest and motion, positive and negative, good and evil. Everything's dualistic here. Okay? And it's a dance. The universe is a dance between flickering of white and black light, which is the torus field. We're not going to go over that, but this is all connected to the astral plane. This is the true cosmology. The astral plane cannot work on a spinning monkey ball in the middle of space. Does not work. Cannot work. It's impossible. Okay? Impossible. So, even in the Quran, it says, Allah has made the earth for you as a carpet, flat. Quran 15:19. And the earth we have spread out like a carpet, set there on mountains, firm and immovable. It is immovable. In the Quran, it also says 65:12, it is Allah who has created the seven heavens of the earth. The seven heavens meaning the seven layers of heaven, the seven planets. And Psalms 104:5, he set the earth on its foundations and it can never be moved. Never. So here you see in Isaiah 40:22, he sits enthroned above the circle of the earth, and its people are like grasshoppers. He stretches out the heavens like a canopy and spreads them out like a tent to live in. We live in a tent. This is the tent. The projection of light. Here you see an ancient picture here. Here you see the ethereal barrier, meaning the firmament, the etheric barrier, and here you see his head popping out. Why is his head popping out? Because your head is heaven, your heel is hell. Your head has access to the astral plane. This is why your head is heaven. The pineal gland, when stimulated, has access to project itself, project consciousness into the astral plane. Here you see another ancient picture here with the Masonic Royal Arch, with the zodiac here, the zodiac on the top, arching because there's a firmament above us. Here's God in the brain. Consciousness is God. Here you see the Masonic Royal Arch, symbolizing the firmament. George Washington above the Masonic Royal Arch. These are the stars. This is Polaris projecting reality. Here's ancient churches with the dome. Polaris projecting reality with Jesus. Disney World is under the dome. The seven layers of heaven, ancient paintings, all depict if you go and look at the ancient paintings, they'll all depict the firmament, the arch above us. This is where we get interesting. The Masonic Royal Arch has the 6-9, which is Cancer. The constellation Cancer, which is 6-9 is associated with portals because CERN is the 6-9. Okay, CERN is opening portals. They're trying to create a portal to the other side. Cancer has the word CERN within it, so there is a link between Cancer and the opening, the firmament opening above us to Ascension. Here you see the Masonic art with the Royal Arch and the light and the opening. Here you see the light and the opening. This is the opening of the firmament. Here's the Hebrew cosmology with Sheol, the underworld, and the opening. So Cancer is definitely some sort of portal in and out of this reality. I'm just connecting dots here. Now, we're going to go change a bit now. These celebrities that you are seeing they have not sold their soul to Satan, okay? They have not sold their soul to Satan. Satan is a demonic, low vibrational energy that has been summoned over the thousands and thousands and thousands of years of evil occult arts. So since Babylon was summoning this demonic energy, and this demonic energy in the astral plane will grow and grow and grow. It has no form. It has no physical form. Okay, but you can see it in the rappers. If your third eye is open, you can see clearly that these people are demonic. You can sense the energy that they're manifesting. Selling your soul is not what you've been told. It is gaining, because your soul is pure love, okay? Your soul does not want to do anything bad. So when you sell your soul, you're gaining physical gain. You're gaining physical wealth, for example, like for these rappers, they will be given millions of pounds because the people in control of the music industry, which is the dark occultists trying to brainwash the masses, the people in charge, they're dark occultists. They understand Satan and the energy. They are satanic energy, which has been summoned in the astral plane. They see that they have influence over the masses, so they will go to them and say, "I will give you this amount of money forever if you manifest this satanic, demonic energy through the music and through social media to blind the masses, to brainwash the masses into this demonic energy. Because when you listen to music, music is frequency. Whatever you listen to, you become that frequency. So if you're listening to these people, they're throwing energy, this demonic, satanic energy that they sold out to, soul, same word. When you sold something, you've got your soul involved. They have exchanged money, physical gain, so that they manifest this satanic energy within the astral plane and through the music, through the videos, through social media to keep us in this vibrational frequency, in this low state of consciousness. This is what it actually is. It's not, you're not selling your soul to some sort of devil. This satanic energy has no physical form it is formless in the astral plane. It's a summoned energy. Now, the root chakra is red. This is why the devil is red, because it symbolizes the animal nature of man. When you are operating off your root chakra, you will kill, you will fight, you will do anything to survive, because it's all about survival mode in the root chakra. They want you keeping in that fighting mode, that surviving mode, so that you are manifesting this low vibrational frequency, this satanic energy, this demonic red energy. This is why the devil is red. And the devil has a tail with the red arrow pointing down because it symbolizes your light body. This is your Merkaba. Your Merkaba is your light body. Mer equals light, Ka equals spirit, Ba equals body. Merkaba, this is the devil's tail pointing down, the descension, your heel, up to your heel, hell. Ascension to heaven, head. You see? This is the all-seeing eye with the illumination coming off it, your head, when you're illuminated. The Merkaba is your celestial sphere to portray different planes of reality. It is the vehicle of ascension. It's your light body. It's in the word Kabbalah, Kabbalah, Ka, spirit, Ba, body, La, light. Same thing, Kabbalah, Merkaba. Same thing. It's all about the light body. This light body sees different realities. So when you see the goat in the music industry, it's this satanic summoned energy that's been summoning for thousands of years within the astral plane. When it becomes to the physical plane, it will manifest through different things. A goat, an owl, Satan, Moloch, Baal, same deity, same demonic energy that's been summoning in the astral plane. And this is why the Baphomet has a goat head. Drake's new album is the goat. The Polo G, the Masonic G, with the goat. And here's Ryla Rodriguez in the mirror with the goat in the mirror and him in his physical body. It symbolizes, the mirror symbolizes the astral plane, because he's manifesting the goat, the demonic energy. He's sold out to the demonic energy, and in the physical plane, he's his physical body. The mirroring, the Masonic 11, the mirroring of reality, the astral and the physical. And what do you call them when they're an amazing rapper, the best rapper? You call them the goat, because you're the goat because you're manifesting the goat energy, this satanic, demonic energy within the astral plane. So Baal, Moloch, all the same thing. Because in the astral plane, if you want to gain spirits to come to you and communicate you in the physical world, if you want to communicate with spirits, you have to gain their attention. You can either gain their attention or come together and agree to create some sort of being, which is Satan. Okay. You can, like I said earlier, you can create these beings, you can summon them or attract them. One way to attract them is sacrificing. In order for you to become God, man, to turn to God, You have to sacrifice your life. You have to sacrifice, not drinking, not doing things, not doing anything demonic, not doing anything bad, not eating meat. You have to sacrifice yourself to become the light. However, if you want quick, instant gains in the physical world, you can sacrifice something else to communicate with these spirits, because these demonic energies feed off demonic energy, your demonic energy. So these dark occultists will give away babies, they'll sacrifice, torture babies so that they gain, so that they can communicate with these spirits for physical exchange. Yes, you can do this. These powerful spirits, these powerful demons can give you powers. They can give you certain things. And this is what they are doing. They're summoning and attracting these demonic energy. This is why, trafficking is one of the most, Balenciaga. Baal is the demonic energy in the astral plane, which requires child sacrifice for his presence. Balenciaga, and they were trafficking children. They were trafficking, killing them, and offering them to the spirits. This is what they are doing. Balenciaga. It's in the name. Here you see, you can see here a stick man with two horns. The goat, obviously, it's all the same deity. Baal, the goat, Moloch. Here's Moloch, the owl, the Egyptian owl, because it comes from the owl of Moloch, which is Baal, which is Satan, all the same demonic energy. And it's on the dollar bill, a tiny dollar bill, tiny on the $1 bill. All the same thing. Bohemian Grove, they worship the big owl, Moloch. It's all the same thing. It's all one big demonic energy which has been summoning in the astral plane. And it's trying to take over Earth, the physical plane. That's what it's doing. So I hope you all gained a deeper understanding of the astral plane and what's actually going on in the world. Please leave a comment if you can to help the algorithm. Drop a like if you like this content. And hope you all learned something today. And God bless you all. Thank you all.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What if I told you many people around you have probably sold their souls? It's more popular than you think, and it's very easy to do. Selling your soul is not something that you can just go and meet the devil and do it. It doesn't work like that. But before I tell you exactly how you can sell your soul and how not to sell your soul, what is the soul? So looking at Jesus, we always see two lights surrounding his head, one surrounding the heart. And as of course, if you've been watching my channel, you know Jesus represents you. He represents the divine essence of the universe made in human form. Each one of us possess a fractal of God's infinite consciousness. We are all God. We are all God experiencing himself in a three-dimensional divided form, separated from his oneness. God wanted to experience himself, so he made this world. So each one of us possess a soul, and the soul is the spark of God's infinite loving consciousness, filled with God's loving moral law. So the reason why Jesus is always have a light above his head and a light on his heart is because this represents the brain and the heart. The brain is not the mind. The heart is not the soul. The brain is the physical manifestation of the mind. It is the physical mechanical computer for the spiritual mind. The heart is the physical manifestation of the soul. The heart is a brain. In fact, it contains 40,000 specialized cells which are the exact same cells found in your cranial brain. Yes, your heart is an emotional brain. Your cranial brain is a thought brain. It's a computer. Okay? Everything that exists physically exists non-physically. This is what the ancients called spirit. Just means invisible force. The mind, the thoughts are not made of atoms. You can't touch, you can't find tangible thoughts, imaginations. These things exist spiritually in metaphysical counterspace. It's the same with your emotions. The emotions are spiritual. They are not physical. You can't touch them. So thoughts are the language of the mind. Emotions are the language of the soul. Sometimes we can become eluded by thought and we can become eluded by emotion. If we are led purely by emotion, we can create illusions in our perception. The same if we rely only on thought. We must balance these two. Okay? So the mind is the creator, the soul is the operator. Every thought we think is being judged by our soul. The soul is the judge. The soul tells you what is right, what is wrong. And even the Freemasons depict this spirit and matter in their black and white checkered boards. White is spirit, black is matter. Matter is dead, spirit is life. This is what this represents. Physical reality is not just physical. For every physical object, for every physical manifestation, there is a spiritual force bringing it into existence. Consciousness brings everything into existence. Before you kick a football, there's a change in your inner consciousness before you take that action of kicking the football. Everything exists in spirit before matter. You existed in spirit before you were physical. We also see this in alchemical Freemasonic artwork. This represents the clouds. This is the mind. This is the heavens. And then coming down into the heart, which represents the earth. The light entering the mind into the heart, because every thought we think is being judged by the heart. The heart speaks to you through emotion. The soul speaks to you through emotion. Every thought you think, your heart is telling you that is right, or it's telling you that is wrong. Why? Why is this? Emotions can guide us, okay? Emotions are the language of our soul. Our soul guides us to our soul purpose. Each one of us contains a purpose in this physical life. There is a reason you are alive. There is a reason why you came from spirit into a material reality. Your jealousy reveals where you need to be in life. If you are jealous of someone, this is your soul saying you need to be there. That's where you need to be. Your fear reveals your greatest growth in order for you to reach your life's purpose. If you fear something, this is your soul telling you you need to overcome this in order to reach your life purpose. This is the next obstacle. The soul, your life purpose is not found in your passion. It's found on the other side of your greatest fear. The soul's always seeking, it's always seeking truth. It's always seeking to expand, to learn. The soul must go through pain in order to overcome, in order to grow. That's why we are here, to grow and expand and create. We also see this in alchemical artwork. Again, the mind in the clouds, the heart and the soul. They must work in unity. Each one of us contains the spark of the divine, which is the soul. Okay? Which is the soul. This is the operator. God, generator, operator, destroyer. The generator is the mind. The operator is the soul. The destroyer is the body. Everything will generate, everything will operate, and everything will die. That's the Trinity, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. There's always a Trinity, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. Okay, so each one of us contains God's law, and it's encoded within our consciousness, within our soul, within our heart. That is what's judging everything you do. Every time you hurt someone, you can feel it. If you've ever punched someone, you can feel it. You know it's wrong. If you've ever stole something from someone, it doesn't matter what you've learned in the past. If you steal something, you know deep down within your soul it's wrong. This is because each one of us are encoded with God's law of love and integrity. I don't care how tough you think you are and how hard you think you are and what you've done in your life. I don't care. You know what is right, what is wrong, because you are encoded with love. Does not matter how far your mind can take you away, how corrupt your mind can become. There is always a spark of love and empathy in your heart, in your soul. You know this when a child. When you're a child, you're not racist. You don't want to hurt anyone. You don't want to steal. As a child, you're pure love, you're pure awareness, you're pure. You would never think about being racist. It's the corruption of the mind that leads us to corruption. Our soul always wants to do good. So the soul is encoded with God's law. And when we go against this law, this destroys our body. Yes, because your body is electromagnetic, and that's being casted from your heart. So every time you go against the heart's guidance, moral law, we weaken our electromagnetic field, which weakens our body. If you've ever looked at someone who's very negative, you can see them. You can see that they are aging quicker. You look at Scrooge, for example. If you ever watched Scrooge, look at how corrupt he looks. That's his heart. You can see the people's hearts on their face. People who do negative things and have negative thoughts, negative emotions, you can see it in their eyes and their face. It's because it corrupts you. It corrupts the body. It ages the body. Goodness is life. Okay. So can you sell your soul? You cannot sell your soul physically. But what you can sell is your conscience. What you can go against is that moral law. And you can exchange physical material things such as money, fame, cars, houses, business, in order for you can exchange that to go against your inner dialogue. For example, these rappers, celebrities, what are they doing? They're not selling their soul. You can't sell your soul to some entity on the astral plane. But what you can do, you can take money to say, I'm going to go against my heart. I'm going to go against my inner moral law. I'm going to take that money and I'm going to do something wrong. It's basically going against your soul. It's selling your soul's guidance of moral law. That's what selling your soul is. And that's what these rappers are doing. That's why they're so sad. You know, this is why all these rappers are on drugs, doing all sorts of things to escape, to short-term escape what they've done. They're going against their inner guidance for money. And yes, short-term pleasure may be happy for now, but in the long run, it will leave you feeling voidless because nothing material can ever satisfy your soul. Nothing. You could gain £1 million tomorrow, guaranteed within 2 weeks, you'll be back to the exact same position mentally, emotionally as before, because nothing physical can ever satisfy you. Guaranteed, if you received $1 million in yes, if you received $1 million now, in a week's time, you'd be hunting for the next million because it does not satisfy you. There's a reason why these billionaires don't stop working, because they're so addicted to earning and earning and earning. It doesn't satisfy you. The only way you can satisfy yourself is through Christ consciousness, is through self-love, is through loving thyself, knowing thyself, and becoming balanced internally in consciousness instead of seeking external validation through material things, which end up leaving you feeling voidless, empty inside, and sad and depressed and anxiety. Everyone's looking outside of themselves for validation. when true validation comes from within. True satisfaction, true happiness comes from within, reaching Christ. Christ is a state of being, a state of consciousness that we must cultivate within ourselves so we can live a happy, balanced life. You can have all these material things when you're satisfied inside, but don't rely on them. Me, I enjoy material things, but I don't desire them. I don't chase them. I don't rely on them for happiness, for validation. You can have big cars. You could have your favorite watches. You could have Lamborghinis. Yes, it's fun, but don't let it give you your happiness. As long as you're happy on the inside, it's okay to have these things. You should seek balance with your inner world and outer world. Okay, so this is what they are doing. Rappers, celebrities, actors, Hollywood, this is what they've done. They've exchanged their inner integrity, their inner law, their inner moral compass for exchange for material wealth, fame, money, and cars. That's what they've done. And power, it corrupts you. They slowly corrupt you. So yes, you cannot sell your soul. And if you wish to learn more, I'll see you inside Ethereal University with my community, where we are learning every day to master ourselves, to expand our consciousness. If you want to lucid dream, astral project, master yourself, create the desired reality you want, learn about human consciousness and your full potential, then Ethereal University is for you, and I'll see you inside. The link will be in the description. Thank you for watching.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Hello, Seeker. Welcome to Revival of Symbolism, a channel devoted to the language of esoteric symbolism, helping you discover yourself and expand your consciousness into new realms of thought. I'm Harry B. Joseph, also known as Revival of Wisdom, and in this video, we're going to be discussing the symbol of the double-headed eagle, also known as the emblem to represent the 33rd degree Freemason. So let's jump straight into this. We have a piece of Masonic artwork here, which is what we call a complex symbol. A complex symbol is not just one symbol, but many different symbols in one piece of artwork coming together, forming a greater meaning. So we have many different symbols to break down here. And we're going to start off with a little bit of context so we can understand this symbol. This symbol represents the 33rd degree Freemason. Once you reach the 33rd degree of the York Scottish Rite Mason system. So once you reach this level, this symbolism corresponds to that individual. So therefore, this piece of artwork is representing the consciousness, the mindset, the ways of thinking, the ways of viewing the world of the 33rd degree Mason. It represents the consciousness of the 33rd degree Mason. And this is what esoteric symbolism is about. Esoteric symbolism is symbols and emblems representing states of consciousness and teachings within the forces of consciousness. So let's jump straight into this. The first thing that I see when I look at this piece of symbolism is the double-headed eagle, okay? The double-headed eagle. What is this eagle doing? So the thing with symbolism is that symbolism trains the mind to think in a subconscious way. Now, what do I mean? You know, to the person who thinks in linear thought, straight line thought, A to B thought, they see an eagle. They see a piece of artwork. They just see a piece of artwork with no meaning. But to the person who is trained in the occult, these symbols are representing thought vibrations. One example would be In occult symbolism, what we're meant to do, these symbols represent thought forms in the mental plane, within the mind of the individual. Instead of me just giving you the answers, in the occult, they give you symbols. And what you're meant to do is look at these symbols, stare at these symbols, and see what kind of thought arises in your mind, and follow the chain of thought. This is how you unlock deeper levels of symbolism. This is what we call the chain of thought. Now, what do I mean by the chain of thought? If I look at the eagle, I see an eagle on a basic level thought, but then that thought leads to another connection, because this is how thought works. Whatever the character of the thought we think is, or whatever the vibration of that thought, for example, the character of the thought right now would be an eagle, then that leads to another thought, for example, flying. Then flying is connected like a chain to another thought, higher perspective. So we follow the chain of thoughts until we unlock the deeper levels of the meaning of the symbol. And this is what the occult seeks to do. Symbols make and force the individual to go inward. You look at the symbol, it's not a direct meaning, but you have to go inward and start to think and follow the chain of thought that this symbol is connected to until you find its deeper meaning that relates to the individual, to you, to a teaching or a force of consciousness or a state of consciousness. Okay? It's very difficult to explain in words because symbols transcend the barrier of words. Okay? So what we're looking at here is a eagle. And what does the eagle do? Well, the eagle has the ability to fly above the earth. It looks down upon the earth. In allegory and metaphor, this represents a higher perspective of reality, a higher perspective of the world, of the self. So this is representing the consciousness of the 33rd degree Mason. They have a higher perspective of themselves. Why? Because they studied the mysteries. They studied the Kabbalah. They understand consciousness. They understand the human psyche. They understand the origins of consciousness, the forces of consciousness. They understand how the material world is created through the forces of consciousness. So the eagle represents higher perspective because it can fly above the earth. And here you have the earth, this circle here, this sphere. So it's flying above, symbolizing a higher perspective of reality, a higher perspective of the physical world, the physical body, and the self. Because ultimately, this is what it's about. Freemasonry is about, of course, self-mastery, building a better self. That's what the craft is. But it's ultimately trying to figure out the mysteries of consciousness itself and the origins of reality. We gain this insight through Kabbalah, the study of the Kabbalah tree. So let's not get off track here. So the eagle ultimately represents a higher perspective of reality because it can fly. On a deeper level, it also represents the astral body because the astral body can fly above the material plane. It has no connection, no limitation to the physical plane. It does have a connection to the physical plane because all of the dimensions, the mental, the astral, the etheric, the physical, are all interwoven to each other. However, it also represents the activation of the light body, hence why we see this light rays around it. But that's a bit too deep for now. Let's go a little bit deeper into about the basics of this symbol. If you look at this eagle here, this eagle's looking backwards, and this eagle's looking forward. So this is forward and backwards. This is symbolizing time. So we have an eagle looking into the past and an eagle looking into the future. This is called the mastery of time. This is how you master time. You have a crown in the middle of these two heads. A crown is something worn by royalty, and royalty has a lot of power. So this is symbolizing personal power and mastery. How do you gain your personal power and mastery over time, over the past and future? Well, it's very simple. In order to master time and master your future and master your past, you have to look at the forces in your past that have led you to this very moment. Here we have a triangle which represents the number 3. Remember, in this middle, which is the present. So you have to look into the past to see what thought, emotion, action, the number 3, the 3 expressions of consciousness. Consciousness expresses itself through thinking, feeling, and acting. That's how consciousness manifests itself in 3 different ways. You have to look into your past to see what thought, emotion, and action has led you to this very point in your life in the present moment. And what you can do now, which is your power, the present moment is your power, you can ultimately change your thought, emotions, and actions now to create a better future. You observe the past to see what thought, emotions, and actions created your present moment. You notice the mistakes and you change the now through thought, emotion, and action to generate a better future. This is how you master time. Now, keep in mind, this is always in the mind of a 33rd degree Mason. Someone who is highly, mastered, they keep this in mind. Just like they keep in mind what thoughts they are paying attention to. 33rd degree Mason has a lot of self-mastery power, and they hold conscious thought. Most people think unconsciously and without power. A 33rd degree Mason is trained, their mind is trained. Therefore, their mind thinks powerfully. They do not think randomly, because they understand thoughts are the seeds to physical creation. All physical creation is a crystallization of thought. So ultimately, this double-headed eagle representing left and right, and the crown in the middle represents mastery over time. That's how you master time. Again, here we have the eagle standing on top of a sword. The sword is, of course, on a basic level, the sword represents power. Because if I hold a sword to you, I hold the power over you, because you will more likely fear. But if we go even deeper, the sword cuts through the air. When you swing it, it moves through the air. Therefore, it's a symbol of the air. Because you can't really make a symbol of the air, because air is invisible. So the sword is a symbol of the air. And the air is one of the 4 physical elements in alchemy. We have water symbolizing emotion. We have fire representing the spirit. We have earth symbolizing the physical body. Then we have air symbolizing the mental body. The mental body. So the mental body is symbolized by this sword. A sword has to be continually sharpened. If you don't sharpen the sword over a long period of time after using it, it will become dull and it won't be very effective. This is an allegory symbolizing the human mind, because the human mind is like a sword. If you do not sharpen your mind, you will lose control of your mind. When you stop doing the meditations, when you stop being conscious, when you stop doing the affirmations, the mind falls back into old, unconscious thinking patterns, and we start to lose control of it. The mind is seen as a sword within the occult, because this is pretty much your tool. Your mind is your tool. This, just like the sword is a tool. Your mind is a tool to create reality. So we need to make sure this tool is always sharpened, that we stay on top of the mind, hence why the eagle is on top of the sword, symbolizing control over the sword, mastery over thought. This also goes into thought forms. In the occult, there's something called thought forms. Thought forms are basically taught to the individual and understood by the individual, who understands that the mind is not just in the brain. The mind is a part of a mental field. All around you, there is not just a field of energy. There's also a field of mind surrounding you. It's a mental universe. And this field of mind is what we call the mental plane. The field of mind is where all of the possible thoughts in the universe infinitely express itself. So each area has different thought forms. Each postcode, each place you go has different thought forms. This is why if you walk into a cathedral, for example, an ancient, amazing structure, your mind instantly becomes, you're amazed. You feel different when you walk into these areas because all around you is a mental field, and there's something called thought forms. Thought forms are basically what religion call spirit guides or angels, helpers. This is what thought forms are. Thought forms are basically, if you dwell on the thought that you are going to lose your girlfriend, for example, let's use a negative example here, because a lot of people can relate to this, or your boyfriend. Let's keep it simple. Everyone can relate to this at some point in their life, hopefully, or if not, it's okay, no worries. It's just an example that most people can relate to. If you constantly dwell on the thought that you are going to lose your partner, what we have to understand is that the mental plane, what we have to understand is that the forces within consciousness, within what we call the universe, is always trying to give you what you want to create. That's your right. The universe or mind or consciousness, whatever you want to call it, is always trying to unfold what you want to create. It doesn't know the difference between something you don't want to create or do want to create. Whatever you think about is ultimately what this power of consciousness or the universe will try and manifest. This is why we have to gain mastery over our thought, because thought are basically the seeds that we impress into the dimensions. So we have a mental dimension, we have a higher, middle, lower subplanes of the mental dimension or the mental plane. Then that's just thought. The mental plane is just thought. Below the mental plane, thought takes the body of imagination, which is what we call the astral plane. And the astral plane also has higher, middle, and lower subplanes. Then we have the etheric plane. The etheric plane is basically an energetic copy of the physical plane. So you have an etheric brain, you have an etheric body. It's just basically an energetic exact copy of everything that is physical. So if we think something within our mental body and we dwell on that thought, the more attention you give, the more you feel that anxiety about losing your partner, you're literally forcing energy and direction and attention into this thought idea, which manifests itself within your own aura. Your aura is basically, it's not just your electromagnetic field. Your aura has many different levels. It has a physical level, it has an etheric level, an astral level, and a mental level, layer. So it has a layer for each one of these bodies. If you dwell on this thought and you keep giving attention, power, you start to imagine this because you're worrying about it. You literally create a elemental or energetic substance that clouds your aura. And this is what people have been called demons, people call spirit guides, whatever you want to call it. This is what it is. It's a thought form. But this is not something that's come after you. This is something that the individual has created. And wherever they go, this cloud of thought forms that they've manifested literally clouds their aura. You can see it within the astral plane and the mental plane. You can see how it's affecting them. Wherever you go, you start to randomly think about it. You keep thinking about it. It's infecting you. It's like a demon. It's tormenting you. But it's simply just a force, an astral force, and a mental cloud that they've manifested within their aura. Thought forms. The 33rd degree Mason has very powerful thought forms. And this is, if you're a Mason yourself, and you're not aware of this, this is why it's great to be around a 33rd degree Mason within your lodge. because they have very powerful thought forms, and you being in the present of them, you're also taking on his thought forms, and they can assist you. We're all affecting each other through thought transference through the mental field or the mental plane. Okay. Now I'm not going to go too deep into that because, you know, people can use that knowledge for really bad. But ultimately it represents thought forms also, symbolized by these clouds. Clouds are a symbol of thought forms, because they manifest themselves as basically like a cloud form energy within the aura of an individual. So this represents the mastery over the intellectual side of consciousness, of thought, sharpening the mind, gaining mastery. Then we have 33 in a triangle. A triangle in alchemy symbolizes, well, the upwards triangle, the upright facing triangle symbolizes the element of fire. The downright facing triangle represents the element of water. So an upright triangle represents fire. Fire is very transformative. If you place, I don't know, a pencil into fire, the fire will burn it down into its raw material. And this is ultimately what this triangle represents. It represents the consciousness of the 33rd degree Mason, who has basically transformed themselves from ego consciousness, only dwelling within the limits of their ego, their old belief systems of thinking they were the body, only reacting to five sense thinking, linear thinking, low base consciousness, not knowing right from wrong. It's basically transforming themselves. They have burnt themselves down to their raw soul form, and they understand that they are a soul, and they've experienced this, by casting off all the attachments to consciousness. This is why there is the number 33 within this triangle, because 33 is the age that Jesus dies. It's also the number of the Kabbalah tree, because the Kabbalah tree has 10 Sephiroths, 22 pathways, and one hidden sphere called Dart, which all adds up to 33. And the Kabbalistic tree of life, just to give you a bit of context, basically is a blueprint of how God manifested the world, and you are an expression of God. So it's also representing how your soul fell into matter, how consciousness creates matter. And it's also a diagram of how reality is not fixed, but it's ever unfolding creation through these forces of consciousness. So the Kabbalah teaches a way back to source consciousness if you go from the bottom of the tree to the top. And in order to go to source consciousness, you have to die symbolically. It's the death of the self, the death of the ego, the death of the old self, the old belief systems that you had. That has to die. The old person has to die to give room to be spiritually reborn, so you can actually figure out who you actually are. Your ego has to die. Now, that's not saying ego death, but you have to basically give away all of your old belief systems to then be spiritually reborn. That's why Jesus dies at 33 and is resurrected. Ice melts from ice into water at 33rd degree. So it's symbolic of transforming. And again, the upright triangle is the fire element, symbolizing burning things to its base raw material. 33, which is again death and resurrection. So it's all about burning the old self and being spiritually reborn again. This is the teachings of Hermeticism, Christianity. It's in everything. You'll see this symbolism or this story of death and resurrection absolutely everywhere in the ancient myths, because it's all talking about the same thing. You have to symbolically die. You have to kill off the old self to be spiritually reborn, to be initiated into a mystery school. So the 33rd degree Masons basically saying, well, they have resurrected. They have resurrected the connection to their soul, because as we grow older in this life, we lose connection with our true authentic self as the ego develops as we get older. And if we don't stop developing the ego, we never actually connect with who we truly are, which is a divine, immortal, formless being who has the infinite power of creation. This is what you actually are. Okay, so It's also symbolizing the union of opposites, hence why we have a double-headed eagle here. It has opposites. Obviously, this is massive within the occult. You see this everywhere, union of opposites. Okay, so union of opposites goes from, basic teachings to the most advanced teachings that most minds are not ready for. Union of opposites is on a basic level, is union of the mind and the heart, going from mind consciousness, which is basically ego, the lower self. That's not to say the mind isn't powerful, but that is the house of the lower self. The ego. It's the house of the ego. So we have to learn how to use the mind for what its proper use. The mind's proper use is for the soul to create. However, we're not taught this in school, so we've basically developed a false personality within our minds, and our minds have become a vessel for a false identity. So what we need to do is integrate the heart, which is the soul self, the true self, with the true powers of the mind. And the mind is basically a powerhouse of creation, infinite possibility. And that's the mind's true usage is for creation, not a false identity. So it's about integrating the mind and heart. It's also symbolizing a balanced mind, and we do this by aligning the left and right hemispheres of the brain, which help you perceive reality for what it truly is. Because the two double-headed eagles, they're joined together, so it's union of opposites. So it's about reintegrating the female and male aspects of self, such as the left and right hemispheres of the brain, the mind and the heart, all working as one system. When we align the left and right brain, we see reality for what it truly is. Now, what do I mean? Most 90% of people, I'm not putting anyone down, if you relate with this, it's fine. We're all here to work on ourselves. I'm not putting anyone down. People with a left hemisphere dominated view on reality see things as a very logical. They see reality logically, basically. Now, what do I mean? They see things as this is science, that's mathematics, that's religion, that's metaphysics. They're all separate and divided because that's what the left hemisphere does. The left hemisphere basically dissects everything down. The way the brain works is truly magical. The right hemisphere of the brain allows us to basically see a bigger perception on reality. It sees the bigger picture. The bigger picture, for example, the woods. It sees the woods as a whole unified woods. But then the left hemisphere of the brain takes that view and perception of the woods, dissects it down and analyzes it into individual branches, trees, leaves, animals, insects. But in reality, it's all one, because all is manifested from the one God, the one source, the unmanifested consciousness, the unmanifested force. So it's union of this. We have to view the world as in, yes, everything is one, but I'm also living in my personal consciousness. Yes, there is a collective consciousness. We're all one consciousness, but I also have my personal consciousness. I need to think about both, making sure that my thought, emotion, and action is contributing towards the evolution of myself and the evolution of humanity. A person who is only left hemisphered only thinks about themselves mainly, 90% of the time. They only, they're trapped in ego, and the individual can't see pattern recognition, really. Pattern recognition is more the right hemisphere because it sees the whole. So it's about aligning the brain hemisphere so we can actually see reality for what it is, so we can, without distortion or illusion, and be neutral. Okay, we have light rays. Light rays are very symbolic within the occult, especially Freemasonry. Light rays are symbolic of force and form. These are the two dualities within the occult, force and form. The internal world is force, external world is form. Everything outside of you is a formation of force. No force ever takes place on the physical plane. All force takes place within mental, astral, or etheric. The physical world is form, formation. Therefore, what is the force that drives you? What is the desire that's a force? Emotion, force, thought, force. What are the forces driving you to take action in the physical world? And we need to gain mastery over these forces. Light is also a symbolic of knowledge, because knowledge is considered light. This is why Freemasons say going from darkness to light. Darkness is ignorance. People who are only aware of their five senses, they don't want to know anything else. Their minds are completely shut off. I have my belief system. That's it. I'm happy. I don't care. That's their ego limiting themselves and building their own prison. Light, on the other hand, is about going from a state of unconsciousness, of not being aware, into a state of light. Light makes things reveal itself. If I shine light on you when it's dark, I reveal truth. You're there, you're manifested. If you're in a dark room and I shine a torch on you, you're revealed. The veil is lifted, the darkness is gone. So this is symbolic of light revealing higher truths to yourself as you walk the path of self-realization and gnosis. So light is symbolic of this also. They have high amounts of intelligence, a 33rd degree Mason. They have a lot of light. They have a lot of knowledge. They've researched a lot of things. They're intelligent in many different areas of life, within speech, within grammar, the way they portray thought, their mastery, their level of mastery, their understanding of themselves is very advanced. They also know a lot about physiology, about the brain, about the body, life, consciousness, astrology. They know a lot. They have a lot of light. 33rd degree Mason. Me, myself, I'm not a part of Freemasonry, and if I ever do become a part of Freemasonry or any order, I will openly share it to all of you. This information has come from following the chains of thought through self-study and self-realization, and studying Freemasonry from an external view. You can gain a lot of insight just by studying symbolism itself. Masonry is about being a builder. That's what the word Mason is. Mason is about building. The word Mason means builder, and it's about building the self. We're all building either our prison of our soul, or we're building our freedom of our soul. Every single one of you. Every time you reject something that if you reject if you did something wrong and you reject you being wrong, someone tells you were wrong, but you reject that, or they try to give you a piece of information and you reject it, you're building your mind's prison, stone by stone. But the person who has an open mind to all things is freeing their mind, freeing their soul. So we're all builders of our soul, and we're all builders of reality also. And we're all building Earth. This is the building project is Earth. We're all contributing towards it through our thoughts, emotions, and actions. These are our God-gifted powers: thought, emotion, action. These are our rights to operate in the world. These are your buttons to control the character in the game. So I hope this information has given you a lot of insight about this symbol. Please leave.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What is good, people? We're back with another video, and today we're talking about the chakras. Let's jump straight into this, because I know there's been a lot of requests for this video. So let's jump straight into this. So you have 7 chakras, right? 7 chakras, and these chakras are feeding off your electromagnetic field, known as your aura. This is both positive and a negative pole, male and female, right? This electromagnetic field is made out of electric and magnetism, and together they come as electromagnetic. Now, your chakras, the word chakra just means wheel, spinning wheel, because that's what they are. They are spinning wheels of energy. They do not exist on this physical plane. They exist on the etheric plane. Okay?
Now, these energy centers are known to regulate your emotions, and each energy center controls the organs and cells in that particular area of the body. So, for example, your sacral chakra will control the cells and organs of your sexual reproduction area. Okay, the navel chakra or solar plexus will control the digestion in your body. Same with the heart, same with the throat, right? So they are like mini brains for each center of your body. They run along up the spine, but notice the crown chakra exists outside the body. It's just above the head. Now, this process of the chakras is obviously the 7 colors of the rainbow, starting from red, which is the lowest vibrational color, all the way to violet, which is the highest vibrational color. This, like I said, these energy centers are feeding off your electromagnetic field. So if these chakras are unbalanced, they are taking too much energy from your electromagnetic field, making it weaker. Now, this is the North Pole. As you all know, the Earth is flat, and we live inside of a giant torus field, and the North Pole is the Earth's heart chakra. And this is why the aurora borealis, or the northern lights, whatever you want to call them, that's why they are green, and they are being emitted from this center point of the Earth, because it's symbolizing the heart chakra, which is green, right? Now, you do work your way up to these. However, this is a torus field. You are a torus field. You have different layers of this torus field, right? And you need to balance all of these chakras, but you can't move up these chakras until you open the one below it. So it's like a stairway. You can't go to your solar plexus without going through your sacral. You see? So you have to work up these. However, you have to work up these and then live from the heart, because the heart is the center of the torus field. It's the balance between male and female poles, positive and negative poles. So you have to balance all of these chakras and then bring them all into one, which is the heart chakra. Now, they exist on the etheric plane. They exist on the etheric plane, and the etheric plane is a layer of the material plane. It's the one higher than the material plane. And then after the etheric plane, it melts into the astral plane. So they exist just between the physical and the astral aspect. Now, this is the yin and yang matter, which is the lowest root chakra, physical matter, and then to spirit, because high vibrational matter turns into spirit, low vibrational spirit turns into matter. So they're interchangeable. This is the yin and yang. Now, when you see ancient paintings with the halos, you see this is like a toroidal field coming out the top of his head, you see, with a halo. This was symbolizing in the old days, in the ancient days, that they've aligned their chakra, they've reached Christ consciousness, which is God consciousness, right? Now, this electromagnetic field is the apple that we bit out of in the Bible, because you see that apple is a torus field. So they were metaphorically or personifying the torus field. That's what the Bible is. It's a massive personification. It's all metaphors. You have to read it properly. It's got a greater meaning behind it. Now, when we bit from the apple, we ate from the tree of knowledge, which is good and evil. Our lower mind took over, so we materialized to feed our physical bodies. We materialized through Saturn. That's what Saturn does. Now, if you don't understand that, go and watch the video previous to this one called Occult Secrets of Saturn. And that will show you how Saturn is the materializer. Now, this is one of the secrets behind the Masonic compass, electric and magnetic, male and female, duality, positive and negative. Now, like I said, they teach you about the torus field about a magnet in school, but they don't teach you about your electromagnetic field. Everything alive has a torus field. It is the building block of this creation. Absolutely everything has a torus field. There's not one thing without it. And as you can see here at the center of the apple, that's where the seed is. That's where the life is. The reproduction of that organism. As you see, this is where the most electromagnetic energy is stored, in the center, because this is where the two duality, this is where the field meets at the very center. This is why the seed is at the very center. Now, your spine is a elongation of the brain. The brain is heaven, and the bottom of the spine is hell. So this is Saturn, which is the root chakra. The 7 planets are associated with each chakra. Moon equals mind. Okay. Now Saturn is physical matter, as I've just explained. This is the lowest vibrational color. And they want you trapped down here, which is your hell state, your animal nature, your physical nature. They want you to identify as the physical body. They don't want you to reach these higher states of consciousness. Okay? Now, in the brain, you have 12 convolutions. Now, this is what they were symbolizing in the Bible with the 12 disciples. And obviously in the Bible, it says the upper room where Jesus met with his disciples. This is heaven, the brain, the higher states of consciousness. Now, this is your North Pole. This is Jacob's ladder. Okay. This is why you have 33 levels of Freemasonry, because it's symbolizing the 33 vertebrae, which are these little things here on the back of your spine. Because once the Kundalini energy from the bottom of your spine rises to the top, this is when you get enlightenment and opens your third eye. Spiritual enlightenment. As you can see here, this is Jacob's ladder. This is the Kundalini symbol, right? And they're even showing you this in the medical symbol. They're putting it in your face. But the serpents are wrapped around the spine. Now, the serpents symbolize how the energy moves around the spine, because it's a torus field, you see? At the center of the torus field, it wraps around the center pole. It wraps around it, and this is how the energy moves up. So they're symbolizing it with the serpents. Okay. Now, every religion has a sacred river. For the Egyptians, it's the River Nile. For Christianity, it's the Jordan River, right? This river is the canal, the energy canal at the center of your spine, all the way leading to heaven, to the Holy Land. This is the chamber which the energy rises up, right? Now, they used to say the gods descended from heaven to man. This is just heaven. This is the mind state. And they said the gods were connected by a rainbow bridge. That's the chakra system, the rainbow bridge. Okay. Now, the ancients called this place Midgard, Earth, where both evil and good live, right? Midgard. But you can go to heaven, which is a pure mind state, because once you're in heaven, nothing negative can ever bother you. That's completeness, pure Christ consciousness. Now, this is why Jesus dies at 33. He didn't actually die, but it's symbolizing the death of the physical body. Not the death of the physical body, but his consciousness rising above the physical body to, as I said here, matter to spirit. Matter died off and he came spirit consciousness. This is symbolized by the 33 vertebrae, which is obviously the 33 levels of Freemasonry. And now the pineal gland, which is at the very top of this Jacob's ladder, or the River Jordan, the canal, your 33 vertebrae on your spine. this is where the pineal gland sits, right? At the very top, at the center of your brain. Now, there's multiple ways this was symbolized. The Eye of Ra, which is used by the Egyptians. Now, this pineal gland is the seat of consciousness. This is where your consciousness is stored, right? And the ancient Sumerians used the pine cone, hence why it's got the word pineal gland, the seat of the soul consciousness. It produces DMT, dimethyltryptamine, which is known as the spirit molecule. And the pineal gland is wrapped in microcrystals, and we all know crystals transfer frequency and energy. Now, radios use crystals. A radio is a frequency transmitter, turning a frequency into a frequency that we can hear with our ears, right? Because all the radios are actually playing right now in your ears. However, our ears can't pick it up, so the radio transmits it into a frequency that we can hear using crystals. So this is the power of crystals, and this is what our third eye is wrapped in, crystals. Now, this third eye is not actually your third eye, it's your first eye. When you're being materialized in your mother's womb, this is the first gland that is produced, and everything's built around it, because it is the consciousness. It is your consciousness. Your consciousness never dies, ever. It's an eternal essence. It lives forever. You never actually die. Only the mortal body dies. Now that's what we call life. Life is abided by time, and time is change, and change is what we call life, because everything's constantly moving and transforming into different things, right? Now let's not get off track. The pine cone is obviously, this is in the Vatican here. The pine cone is symbolized as the pineal gland, pine. And this is the opened pine cone. The opened pine cone means, or symbolizes, the awakened man, the awakened third eye. But the ones here, which the Sumerian gods are holding, these are shut pine cones, symbolizing the unawakened man. But let's not get confused, people. These gods were not gods. They are human beings just like you. They reached Christ consciousness. They are nothing more special than you. They just had the ability to reach Christ consciousness. And obviously their knowledge was far more intelligent than ours, far more advanced than ours. They knew the truth about this reality to the depths. Now, the ancient Hindus had a goddess called Kundalini, which is said that she descended by the means of a ladder or a cord from heaven, which is symbolizing the spinal cord. Now, this is what hickory, hickory dock, the mouse went up the clock and came back down. This is all these stories, like Santa as well. Santa comes up and then down the chimney. This is symbolizing the Christ oil. There's an oil which is produced in your pineal gland, right? And this oil travels down the spine. And once it's down on the spine, you must have to raise your consciousness, just like I said, with the chakras. You have to raise your consciousness, raise your vibration to heat up this oil and turn it into a gas. And it travels back up the spine through like the serpents up the spine, and this awakens the third eye once it's coming back up the spine and hits the pineal gland. This is the secret behind Santa and hickory hickory dock, because Santa comes down and feeds the presents and goes back up the chimney, and he lives in the North Pole, the positive pole. This is the North Pole, people, and the presence is your sacred oil. This oil, your physical body is the furnace. It's the spiritual furnace, which you have to heat up this oil by raising your frequency and turning it into a gas to rise up this chamber, the River Jordan, to your third eye, right? Now, this is an alchemical process. Your body is the alchemical furnace. It says in the Bible, if therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be filled with light. I shouldn't have cut that out, but that's what it says. The light of the body is thine eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy eye shall be filled, their body shall be filled with light. This is symbolizing the pineal gland, enlightening the body, the spiritual body, filled with light. Now, as I said, they want you kept down here, which is the root chakra, which is your animal nature, which is obviously mind, matter over mind. This is the symbol of Saturn, right? As you say, we're built of body, mind, and spirit, the Holy Trinity. That is the sun, moon, and earth. The sun's your soul, solar. Moon is your mind. Earth, which is the cross, which is your physical body, the 5 elements, right? So body, mind, and spirit. So the Saturn symbol is actually made out of the cross on top, which is the earth, and the moon on the bottom, which is symbolizing matter over mind, because earth is physical matter. You don't want to be matter over mind. You need to be mind over matter. See, they want you identifying as your physical body. They don't want you to realize you're an eternal consciousness. You're an eternal essence of consciousness which never dies. They want you trapped in your animal nature. And this is why the Baphomet has a goat head, because it's symbolizing your animal nature, which is evil. Not evil, but you're more likely to do evil things, right? Which brings bad karma. That's your animal side. This is why the Baphomet has an animal goat head. As you can see here, he's got the Kundalini energy here. So when you see the inverted cross, the cross is your body, as you can see here. The inverted cross means your chakra's downwards, down here. Your head's down here. Your mind is down here. But your mind needs to be up here, which is the upwards cross, which is Christ consciousness. And as we all know, 7 colors of the rainbow, 7 planets, 7 chakras. Red light is low frequency and long range. This is why Saturn is the slowest moving celestial body. And it's the lowest chakra, because it's low frequency, long range. The moon being the crown chakra, which is high frequency. This is why the moon moves around the quickest. The moon is your crown chakra, which moon in mind. See, so there are multiple ways of your chakras becoming blocked. Now, each chakra has a specific intelligence. It has a specific thing that it's doing for the body, right? Now, this can be overused. It can be abused. For example, masturbation. That keeps you down here in your sacral chakra, because you're abusing that energy center. You're abusing your sexual energy, which is then becoming unbalanced. So this is how energy, this is why these centers are pulling more energy out your electromagnetic field, because these centers are wheels. The chakras just mean spinning wheel of energy. So when you're abusing these certain centers, you're pulling energy out of your electromagnetic field, which is making your field weaker, which is making your frequency lower, which makes you prone to diseases, prone to lower negative energy, right? So you need to align these chakras. You need to unbalance them. And as you can see here, you can screenshot these to see how they're blocked. I'm not going to go over each one because it'll take me forever, but have a little read yourself. This is why they're blocked. Now, the ancients used to say Aum when they meditated. Now, these are the 7 vowels. There's not 5 vowels, there's actually 7. Now, when they say Aum, they're aligning all their chakras by saying this when meditated. This is where the Aum originated from. Now, emotion is energy in motion. So if you're feeling a certain way, that's the energy you've put in motion. It's a reflection. We live in a mirror reality. Everything's mirrored. Everything's mirrored. As within, so without, as above, so below. Everything's a reflection of some sort. So whatever you're feeling, you're doing something wrong. It's telling you you're doing something wrong from the root cause, because your energies are the effect. You're feeling the effect of something you've caused. The law of cause and effect. Nothing escapes it. Now, the Jehovah's Witness believe that exactly 144,000 faithful Christians go to heaven or be resurrected, right? This is not true. This is symbolic. 144,000 go to heaven. Now the petals on the chakras, this is the root chakra, this is the crown chakra. Now, if you add up the first 5 chakras, the petals, add up the petals on the first 5 chakras, you get 48. And then you get to the third eye, which has 2 petals. 48 times 2 equals 96. 96 plus 48, which you got from here, equals 144. The last chakra has 1,000 petals. Times 144 times 1,000, you get 144,000. This is a frequency. This frequency is the frequency of the ascension up your chakras. This frequency is a high frequency, which turns that oil into gas, which rises up the spine, activating your third eye. Right? So this is all the religions are all symbolic for this sacred secret of Christ consciousness. As it says in the Bible, the kingdom of God is within. It's not out there, people. You must look within yourself. You are God. You are a spark of his consciousness, infinite consciousness, right? So 144,000 is a frequency, and you must achieve this. Like I said, these people in the past, they're not gods, people. These were just humans. Nothing special. They just reached Christ consciousness. Now, they keep you in these lower vibrational states with the food, right? And as you can see here, all of these fast food restaurants are mainly are red and yellow, which are these lower states, these lower 2 chakras, lower vibrational colors, because they want you trapped down here in matter. And these foods are so low vibrational, they will keep you down here, because your gut produces, I think it's like 80% of melatonin. Melatonin is your feel-good hormone. These foods will not make you feel good. This is very low vibrational. Meat. It's not meat, it's raw flesh. These animals are stripped from their family, put on a conveyor belt, watch their friends be tortured, and then get slaughtered in a slaughterhouse. Think of all the fear that's running through their blood, all the hormones, all the fear, and you're going to go and eat that very low vibrational energy. As you can see here, this is the light photons within fruit. You can see the life force in this fruit. You must think, feel, and do positive to raise your vibration. As you can see, earth equals heart. If you rearrange it, everything in nature is green, right? The aurora borealis is green. You must align all these chakras and then live from the heart, because the heart's the center of the Taurus field. You must become the consciousness in the center. So that's it for this video, people. Thank you all. God bless.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Hello, Seeker. Welcome to Revival of Symbolism, a channel devoted to the language of esoteric symbolism, guiding you to discover yourself and expand your consciousness into deeper realms of thought. I'm Harry B. Joseph, also known as Revival of Wisdom, and today we're going to be discussing the symbol of the pentagram. The pentagram is a well-known symbol inside the occult, used by pretty much every ancient tradition: Freemasonry, Rosicrucianism, Hermeticism, all the occult schools of thought. You will see this symbol, and today we're going to be breaking it down into some great detail. Now, there's a lot that goes into this symbol. It's basically a 5-pointed star. Now, if you notice that the star is one line continuously, you can draw this symbol continuously with one line without taking your pen or pencil off the piece of paper. So it's actually symbolizing one, and one expressing through 5 ways. So if we look at this symbol and each one of their points, we're looking at the 5 elements that create life, the universe, or creation itself. So the element of spirit simply represents the divine, the unseen world, the things that we can't really put our hands on, we can't feel, touch, taste, or see, but they hold influence over the material plane. So spirit covers a large category of things such as spiritual forces that drive physical existence. So it's one of the elements. Now, what are the elements? Well, they make up the entirety of physical creation. Air, water, earth, fire. These are the 4 tangible that we can see, feel elements that make up physical creation. They create the whole universe. However, the spirit is the invisible forces, the invisible element that creates the visible, tangible world. Before you take a physical action, there is a force inside of you that moves the body. There is an intention, which is a spiritual force, an invisible, intangible force that makes a physical action be taken in the world of manifestation called Earth. This is the element of the divine. The divine comes down creating the world. Okay? So, as I previously mentioned, how this pentagram is one line. It's a one continuous line. So if we draw this pentagram together, let me make this a little bit thicker for you. If we draw this pentagram together, it goes from spirit to fire, to air, to water, to earth, back to spirit. So it's one continuous line, and the elements are always in their proper place. These elements always have to be in this specific order. This is the correct order. If you see air down here, then the pentagram is incorrect. Okay? So it always goes spirit, water, fire, earth, air. This is the correct order of the elements. Now, this is highly symbolic, which is what we'll break down in just a minute. But before we go into the deeper aspects of this, I will explain pretty much what it means on a basic level. So we'll come back to this drawing. So spirit is on the top, which means spirit over or more superior or more dominated over the earthly elements. Now, what does this mean to an individual, to yourself or me? If I wear this pentagram, I am basically saying my spiritual divine self, my internal self, is more superior than anything the material world can pretty much give me. My spiritual journey is more superior. My spiritual self is more dominant over the earthly world and the material things. Okay? Now, not many people are like that in today's society. Most people chase the material things, which means they're ignorant of their spirit. They're ignorant of their divine nature. They're ignorant to consciousness and their internal world. They have no connection with their internal world. All of their thought, emotion, and action, their 3 creative powers, is totally expressed only on material gain and external things. However, if you see an upright pentagram, you're seeing someone who is basically saying, my spiritual nature is more important than my earthly nature. My spirit comes first before anything material. And ultimately, this is how you become more happy and fulfilled in life, by chasing, well, not chasing, but putting your spirit first, putting your internal world first. You know, seeking the things that are untangible. For example, knowledge. I'm addicted to knowledge. You know, I would rather chase knowledge because knowledge is power. Knowledge of self is so important. When we die, it is the only thing that matters in the end. When you die, you are immortal. And if you have no knowledge of yourself, then you're going to struggle in the afterlife. If you have no self-control over your thoughts and emotions and desires, then you will suffer in the afterlife because you have no control of your thoughts, and your thoughts will be creating your reality in the realm of imagination or the astral plane. But that's a whole other lecture. But this symbol is pretty much saying placing the invisible over the visible. So there's many different avenues we can go with this. So this symbol is also used in magic. We could use the symbol for manifestation. It represents controlling the inner world to produce then effect inside of the external world. You see? So we have to put this first in magic spirit. We have to change the internal so we can produce change in the external. Reality is created from the inside out. Okay? So this symbol is heavily associated with magic as well, which is a whole other lecture. In this lecture, I'm going to give you a good detailed explanation, but this symbol is so vast and wide, it would take many breakdowns to go into each meaning of the symbol. So it's representing the divine element of spirit coming down and manifesting the physical plane through that process of this. So as I mentioned earlier that I'd come back to this, what we're looking at is the process of spirit turning into matter. This is the process of how spirit condenses into a material form, how higher energy, higher forms, which are invisible, come down and manifest and crystallize into a physical object or a physical reality. So this pentagram is explaining the process of creation. So it comes from the higher realm, spirit, the source, the emanation. An emanation is a thought or an emotion or a desire, which comes down to fire first. Fire represents the will. This is the willpower. This is the willpower. It's still kind of more of an invisible force, but fire is the closest element that represents spirit. This is why we light candles in magic and rituals, because it's literally opening a doorway to spirit. It's the closest element to spirit. So this is why sometimes in alchemical artworks, they use fire to represent spirit. Because, it's quite difficult to use a symbol for spirit because it's totally invisible. So it goes down to fire first, the will. Then it goes up to the air, which represents intellect, the intelligence of the mind. This is thinking, mind, intellect, logic. Then it goes down to water. This is emotion. This is intuition. And then it goes into the earth, which is physical body action. Okay? So spirit represents an emanation. So an emanation is something descending out of the void, out of the nothingness. And the first thing that descends is will, then intellect, then emotion, then a physical action. Then everything returns back to spirit from earth. So it's showing you how spirit manifests into matter. It's also showing you the macrocosm, how the world is created. So ultimately, it's a symbol of the microcosm also. It's a symbol of you. If you put your body outwards, you would see your body in this 5-pointed star shape. So it's a symbol of the microcosm, because you yourself are a microcosm. You contain all of the elements: spirit, fire, earth, water, and air. You breathe air, you drink water, fire in your nervous system, which is electricity, and earth is your physical body. So you are a microcosm of the universe, and this is what the circle, when we see the circle around, this is representing the macrocosm, the circle. So why are you a microcosm? Because you know how the sun changes the earth with its different electromagnetic rays, depending on how far away the sun is to the earth when it's rotating. Well, depending on what model you believe anyway, the electromagnetic rays produce change on the earth. So when the sun is further away from the earth, or whatever model you believe, when the sun is further away, then the electromagnetic rays of the sun are weaker, which means that's what the winter is. The winter is the death and the death of the electromagnetic rays of the sun. We still get sun, but it's just not as powerful as summertime. So nature dies. But then when the summer comes back around, the sun is closer, it produces higher amounts of electromagnetic life force rays, which increases the growth again in the summertime. But this is also not only happening on the earth, it's happening within the body. The body goes through this rhythm. The same rhythm that the external world goes through, your body's going through this rhythm. So these changes in the cycles not only change the earth, they change consciousness. These cycles happen within you. They happen within your body, your cells, your nervous system, your brain, your psyche. Your emotions, your intellect is all affected through these cycles of the sun. So this is why you are a microcosm of the macrocosm. Your mind is cut out of the same fabric of God's intelligence, of God's mind. The same power of thought God used to manifest the world, to think it into existence, the same power you use to think your world into existence. You are truly a microcosm containing all the 5 elements, all the same powers of God, but just in a smaller version. It's a symbol of the microcosm. It's a symbol of the macrocosm also. It's a symbol of how spirit manifests into form. And this is why it's associated with magic, because you can use these elements in magic, this process of how spirit becomes matter. So there's so much that goes into this. And I actually broke this down inside the new book, the Book of Symbolism, on these 2 pages here. I will do another one on the inverted pentagram. This book, I've basically gone over every Freemasonic symbol, alchemical symbols, every occult society symbols is pretty much in this new Book of Symbolism. But again, it's not a book on symbolism. These symbols are representing forces within yourself. They represent you, and these symbols are designed to awaken aspects of yourself. So this is not a book on symbolism. This is a book on you. Each symbol will awaken different aspects of yourself to help you understand yourself. So anyways, it's a big book. It's going to be very, very soon. I'll leave a waiting list in the description. You can join the waiting list, or I'll just give you an email when it's ready. And I will see you in the next video. Please leave a like, comment, and share. And I'll see you in the next one.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
So this is known as the bag of the gods. This symbolism is widely known, but no one knows what it truly symbolizes. We see this in ancient Sumerian artwork. We see this in the Mayans' artwork. We always see this bag with the gods. What does this actually represent? Okay, so the bag itself represents carrying. Carrying what? It represents information. It represents knowledge. Your mind is the carrier of the information. So this is why in his left hand, he carries the bag, and the right hand has the pine cone. This represents carrying of information. Why is it a bag? A bag can be passed on to someone else. The information can be taught to someone else. This is the information of activation of the pineal gland or higher consciousness of humans. Because as humans, we all possess an animal nature, the nature that tells us to eat, to steal, to gain material wealth, to survive, to hate. This is our animal self. This is our animal behavior. But we also have a divine nature of consciousness, which we have access to, the higher planes of consciousness, the planes that manipulate this material world and create all things in this material world. The human mind has access to. The animal does not. The animal has no idea he exists. The animal has no inner dialogue, but humans have the inner dialogue. Humans can create infinitely. We can expand our minds infinitely into new realms of thought. So we have this higher divine nature and a lower nature. This bag of the gods is basically just representing the knowledge they possess of higher consciousness, of the higher aspect of life, okay, which is the activation of the pineal. The pine cone. The pine cone is in his right hand. The right represents wisdom. The left represents intellect, knowledge. Knowledge and wisdom are 2 separate things. Wisdom is applied knowledge. It's a feminine aspect. Knowledge is just gained information that you know, which is masculine. So in his right hand, he holds the pine cone. The pine cone can be opened and shut. The shut pine cone represents the asleep human being, the human being that exists in his lower nature, that just basically survives, lives on eating, consumption, material lust, living in chaos with his emotions, living in a place of hell. This is the animal nature. Then we have the awakened human, the one who has consciousness of himself, the one who looks within himself, the one who knows there is more to him when he looks in the mirror. He is far more than just the physical body. He is a divine spiritual being, a divine being who has limitless potential of creation into the material plane. So this represents the awakened. This represents the asleep. This is why he carries the pine cone in his right hand. It represents applied knowledge. This is the information. This is the intellect he possesses. And this is the applied knowledge of the awakening, of activation of the pineal gland. Because remember, the pineal gland is not your consciousness. The pine, pin, pineals, the same root word. Pine cones were always symbolizing the state of consciousness one was living in, whether he was asleep or awake. We see this at the Vatican. We see the pine cone over the two pillars. This is the two pillars of Freemasonry, and the dome. This is the Royal Arch of Freemasonry. This represents your head. This is the two pillars, the two hemispheres, and the pine cone in the middle, which is the pineal gland. What is the pineal gland? The pineal gland is not your consciousness. It is not the third eye, and it is not the mind. It's not the mind's eye. The pineal gland is a radio receiver. This is your body. Your body is an antenna. Most people think they are this body. This body is nothing but a receiver and a downloader of consciousness. Your brain does not produce consciousness. You are not this brain in your head. This brain is a downloader of consciousness. Consciousness comes from a way higher divine plane, which is what this image is showing here with the clouds. The mind is light. Consciousness is light. And this light is coming down into the material plane, and your body is basically a crystal antenna which is receiving and downloading this consciousness. So you can experience a three-dimensional reality. So God can experience himself in a divided, separate state. This is what this represents. Now, the pineal gland can be activated, okay, and stimulated, because the pineal gland has physioluminescent crystallized jagged-shaped cells on it. And obviously, these are crystals. Crystals are on your pineal gland. And what do crystals do? Radios use crystals. Your phone uses crystals. They tell you that crystals are woo-woo and pseudoscience because they don't want you to know the power of crystals. Your body is basically a giant crystal. Your pineal gland is a radio receiver for your consciousness. So if they can ruin your pineal gland and damage it, this will damage your connection to the divine, to your true self, to consciousness, to God, whatever you want to call it, the source. There is all one source consciousness, and we're all collectively connected to it. And this is our connection. This is our antenna. So what a radio does, a radio has an antenna, and the frequencies are all around us because all the radios are playing in your ear right now. But what the antenna of a radio does is tune into a specific frequency to pick up that frequency and play that frequency. It's the same with your consciousness. You're all a fraction of God's consciousness. So that is essentially what we are looking at here. We're seeing knowledge, intellect in the left hand, and applied knowledge, activation of waking up to higher consciousness, to the higher human form. Because we can reach beyond our physical form. We can turn our animal self into a divine being, into one of these so-called gods. These gods are nothing but human beings. The Anunnaki were not gods. They didn't come from the sky. These are normal, regular human beings who activated their higher consciousness. This is what we have here. This represents spirit. Birds represent spirit. So do we have any questions? I'll take some questions now. That was just a short lecture on what that symbol truly means. Okay. So if we have any questions, feel free to go ahead and ask some questions. Anything that you don't understand, anything that you want to know. Okay. So base reality would be where source resides. Yes, the base reality is your consciousness. Are these lectures available in the university? There's a whole section, basically inside the university, there's a whole section with like over 30 long form lectures like this. So the base reality is where the source resides. Yes, the base reality is your inner world, your consciousness. That is the only thing that exists. Your outer world is just an effect of your consciousness. Your consciousness, everything that has gone on within the mind and emotion is pushed outwards into your reality. You have thought and felt your way into your external circumstances. Your life is a direct correlation of every thought you thought in the past. Therefore, your inner world of consciousness is creating and molding your outer world. The best way to keep connection consistent, the best way to keep your connection to the divine or the higher planes of consciousness is through meditation and through imagination. Imagination is the fourth dimension. It is the astral plane. That screen that you have in your mind is not a physical screen. That is the divine plane of the astral. And this is essentially where all objects of this material world comes from. The phone that you are holding, the laptop you're watching this on, whatever you're doing, every single object you see in your room that you are in right now began inside of the plane of imagination. This is not a physical plane. This is a metaphysical plane that you have access to. And you have the ability to bring down this plane into physical form. That's what we call manifestation. That's what the ancients called magic. This is what we now call in science metaphysics. It's all the same thing. So yes, you all have access to the divine planes. Unlike animals, this is why humans are so advanced. Okay. Is the pineal able to constantly activated, or is it just a temporary experience? I don't fully understand that question, unfortunately. Maybe you could word it in a different way. The real meditations on the university, legit, y'all, yes. In order to connect to consciousness, you need to sit in meditation and turn off your feelings, and the feeling of unity will come. Do I understand correctly? Yes, that is correct. So when you sit in silence and in stillness, I highlight the word stillness because stillness, when you are still, no information from your nervous system is being decoded by the brain. So when your body is still and does not move, your nervous system starts to relax and comes to a balanced state. Your brain starts to relax, it comes to a balanced state. The left and the right brain stop working, the nervous system stops working. Then, once the body, the material body is shut down, you then have access to consciousness. You can't access consciousness if the body's in such a busy state. If electricity is being fired every 2 seconds, your whole body's electrical. When you move your foot, that's electricity being fired from the brain to the foot instantly through the nervous system. Your brain, your whole body is a technological machine. So you must shut down the technological machine to access the divine that exists beyond the technological machine. Do you understand that? Did we create ourselves from the higher plane? When you say, yes, you created yourself, you manifested yourself in this material form for a reason in this specific time and place. Wisdom books, are these available inside the university? Yes, they are. So anyone who joins the university, they all gain 50% off the store. So you can get anything you want inside the store for 50% off. Plus, you get the Book of Wisdom Volume 1 PDF for free. You get the Human Health Guide. Plus, you get all of the library books. There's a load of different books on occultism, symbolism, esotericism. Do you need to place your attention somewhere specific during meditation? You can do. Okay, you can do. So if you struggle, when you first start to meditate and you struggle to turn off the thoughts, think of the back of the brain, the back of your head. Don't think of it, place your attention on it. Okay, so when you place your attention on the back of the brain, this now shuts off thought because the back of the brain doesn't have any activation to do with thought. The front brain does, the neocortex. That's all to do with activation of thinking. So place your attention on either the back of the brain or your breath. What's more important, creating yourself or finding yourself? It's balance of both. So in order for you to create fully, you must have awareness of self and awareness of thought and control over the mental dialogue, the inner voice inside of you. Okay. When you control that inner voice, that is when you gain power. That inner voice is what brings commands into physical reality. Before you kick a football, there is a change in consciousness. There's a decision made in consciousness before the body takes the action. Therefore, every physical manifestation is a change of inner consciousness before it's a physical reality. You can have the reality you want through consciousness before physically having it. That's the secret to creating. But you must believe it like you know the sun is going to rise in the morning. That's how much you should know that you have that reality in consciousness through feeling and thought and imagination. And that's how you can truly create in your reality. Shrooms help with consciousness or ego. I can't really talk about that because I'm maybe uploading this to YouTube, unfortunately. But we need to clean our pineal gland first from calcification. Yes, definitely. You should go on a detox the body. Because you can't really connect with consciousness if your body is in such a dirty state. Because the brain is, your nervous system is in a state of fight or flight, trying to fight off all these toxins. So when you meditate, you're probably going to be having thoughts all the time because your brain's firing, your nervous system's being attacked through toxins. So you must detox to have a true connection with the divine. Your diet plays a big role in your spirituality and mentality. What is the most optimal food for pure consciousness? Fruits and vegetables. They possess consciousness. So when you place them inside of you, they're syncing with your consciousness. How to check the cleanliness of your body, your skin, your teeth, your tongue, your mouth. If your skin has spots, different colors on it, you're not clean because your skin is a reflection of your inner organs. Coffee's not the best for you. Coffee gives you fake energy. Okay. So what coffee does, that buzz you get off coffee is actually the toxic effect of the chemicals reacting with your body. If I'm inside the university and wanted to buy your book, you said it would be 50% off because we are your student. Is that automatic or we need to have a code? You will have a code. Yes, I'm going to releasing a code for all the students after this. Caffeine equals neurotoxin. Yes, it fries your your brain, it fries your nervous system, it fries your dopamine receptors. Will the Q&A last week about money symbolism be posted? Oh, I didn't post that. That's my bad. I totally forgot. I will post that after this. Thank you for reminding me. How to detox the body. The best way to detox the body is going through a week cleanse of fruit. So only consume fruit, sea moss, and cayenne pepper, and lots of freshly pressed juice. Do that for a week or 2 weeks, depending on how you feel, and then start to fast. You will lose weight, but you're not losing weight. You're losing impurities. It's good to do this every couple months, to just go on a raw fruit diet, cleanse the body, push everything out, and then start to fast while consuming sea moss and having lots of freshly squeezed juices. What is an alternative for coffee? Something with high energy levels. Okay. We're not taught the most simplest thing about the human body. It is an electromagnetic machine. It's electrical. It runs off electricity. The only energy you need is electricity, and that is found in fruits, vegetables. If you want energy, drink pure, fresh, pressed juice. That will give you more energy, more electricity than coffee. Can we cleanse ourselves through oil pulling? Do you recommend it? I do oil pulling every day with coconut oil in my mouth. Celery juice is a good one, very good one. Yeah, celery juice. Any more questions? What kind of music do you listen to when lifting? For me, rap, hip hop push me work harder, but I know it's terrible for my subconscious. Yes, very. At least you're aware of it. You should be definitely try and stay away from the hip hop music. Try and stay away from anything that's talking about anything negative, because it's all programming your subconscious. And your belief system is your reality, people. Your belief system is your reality. Okay? So look after your subconscious. That's what's controlling your actions. 90% of your actions on a daily basis are controlled through your subconscious beliefs. Okay? I listen to a lot of Pastel Ghost. I listen to a lot of let me get my playlist up. It's all like background music for TikTok. Do you know what I mean? Like Pastel Ghost. That's mainly what I listen to. That sort of music. I don't know what it's kind of called. I don't know what that genre is called. Does anyone know what that genre is actually called? Because there's not much words in it. The reason I listen to it is because there's not much words in it. And, it helps the subconscious. And I just love that music. Like Lofi, yeah, a bit of Lofi. Most people won't even know this type of music. Can you tell us how you use cayenne pepper? So I mix it with freshly squeezed orange juice every morning. So the first thing I have, empty stomach, I have a teaspoon of cayenne pepper, mix it in and just down it every morning. And sometimes at night. The feeling you get in your stomach after putting cayenne pepper on an empty stomach is absolutely amazing. It tingles in your stomach. It kills parasites. It kills all horrible organisms. Mix it with hot water. Yes, hot water and key lime water. That I bet that's powerful. If you mixed warm water with key lime with cayenne pepper in first thing in the morning, I can imagine how powerful that is. I've never done that, but I'm going to try that. Do you use sea salt? I don't know what to think about sea salt, to be honest. I try and stay away from it. I don't know whether it's good, don't know whether it's bad. I'm kind of mixed on it, mixed information. I've heard people have benefits. I've heard other people say stay away from it. So I don't know. I just stay away from it. I'm not too sure on it. I drink fresh pressed celery juice every morning. Yeah, definitely. Is there any chance we could move to esoteric occult questions? The only reason I say that is because I might be posting this to YouTube, so it's like I don't want them. I don't want them thinking I'm giving health advice because I'm not. This is what I do. I'm not giving anyone medical advice. This is what I would do to myself. Because I can probably get in trouble for that. So the subconscious is the all-knowing. It is the all-seeing eye. The subconscious knows everything. Your conscious mind does not. Your subconscious knows every single cell in your body. Your subconscious is making your heart beat. It's talking to your heart. It's talking to every organ, every cell in your body is being connected and spoken to by your subconscious mind. It is the all-knowing. The subconscious has access to the astral plane, imagination, the fourth dimension. It has access to the mental plane, thoughts. It has access to the ethereal plane, energy. And has access to your physical body. It's the door. It's the portal. The subconscious is the portal to the divine. You must go through the subconscious in order to access the divine. Any coupon codes for book 2? Yes, inside the university, there will be a 50% off coupon code. Speaking of ancient civilizations, why did they use symbols to give us true knowledge? This is a very, very good question. Very good question indeed. The reason they use symbols is because symbols are their keys. They hide meanings. They hide things. For example, if it was written down, if all of this sacred knowledge that I'm speaking now was written down, it can be easily taken. It can be easily misused. Someone can take it, read it, and steal it and misuse it and abuse the world and create horrible things. The reason they use symbols is because they're hidden. They hide the teachings. Only the ones who possess the key, that possess the knowledge, can read the symbol. So the symbols act as a guard towards this higher wisdom, this higher knowledge, which gives you power. All of the knowledge I teach you gives you power. And you can misuse it. You can misuse your imagination. You have no clue, unless you've put this into action, how powerful your inner consciousness is. You can become a Okay, listen. If you hate your job, it's not the job that you hate. Think about it. It's not the job that you hate. The hate is coming from your inner consciousness. It's the state of consciousness that you hate. So what does that tell you? You can change that inner consciousness to another reality, the feeling of another reality. You can become that consciousness within before you actually externally have it. And by becoming and knowing that reality, that's what produces effect on shaping your outer world. When you really, truly know that reality inside of you, of being free, of being wealthy, of having abundance, your outer world has no other choice but to rearrange itself to your new inner state of consciousness. That's what magic is. It's manipulating your inner state of consciousness. It's convincing yourself that you already have it. Not believing it, knowing it. Okay? Knowing is different than believing. Believing is a lie. You should know thyself. Okay? So we can say that human overpopulation is intentional. There is no human overpopulation. We're all cramped in these cities. We're all cramped into one little place. We're not supposed to live like that. We're not supposed to live so cramped. This is why there's so many weirdos out in public. So many weird people doing weird things. This is when things start to go weird, and we shouldn't be living in this state, in this condensed state. We should be spread out. Okay. There is no overpopulation. It's just an illusion because we all lived in such. Have you ever been on a plane? Have you seen how much land there is? It's crazy. There's no overpopulation. And how many people do they say there's in the world? There's not that many people in the world that they say. I think it's like 8 billion. I think they say there's 8 billion people. There's not 8 billion people. There's probably more like 2 billion. And the reason I say that is because I have a friend who only has like 300K followers. So that's a lot of followers, okay? And he gets recognized everywhere he goes. And he's into all this stuff. And he says, listen, the population is definitely not 8 billion or whatever they say. I think it's like a couple billion. It's probably more like a billion. How to properly manifest intentions. Thought, emotion, and imagination are the key. You must know that you have that reality. Don't believe it. Become that reality within your consciousness. All day long, as much as possible. Feel it. Imagine it. Say it. And have zero doubt. How to have zero doubt. You can't, well, okay, so the doubt, that little voice that will seep into your mind saying, you can't do that. You can't do this. That's your old voice of your subconscious program. Listen, the reason why most people fail in life is because they have trained their subconscious that they will fail. They have told and believed that they will fail. The reason I will succeed for the rest of my life is because I have trained my subconscious to say, I will win, I will succeed, I will solve any problem. That's my belief system. And if my belief system is that, then my external reality, my conscious mind will seek a way to fulfill that belief. It will seek to control and create that belief in my external world. It will seek to solve any problem. I've trained my subconscious mind to know that I already have the reality, to know that I'm abundant, to know that I have everything that I already need. Therefore, if any problem comes, I can sort it straight away. But most people have a different belief. It's not your fault. We've been kind of manipulated and told this, that they will fail, that they can't do anything, that it's too hard. And that basically casts a spell on the conscious mind, where your conscious mind is just like, no, I can't do that, because of this subconscious belief that you hold. So you must reprogram your subconscious that you can do it, that you will solve any problem, and that you are abundant. That's the reason why successful people succeed. It's because they have a complete different mind state, a complete different belief system in their subconscious. Do you offer mentoring? Yes, I do offer mentoring, but it's mainly for people who want to grow their online presence, and for the amount of value and transformation that I can place into your life, and the time that, well, the price of my time, it will be a higher price tag. But your life will completely change if you join my mentoring. Because I will transmute your life. I will transmute your mind, and I will transmute your whole reality. Because I could tell you exactly what you need to do. How to have super genius power pulling information from the source. Okay, so you can do this. I talked about this in Book of Wisdom, Volume 2, if you've read it. This is a technique that Albert Einstein used. This is a technique that Thomas Edison used. This is a technique that all of the ancient geniuses have used. So you get on a chair, you place metal below you or plates, and you hold a metal ball in your hand, and you fall asleep. And every time you fall asleep on the chair, you're going to drop the ball because your body will become unconscious. And you will basically drop the ball and it will wake you up because it's going to hit and make a loud bang on the plate. And every time you go to sleep, basically what this is actually doing is shifting your consciousness from conscious into the subconscious. So from physical into the astral. Your consciousness is shifting between these two planes. And as you do this, you can bring down great ideas from these higher planes. So when you fall asleep, have an intention. And when you fall asleep, you'll drop the ball. And when you wake back up, you'll have an idea and you just got to write it down. How to balance chakras. Don't focus on balancing your chakras. Focus on the mind. The mind is the cause of the chakras being blocked. If you have a blocked throat chakra, this is a problem in your mind, not the chakra. You see, the chakras are a result of the mind. You transmute the mind, you can transmute the chakras and cleanse them. So was Jesus a real man that walked? Okay, so I'm going to tell you something. Like, some of the things that I say in my reels, they are to catch attention. So if I say the first thing on the reel, Jesus never existed, straight away, you see that, it's going to trigger you. It's going to trigger Christians. It's going to trigger people. So yes, I do say things to catch attention. The reason I do that is because I have to in order to catch attention. Maybe there was a Jesus who walked. So in the past, I have said Jesus never existed. Yes, this is to catch attention, to boost the reels, views, and comments and stuff like that. Maybe there was a man who was called Jesus and walked the earth. But listen, he was not the Son of God. You are all the Son of God. Jesus represents an archetype. He represents morals. He represents a way of living that you should embody in your life, not to worship. We shouldn't be worshiping this man. We should be embodying his qualities into our lives so we can become Christ consciousness, so we can live in harmony with our mind, emotions, body, and spirit. Okay? He was not the Son of God. You are all the Son of God. We are all God experiencing himself in a three-dimensional divided form. God is oneness, and he created a divided world so he can experience himself. Why do you quote from the Freemasons oft times? I don't recall me looking at Freemason quotes and quote them. I just simply, when I post a quote, I literally just, whatever comes to my head, I just whack it into Telegram or Twitter. Are dreams tied to your subconscious, and how do you understand them? Okay. Dreams and astral projection are two different things. Astral projection is your soul leaving this plane into the collective consciousness, into the collective mind, the collective astral plane. But dreams are basically the astral plane, but it's your personal astral plane in your personal subconscious. So when you dream, you're entering your own consciousness, you're entering your own subconscious. Every character, every event that happens to you, everything that is said to you, everything that happens to you in your dream is yourself pushed outwards, and you're basically experiencing your own mind. If something scary comes up in your dream, this is your belief, this is something in the back of your mind materializing and coming to you and showing itself to you. So in order to understand your dreams, it's basically suppressed emotions, suppressed thoughts, all lingering in your subconscious materialized. Okay. A few months ago, I'd have concurrent dreams of getting in a car crash that lasted for months. Then one day out of nowhere, I got into a really bad accident, and that low-key bugged me out. I didn't know if my mind was trying to warn me or what. You can explain that. Okay. If you are having dreams about having a car crash, this is a belief. Okay, so let me tell you something. Let's say you're a drug dealer, okay? And you live in fear every single day of the police coming to you. This dealer every day is worried, he's scared, and he lives in fear of the police getting him. He was believing it. This fear, this emotion he was feeling on a regular basis, repetition, and the emotion is basically impressing your subconscious. It's impressed his subconscious that deeply that he now believes it. It's now become a belief. So one day the dealer gets caught and he goes to prison. Let me tell you something. He placed himself there because he created a program, a belief in his subconscious of the police. And his external reality is now in a prison cell. But that prison cell is just an external manifestation of the prison cell of fear he installed in his subconscious mind. The four walls he's now trapped in is just basically an externalization of his own belief system that he created through consciousness, through the subconscious. If you embedded your belief that you will be in a car crash, you will be in a car crash. He placed himself there. He materialized that reality through the thought, through the emotion, through the belief. He put himself there. You see? So if you were having dreams, this was maybe, it could have been anything. You could have watched a program when you were a child about a car crash, and that maybe scared you. Or you saw a car crash when you were very young, and that scared you, and that impressed your subconscious. Then you had a dream about it. Then you started to believe it. And then one day, bang, it happens. That's the power of the subconscious mind. It holds control over you. It holds control over every aspect of your reality, of your being. So, I hope you all enjoyed this live. I'll see you all inside Ethereal University. I'll be posting another lecture this week. And yeah, let me hold on.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What if I told you that the pentagram can unlock the secrets of creation and make you manifest any reality you want? Hence why the pentagram is used heavily in magic and witchcraft. We have to understand that the pentagram has been heavily demonized. Religions, churches claim that this symbol is associated with Satanism and witchcraft. I personally believe this was intentionally done so that people do not gain their personal power over reality and their life. The pentagram reveals so much about you
and it is one of the most important symbols to understand inside the occult studies. It is one of the most common symbols that you will see across all occult esoteric orders and different occult traditions, such as Freemasonry, Kabbalah, Rosicrucianism, alchemy. You will see this symbol everywhere. And in fact, you even see this symbol, the pentagram, on old church buildings, statues of Jesus next to church buildings. You will see this symbol used by Christianity itself, which is very contradicting about the church. But I'm not here to tell you to think anything. You can simply take this information with a pinch of salt and see if it benefits you. The pentagram used by the early Christians was said to symbolize the 5 wounds of Jesus on the cross. But this goes much deeper in an esoteric explanation. The pentagram ultimately represents the 5 elements of creation. All creation falls within these 5 elements. We have spirit on the very top, then you have air, water, earth, fire. This is the correct placement and order of the elements. Air is always on the left, water is always on the top right, earth very bottom left, fire bottom right, and spirit placed on the tip point of the pentagram. It's a 5-pointed star drawn with one continuous line. But this actually reveals much deeper things, and we're going to be going into how to use this symbol for magic and creating your reality towards the end of this video. But now we're going to give you a basic understanding of the pentagram. It's showing you the 4 physical elements symbolized as triangles and spirit symbolized as a circle. The 4 physical elements are made out of the base element, spirit, or what the ancients call ether. Ether is the underlying base of all physical matter. This is the substance that animates physical matter with life force. All physical matter has its origin in the etheric substance, or spirit, what we want to call it. It is simply the life force that animates the physical thing. However, if we go deeper onto this symbol, it also represents something personal to the individual who wears this symbol. If you wear this symbol, you're basically saying you're putting your divine nature over your material nature. Your divine self is in control of your material self. You put your spiritual needs before your physical desires and needs. Hence why the spirit is on top, looking down over the 4 physical elements. The circle is continuous, one line, eternal, no beginning, no end. The triangle has beginning and end and points. You can see the beginning and the end when you draw it. On a deeper level, this is pretty much showing the process that symbolizes the structure of the macrocosm, the universe itself, showing how the invisible spiritual planes condense and crystallize into the visible physical world, spirit turning into physical reality. But if you wear this symbol, you're basically saying, I put my divine nature over my material nature, showing that your spiritual nature rules over your earthly existence. You put your spiritual needs first. If you see this inverted, it is now the opposite, placing spirit on the bottom, basically saying, I desire the physical things over the spiritual. But what exactly is your spiritual nature? Well, your spiritual nature is simply your internal self. You chase things that are immaterial, such as knowledge, love, experience, expansion, gnosis. These are the qualities of spiritual things that the spiritual person likes to chase and desire, instead of desiring the things that are temporary in the material world and never actually lead to fulfillment. True fulfillment is by chasing spiritual things. God, the nature of creation, the self, gnosis, knowledge. But if we go even deeper, this symbol ultimately represents how reality is created. Hence why this symbol is heavily used in Kabbalistic magic and so-called witchcraft. We are all magicians. Each one of us are creating reality. There are just certain ways you can actually create reality by becoming conscious of them. By becoming conscious of the elements and the qualities of the self that actually create your experience in your life in the present moment. If we look at the pentagram, we see that when you draw a pentagram, it is one continuous line. It is one expressed in 5. The order of the elements are very important. Spirit at the bottom, fire at the bottom right, and so on and so on. Because this is showing you the descent of the spiritual into the material, the invisible crystallizing into a material reality. As you can see when you start to draw the pentagram, you see spirit at the very top. You're descending down to fire. Fire is the closest element to spirit. Hence why in magic and witchcraft, people like to use candles. So you're descending first into fire, then into air, then into water, then into earth, then back into spirit. Because of course, the cycle of creation unfolds itself. When you die, you return back to spirit, and then you reincarnate yourself back into physical reality if you wish and desire to. Everything is under this process of matter spiritual. In the daytime you wake up, you're in your material body. When you go to sleep, you enter your astral spiritual body. Everything's in this continual process, renewing itself in spiritual, then material. But the reason why this is associated with magic so heavily is because each one of these elements corresponds to a different body of consciousness, a different vehicle of consciousness. Consciousness has many different vehicles it uses to create the tangible self, the physical reality. For example, consciousness has a spiritual nature. The spirit element in this case symbolizes the emanation, the descent of the one power, the one force that we are all using. Each one of us is using this one power, the power of the source consciousness, unfolding its creation in the present moment. This represents the source, the emanation, the descent of this continuous flow of energy through us that we are tapped into, like a live stream in the present moment. This descends first, the force descends into fire. Fire symbolizes the willpower, will. In this aspect or vehicle of consciousness, the will is the being that directs intention, initiates action, shapes reality through focus, determination. It sets direction, holds intention, projects a desire into form, and aligns your inner world with the outer creation. The will comes out of the force, spirit. Then the will goes with intention to air. Air symbolizes the mental vehicle of consciousness, the mind, the psychic man. The psychic aspects of your consciousness is thinking, imagination, mental images, logic, using the thought or the mental vehicle body of consciousness. Then that thought has an emotion, which is then water. So it goes from the force to the will to the intellect to the water, the emotional body of consciousness. The emotional vehicle of consciousness amplifies the thought into an emotional desire that you want to take action on. No one takes random actions, and if we do, we say we're very bored and we don't care. The water is the energy, the emotion you have to fulfill something. And that emotion then descends into earth, which is the physical body to take the physical action in the present moment, to fulfill that desire, to fulfill that will, that thought, that desire. And that is how reality is created all the time. Now, there is much more that you can go into with the pentagram, because true magic is about changing consciousness at will, not casting random spells. It's the ability to change the direction of consciousness using the power of the will to direct these forces to create change in the internal world so it can project outwardly in the external world. Because consciousness creates the external reality. What happens within us, we see change outside of us. So true magic is about manipulating the forces and the vehicles of consciousness that exist within our own mind to produce a change in the material world. There are other ways you can use magic, by purifying each body of consciousness or banishing each body of consciousness. Other forms of magic, you can dissect each body of consciousness and work with that specific body. If you think you're using your mind too much, you can start using banishing rituals to banish the power of the mind to stop overthinking, for example. Or if you have lack of emotional connection with your emotional vehicle of consciousness, we can dissect this body, tap into this body, and invoke this body and strengthen it. We're dissecting each body and vehicle of consciousness so we can work with it to create a specific change inside ourselves, then to be mirrored outside of us. So pretty much this pentagram represents the descent of the spiritual turning into a material reality. Hence why sometimes we see a human figure standing in the point of a pentagram, because it ultimately represents the microcosm. You are the microcosm. You represent the entire process of spirit into matter, the invisible into the visible, the formless into form. The pentagram, drawn in one unbroken motion, captures this divine act of creation, showing how consciousness flows downward through the elements or the vehicles of consciousness to bring forth the material reality. The Book of Symbolism will teach you all about this. It was released November 17th. A lot of people have taken advantage of this. You also gain a free ebook with this copy. Every order comes with a free ebook. And if you wish to get your copy of the brand new Book of Symbolism, you can find it in the description or revivalofwisdom.com. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you in the next video.
Bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Before you call the Baphomet evil, make sure that you watch this video until the end so you gain a full understanding on what the Baphomet truly is. No, I am not a Satanist. I am simply an esoteric and occult researcher. I've been looking into symbolism for a very long time, and I can reassure you that this symbol does not represent the devil, does not represent any negative figure. It's a very deep, occult, esoteric symbol. What we first need to understand about the Baphomet, it is indeed a symbol. Every symbol we see around us is neutral. The pentagram, the Baphomet, is neutral. It depends how you use it, whether it is used in a good or bad way. Everything is neutral. It's your mind's perception that gives it a positive or a negative charge. First of all, let's break down the Baphomet symbol. Let's look very closely at the Baphomet. We have clearly the four physical elements corresponding to the Baphomet. Here we clearly have the fire element. The wings represents the air, the flapping in the air. The fish scales, which is the water, and this dome figure representing the earth. The soul is incarnated into four bodies. We have a mental body of consciousness, intellect. We have an emotional body of consciousness, which is all to do with intuition and energy. We have a spiritual body of consciousness, our astral body, and a physical body of consciousness for the physical earth. Earth corresponds with your body. Air corresponds with your mind, fire corresponds with your spirit, water corresponds with your emotions. So the Baphomet is showing you the four elements of the soul, the four bodies of the soul that we are incarnated in. Now, let's look at this moon figure. We have the moon. The moon represents the internal world. It represents what we cannot see. The sun represents our conscious mind, what we can see, what we're aware of, the physical world. The moon represents what we are not aware of. It represents our internal world. Remember, we have two worlds. You're an individual. You have a dual nature. Individual. You have an internal world. When you close your eyes, you have an internal voice, an internal world of thought and emotion, and an external world of this material body. The moon represents the internal. The moon on top represents the moon controlling the mind, represents the inner world controlling you. Now, this is very symbolic in the occult world. If the inner world is controlling you, then you have no control over reality. This is the devil horns. You know the devil horns? The moon crescent? This represents you are the devil. You're being controlled by your thoughts, by your emotions, by your psyche. Then we have the moon below, which represents control over the inner world. We have control over our thoughts, our emotions, our impulses. So you're either being controlled by thought and emotions, or you're controlling them and having self-mastery. In alchemy, we always see this symbol of the man or woman on top of the moon, representing emotional control and self-mastery of the internal world. The journey of the occultist is to gain full mastery over their consciousness. They want to be conscious of every single thought that enters their mental field of consciousness.
We get over 7,000 thoughts a day. It is possible to achieve a certain level of mastery where you are conscious of every single thought that enters your mind. This is one of the end goals of self-mastery and occultism, as this gains your personal power. When one achieves this, they are then able to direct the mind in one place and one place only, becoming more effective in manifestation and creation, because we are microcosms of the divine. We are creators. This is the gesture of as above, so below. The inner world and the outer world are mirrors of each other. The inner produces the outer. Your physical life circumstances are a result of every thought you thought in the past. The inner projects the outer. If you want to produce a change in the outside world, you got to produce change in the inner world of consciousness first. As above, so below. As within, so without. This corresponds with absolutely everything in the universe. Now we have the goat head, which represents the animal self. This represents the lower carnal mind. Lower carnal mind, which is earthbound, because a goat is on the ground. It's not a bird, it's on the ground. It represents the lower self, the beastie nature, the one that tells us to hate, to steal, to eat all the time, to consume. It's the beast within us, the beastly side of our consciousness. It has a human body resembling this, the human in the beastie nature, or we have the spiritual nature, the higher self. In essence, this symbol of the Baphomet represents the higher and the lower self of human consciousness. It represents the higher and the lower. To conclude all of this, the Baphomet is a symbol that represents the two paths that one can take. We can take the beastie path and become an instinctual animal, our body, or we can take the divine path of reaching our higher self. It is a symbol that represents the higher and lower self and the four different bodies of consciousness. In essence, this does not represent Satan or the devil. The devil represents the lower aspect of our human psyche. The war between Jesus and Satan is symbolic and allegorical for the war that happens within our mental field of consciousness. The internal war between good thoughts and bad thoughts, positive emotions and negative emotions. It is the constant war inside the battlefield of your own mind. Jesus, Satan are symbols, characters that are symbolic of aspects of your own consciousness, because the universe is mental. The only thing that truly exists is your mind. Therefore, all of these ancient spiritual texts like the Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, the Quran are all symbolic of what's happening inside of our mental body. It is the inner chaos that can destroy our life, or when we create structure and restructure our inner world, we can live a peaceful life. If you are struggling from the internal world and you want to gain mastery of yourself while learning the occult secrets, join Ethereal University, a community of like-minded individuals who are all striving for the best versions of themselves. We host live calls and we have an abundance of lectures that you can watch. Or check out the Book of Wisdom. This is volume 2. I'll leave all the links in the description. Have an amazing day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Greetings everyone, it's Revival of Wisdom. I facilitate human enlightenment through occult and esoteric teachings. I hope this video expands your mind into a new field of thought. In this video, we're going to be discovering the true esoteric meaning of the 7 planetary energies. So let's jump straight into this. In order to fully understand this, you must understand the esoteric teaching of as above, so below, and as within, so without. Our inner world is mirrored into our external material reality. We have a physical voice, which you are hearing right now, and I also have an inner voice, which no one else can hear. The inner world is invisible, and the external world is visible. In other words, the inner world is the spiritual world, and the outer world is the material world. The inner world of ourselves reflects and projects our outer world, which means everything in our external reality is somewhat reflection of our internal self. You are made in the image and likeness of God. You yourself are the universe experiencing itself in a three-dimensional physical form. The Newtonian science has programmed you to believe that you are a physical being inside of a physical universe. They did this to limit your mind to only believing there is a physical universe and that you are separate from the universe or God. But you yourself are the divine essence of the universe, experiencing itself in a physical plane, which means everything you see is inside of you, including the stars, the planets, and the elements. As above, so below. As within, so without. An example of this is the four physical elements: fire, earth, water, and air. In the external world, these are physical elements. In our internal world, they represent the four bodies of consciousness. We have four different bodies. We have a material body, we have a spiritual body, an emotional body, and a mental body. The mind is not made out of the same substance as the body. The emotions is not made out of the same substance of the mind and the body. These bodies exist in four different dimensions, four layers of consciousness. With that being said, the four physical elements are inside of us. The earth is our material physical body. Fire represents our spiritual astral light body. Water represents our transformative and emotional body. Air represents the mental body, the communicative and thinking body. This is the teaching as above, so below. If that resonates with you and you can comprehend it, please leave a like and a subscribe to this channel to see more content. And feel free to leave a comment on any video suggestions. Okay, so now we've gone over the four physical elements and how they correspond with your inner world of consciousness. This is going to make it easier for you to understand what the planets actually are. The planets are a bit more in-depth and more detailed aspects of our consciousness. The four physical elements are generic, but the 7 planets go deeper. They are deeper aspects of ourselves. On a macrocosmic scale, the 7 planets rule the material realm. Every object, every animal, every plant, every stone, everything we see in this plane is governed and created under one of the 7 planets. I don't really like calling them planets. They are energies. They are spiritual forces that drive things into existence. An example of this is if we look at a tree. The roots of the tree are governed by Saturn. The stem of the tree is governed by the sun. The leaves of the tree are governed by the moon. Any offspring or fruit of the tree is governed by Jupiter. Any defense mechanisms of the tree is governed by Mars. The communication and networking of the tree is governed by Mercury. The smell and the look of the tree is governed by Venus. Everything we see in this material plane is governed by one of these specific energies. Everything material has a spiritual force that brings it into physical existence. This is the reason why we have 7 days of creation in the Bible. The 7 days of the week, all governed by the planetary energies. Monday is Moon Day for the moon. Mars governs Tuesday. Mercury is Wednesday. Jupiter is Thursday. Venus is Friday. Saturn is Saturn Day. And Sunday is for the sun. This is the reason why there are so many 7s in this physical plane. 7 days of the week, the 7 colors, the 7 chakras, the 7 diatonic musical notes, the 7 lamps on the Jewish candlestick, the G inside of the Masonic square and compass. G is the 7th letter. Now let's go a little bit deeper into every planetary energy. Saturn in the external material plane governs the foundational and enduring aspects of existence, such as roots of plants, the bones of our body, and even the insects that dwell beneath the ground. Saturn represents the dull, hard, and unyielding forces of life, symbolizing structure, limitation, and conditioning. Under Saturn's influence, things become rigid, bound by restrictions and boundaries. This is the reason why Saturn is known as Father Time, because Saturn rules anything that is a restriction and a limitation, which is time. The whole of this material plane is governed by time. You will be born and you will die. This explains why there is so much Saturn symbology in this material plane. Saturn is one of the most important planetary energies. You are a spiritual being in a physical body. Your light, your consciousness is bound to the physical body until you learn how to escape the physical body. The body is a limitation for our infinite minds and spiritual bodies. Our infinite mind is stuck in this material body, governed by Saturn's limitation of time, matter, and space. Now let's dive into what Saturn means to our consciousness within our internal world. We've gone over what Saturn means in the external world. What does it mean to our consciousness? Internally, Saturn embodies the conditioning within our consciousness. When the Saturnian aspect of our consciousness dominates, we become overly rigid, fixated, and restricted in our thinking and actions. For example, Saturn's influence is strongly felt in today's world, where many people's minds are confined to societal norms and conditioned responses. Saturn is the aspect of our consciousness, our minds, such as limiting belief systems and limiting thoughts and emotions. This is the negative thought that you can't get rid of, that's holding you back. This is a Saturn aspect of our consciousness. However, this is not a negative thing. The Saturnian aspect of our consciousness is a great teacher, guiding us through difficult life lessons that ultimately lead us to growth and expansion. Saturn's energy allows us to experience and overcome fears and limitations so our minds can expand into new fields of thought, into new life. Although Saturn's energy is harsh and often challenging, it helps us develop resilience, discipline, and wisdom. However, in the modern day, this Saturnian energy has overpowered the minds of the masses, fostering excessive rigidity and limitation. This is why we see so much Saturn symbolism. It's literally everywhere because our minds are being dominated by the Saturnian limiting aspect of our consciousness. Now, let's move on to the moon. The moon, or lunar energy, in the external material macrocosm plane governs the elements of water, influencing the natural cycles such as the ocean tides, which rise and fall in harmony with the moon's phases. Beyond water, the moon also guides instinctual behaviors such as animal migrations. Birds, insects, and other creatures rely on the moon's subtle energies to navigate their journeys. For example, dung beetles use polarization patterns in the moonlight to orient themselves and travel safely home. The moon creates the months. M-O-N is moon. There are 28-day cycles, and this 28-day cycle of the moon is reflected in the woman's body, known as the menstrual cycle. The moon is a feminine energy, governing the feminine elements such as water and the feminine cycles of the body. The moon is the womb. This is why eggs have the same color as the moon, because eggs are ruled by the moon's energy. Now that's the external world. The internal world, the moon symbolizes the emotion aspect of our consciousness. It represents the subconscious mind, the seat of intuition and psychic abilities. Just like in the external world, things are born out of the moon, such as eggs and the womb. The subconscious mind acts as a womb for our conscious mind. Our deep subconscious emotions and programs are born into light into the conscious mind and controls the conscious mind. The moon represents our hidden psyche, our shadow self. Now let's go on to the sun. The sun represents the life force. In the material external world, the sun is ruling over pretty much all life. The sun gives life to all things. Without the sun, animals could not exist, the human body could not work, and plants would not grow. The sun is the life force. It's the soul of the world. Now, in our internal world of consciousness, the sun represents our passion, our drive, our conscious mind. The aspect of our internal world that wants to drive things and give life to physical manifestation. Now we go on to Mars energy. Mars is well known for being the god of war. Mars energy manifests into the material plane through anything that seeks to protect or defend itself. For example, the holly tree. The holly tree leaves are very sharp and they defend itself. Anything that is protective in the material world has Mars energy and is governed by this specific aspect of consciousness. For example, any predators or animals such as hedgehogs with spines on their backs for protection. Mars represents all things that is driven by conflict, aggression and defense. Now internally, inside of our inner world, Mars symbolizes the aspect of our consciousness that is focused on self-preservation and protection. Mars governs our ego, the instinctual urges of anger or maintaining reputation. Mars is not evil. It's necessary. Sometimes it's necessary for us to protect ourselves. Mars is the aspect of our consciousness that is anger, rage, the desire to fight or conquer. When this energy is activated within our consciousness, we become defensive, assertive, and even combative, ready to dominate others and destroy obstacles in our way. Now let's move on to Venus energy. Venus in the external material world manifests its energy through the aesthetics of creation. This planet governs the beauty and harmony found in nature, including the nurturing environment of a mother's womb where life begins. Venus embodies the essential love, not only in romantic relationships, but also in the bonds between family members and all living beings. Venus represents relationships. We have relationships between plants, animals. They all depend on each other to give life. Plants provide food and medicine, while living creatures contribute to their own growth and pollination. Internally, Venus represents the aspect of our consciousness that yearns for relationships and connections with others. This is an aspect of our consciousness that encourages to care for our physical appearance and embracing beauty. Aesthetics play a role in our interactions and self-expression. This is why there is a beauty brand called Venus. Now let's move to Jupiter energy. Jupiter in the material plane manifests its energy as forces of fortune, abundance, and wealth. This energy manifests itself as plants, as fruits that we can consume and eat in abundance. Anything that is nourishing and cultivated by the earth for humanity and animals. Jupiter embodies the giving energy that provides for and sustains life, fostering growth and ensuring that resources are available to all. Its influence is seen in the natural cycles of abundance, where fruits must grow and ripen before they are enjoyed, symbolizing the importance of effort and patience. Internally, in our spiritual world, Jupiter represents the aspect of our consciousness that yearns for abundance and seeks growth in various aspects of our lives, including wealth, knowledge, and personal development of the mind, spirit, and the soul. This is the aspect of our consciousness that wants to gain wealth, that wants to gain expansion and abundance in our lives. However, when Jupiter's energy dominates our consciousness excessively, it can lead to feelings of stinginess and greed. It represents material possession. The last planet is Mercury. Mercury in the external world governs the vital elements such as seeds, air, communication, education, and electricity. Known as the messenger of the gods, Mercury rules over intellect, communication, and the transmission of knowledge. Mercury's states of consciousness manifests itself in the material plane as the network between trees and plants, how they all communicate together. It represents the intelligence behind all physical things. It's the intelligence behind the seed that allows it to grow into a plant. Mercury's creative energy is manifested in the nervous system of the human body and all living animals. The intricate messenger that transmits signals from the body to the brain and then to the mind. This intelligence within us allows us to facilitate thought and movement. Internally, in our spiritual aspects of consciousness, Mercury is the state of consciousness that seeks knowledge, understanding, and intellectual growth and expansion. This part of us is curious, eager to learn, and driven to communicate ideas and information. It represents our mental body. The Roman god Mercury is often depicting flying because this symbolizes the air. Air represents our mental body. When the Mercury aspect of our consciousness dominates, we become highly intellectual, constantly seeking information, analyzing situation, and communicating our ideas. While this can enhance our understanding and ability to interact with the world, an excess of Mercury's influence can lead to overthinking, excessive analysis, and focus on intellect over emotions or intuition. Okay, so they are the 7 planetary energies in the external world and your internal world of consciousness. These energies are manifested in the Roman mythology as human beings. They are depicted as human beings, but this is nothing but symbolism. These gods never existed physically. They represent aspects of our consciousness and spiritual forces that govern the material plane. Every material object, every intelligence, every piece of life in this universe is governed and brought into existence by one of these spiritual forces. Now, I hope this video has expanded your mind into a new realm of thought. Make sure to leave a like, a comment, and subscribe to the channel for more occult and esoteric information. You can read more about this topic and many more occult and esoteric teachings inside of my books, the Book of Wisdom Volume 1 and the Book of Wisdom Volume 2. I honestly advise that not everyone reads these books. These are books which will completely transform your view on reality. You will feel a lot better reading these books because you will find a connection with yourself and the universe. Understanding truth and knowing thyself gives you a sense of well-being. Like I said, this is not just a book. This is a beginning of your journey of expansion and growth. Reading them can be life-changing. Inside my university, I host live calls where you can ask me questions, and you can watch all the pre-recorded live calls. You also gain the ability to manifest your own reality through the Manifestation Mastery course. There is also a library with all of the PDFs that I've read in the past of occultism, symbolism, and esotericism that you can gain access to. There is a whole lecture section where you can watch all of my occult lectures. This is a place of transformation. The price of the university will be going up very soon. If you join now, you will gain a free sexual alchemy course which will teach you how to transmute sexual energy into creativity. I'll leave all the links in the description for the university and also my website where you can get my books. I hope you enjoyed this video. Take care.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
In this video, you're going to learn exactly what Christ consciousness truly is and how to cultivate this into your life so you can live a better life, create the things that benefit yourself and humanity, and ultimately to bring heaven on earth. This is the true way. If you're familiar with my work, you know that, I'm pretty much obsessed with symbolism. Symbolism is such a massive topic, and it unlocks profound ancient wisdom that is hidden behind these layers of symbolism of the ancient paintings, symbols, and texts. So I was going through some Christian artwork and I came across this painting. It's a well-known painting called The Sacred Heart of Jesus. And it just blew my mind. What this is revealing about human consciousness and Christ consciousness, which is what Jesus represents. If you're not familiar with Christ consciousness, you should definitely do a bit of research on that. But I'm going to explain it today in detail. So when we look at this painting, we are looking at symbolism. We're looking at consciousness, a state of being, a state of living, a way of thinking, a way of feeling, and a way of acting in the world. As I've said this many times, we're all creators. We all create and generate reality. And you don't just have your personal reality, you have a collective reality. Your reality is affected by the collective consciousness. Depending on the collective consciousness's understanding of reality will also affect your life. We have a collective life and a collective experience. So Jesus in this depiction here is in a way showing us instructions to reach Christ consciousness, whether you see it yet or not. But I'm going to decode this for you. And your mind might be blown after watching this. Okay, so, so what is the meaning of Christ consciousness? What's the whole purpose of this? Very simple. Like I mentioned before, we have a collective experience on this world. And Christ consciousness is the natural consciousness that we all need to be functioning on to generate peace, love, and unity on the earth in this experience we call life. That's what Christ consciousness truly is. It's a state of being that we need to cultivate within our own self, within myself, others, and everyone in this life and experience, so that we can all live in peace and heaven on earth, what they like to call it, so that we can generate the best experience possible together on this thing we call earth, on this material world, this material dimension. The material dimension is simply just a physical dimension of thought. It's a physical outcome of thought, but that's a whole of a lecture. So please leave a like, leave a comment if you have any topics to talk about that you wish for me to cover, and definitely leave a subscribe if you like my content and channel. So to go deeper into this, right, we've explained what Christ consciousness is and what it actually, will do to the earth and what it will do to reality in our collective experience. And it's also representing a profound understanding of self, a deep understanding of the true nature of self, the true source of self, what the self is, pure consciousness, pure God. We are all Jesus. Jesus is you, a physical manifestation of the divine made manifested physically. A physical manifestation of consciousness, okay, of spirit descended into matter. However, Jesus is a symbol that should not be worshipped, but something that we need to cultivate, maybe look up to, and cultivate within our own mind and hearts and actions. So he is someone that we should embody into our own very own being. We need to reach a level of intellect, the mind, a level of emotional understanding, and ultimately this creates Christ consciousness. Okay, and now I know that was very, very vague what I just said, but I'm going to explain it a bit more. I don't want to give it fully away yet because you need some more information, more keys. So let's observe the top end of this painting. Jesus with this circular light emanating around his head is symbolic of the mind, of the our thinking aspects of consciousness, the way we generate thoughts, ideas. The mind is also good at also ruling communication. It also rules what we give attention to. Okay, so this is symbolizing the mind of every human being. The mind is a very powerful center of consciousness located in the head, of course. This is why Jesus is the head at the top with the circle around it, representing the mind. Now, to reach Christ consciousness, we need to purify our minds. Purification of the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind is the hidden aspect of our mind with all of our memories, belief systems, and everything we've ever experienced is stored within there. We have traumas there. We have bad belief systems that hold us back. So it's about reprogramming the subconscious and aligning the subconscious with higher consciousness, with higher understanding of self, removing any mental blockages from the mind. Because in today's world, most people's minds, including myself, before I, purified myself, and I'm still continually purifying myself. That's not to say I'm perfect, because I'm definitely not. But what I was saying was purifying the mind so we can have a powerful mind. Because like I was saying, most people's minds are not their own friend. They let their mind control them. They let their thoughts create negative influence on them, negative emotions. They let their mind destroy their confidence, destroy themselves. We do not want a mind like this. We need a mind that is our best friend, that receives powerful thoughts, that gives someone power. We do not want our mind taking away our power. Okay, so in this specific image here of Jesus, this represents a light mind, a powerful mind, enlightenment. The word enlightenment means light and ment coming from mental or mind, light in the ment. This means a powerful mind. Light is also symbolic of knowledge, information. When someone's very intelligent, you call them a bright person. It's a bright mind. It's knowledge of self. So the mind is conscious of self. That's another thing. We need to be conscious. A lot of people are not conscious, including myself before I did this, before I woke up. Most people are not conscious of their actions. They're not conscious when they're actually awake in the day. They do things unknowingly. Are we conscious of our thoughts, emotions, and actions, what we're giving attention to in our mind? Because ultimately this shapes our experience. There's a great quote, I think it's Julius Caesar or one of the Roman emperors, who says the quality of your life is dependent on the quality of your thoughts. Something along them lines. I don't know if I'm 100% correct there, but it's very true. Our thoughts dictate our happiness. So to cultivate Christ consciousness, we need to be conscious of our actions, conscious of our thoughts that we're giving attention to. There is a level of mastery that we can achieve within ourselves where we become conscious of every single thought that enters our mind. That sounds easy, but it's definitely not. But that's a high level of mastery that we can achieve and cultivate within ourselves. So we're looking at a powerful mind here from Jesus, a powerful mind, a purified mind. And we purify the mind through, affirmations, meditations, ritual work. Rituals are things we do every single day with an intent in our mind and an emotion in our heart to impress that state of consciousness into our subconscious, so it can slowly rewrite our consciousness and align our consciousness and sync it with higher thoughts and higher emotions, with love. We can sync our consciousness with love, which is ultimately what Christ consciousness truly is. Well, now we're going to go on to that now. So we've gone over the mind. Now we go over the heart. Now notice, before we go into the heart, Jesus is revealing. He's pulling back the robe, symbolizing opening the heart, revealing the heart, revealing the soul, the light of the heart. Our authentic self lies in the heart. Our pure intentions, our love, our soul needs to be shining through our heart. And our soul is unconditional love. Now, that's not to say that we can get corrupted hearts. We surely can have corrupted hearts, for sure. We can love sick and twisted things, and that's evident in today's world. People love killing people. People love hurting people, manipulating people. People love power. Now, that's obviously an inversion of the natural state of consciousness for humans. When we're born with a natural state of love, of unconditional love for the self, for everyone else, for animals, insects, the earth. We love everything as a child. And not only do we love everything, we actually act upon this. As a child, we do not act on anything we know is not good. And I'm talking early stages of being a child, before we're indoctrinated, before the mind and heart become corrupted. We are pure. This is symbolizing this. Light represents also purification and truth, because when you shine light on something, it's the truth. You see it. You shine it through the darkness. It reveals. So light, this is symbolizing revealing the light of the soul, of love consciousness, holding love in the heart, true love, not love for sick and twisted things, but true love for the self, the body, and for everyone else and all things. Holding love in the heart. There's a famous saying of keeping the sun in your heart. Keep the sun in your heart. It's a very famous saying. What the sun is a symbol of love. What does the sun do? It gives abundantly. All it does is give light, give energy, power, light to the earth, and everything is feeding off this source. The sun expects nothing back. It just abundantly gives. It's a symbol of love. This is the love principle of creation. Now, the heart is also governing our actions. What we think about, okay, in our mental field of consciousness is directly corresponded and observed in our hearts. What we think about directly corresponds with what's going on and what we feel in our hearts. Okay? Thoughts produce emotions. So if we give attention to negative thoughts, there's no wonder we're having negative emotions in our hearts. So purification of the mind is also having an effect in purification on the heart. Because when we purify our thoughts and only give attention to powerful thoughts and positive thoughts that uplift yourself and humanity, then we're going to also see this change in the heart, see this emotional change in our consciousness. Okay, so this represents the purification of, a purified heart, the light emanating around the heart. Love for the self, love for one another. And you're revealing this, you're shining the heart on others. This represents, revealing your true self to everyone without suppressing aspects of self. Revealing the light, not holding back the light. Because people in darkness will look at people who are spiritual and say, oh, he's into the woo-woo stuff. It's about revealing that and not caring about others. Because when you shine a light, you're also planting seeds in other people. Now, I'm going to tie this together with the hand gesture. Now, what we're looking at here, we're looking at a hand gesture with two fingers up. We have the middle finger and the index finger upwards. And notice how they're crossed over. They're crossed. They're not separate. They're crossed, representing unification. Unification here. This is a unified two fingers. Two represents division. Crossed over represents oneness. It's the unification of the mind and the heart. A lot of people talk about this, but not many people go into detail about it because, for many reasons. But this is the unification of thought with emotion. This is how we truly reach Christ consciousness. And ultimately, when we do gain the love in our hearts and we do slow, it's a gradual process of cultivating love for the self and everyone else in the world, because we're so programmed to be divided, but it's a slow progress. But when we do cultivate love in our hearts for the self and one another, love is a very, very nurturing and growing force. Like I said, the sun earlier, that is pure love energy. It makes everything grow on the earth. While love in your heart grows connections with people. It grows care. You go out your way to do things to people and do give people things. It's a very nurturing and growing energetic force. And me personally, I think the whole universe is built upon love. The whole thing. Without love, without the love, there is nothing. Nothing is, love is the only true emotion that truly exists. Everything else is either an opposition of love or a different degree and branch of love. Love is the only true emotion, and everything is built upon that principle. Okay, love is what guides us to a higher consciousness. When we cultivate love in our hearts, we become a vessel for light, more energy, more vibration. Our electromagnetic field expands, or biofield. when we hold love in our hearts. It's a very powerful force. And when we do cultivate a strong spiritual compass within our heart, because that's what our heart truly is, it's a spiritual compass. It tells us, well, it doesn't tell us, it knows what is right at all times. If you think something, your heart tells you whether that is right or that is wrong, whether you should act upon it or whether you should not. The heart knows what's good and evil. No one told you this as a child. As a child, you already knew this. You came into the world, you knew what was right and wrong. You knew it was wrong to hurt people. So this unification that he's doing with his hand symbolizes thinking with the love of the heart, represents thinking with love of the heart, thinking with love of the heart for the self and the collective. Now, ultimately, what this does is give birth to perfect action. Why? Why does this give birth to perfect action? Think about it. Every time you've taken an action, why did you take the action? You probably, well, you would have thought about it, you had a feeling towards it, a care energy, and you took action. Why do we go to work? We care about paying the bills and staying in our house. We go to work to earn money. We think, we care, we act. Everything you see in front of your reality, on the screen that you're seeing right now, you called your eyes. Everything is in front of you because you care. It's the heart energy that leads the body. Okay? And that's even present in the body. Have a look at the body. We have the head, thought, then emotion, then our feet is at the bottom, and our feet take action. Thought, emotion, action. Thought, emotion, action. So even the body is basically a blueprint of how creation is manifested. So we receive thoughts from the divine planes, from the higher planes of consciousness. We receive them. That's another thing that I missed. If we purify our minds, we're basically attuning our mind to a higher part of the mental plane, and we will receive higher thoughts. We will receive thoughts that are more genius, what we like to call today, or better quality thoughts. We receive good ideas when we attune our mind to a higher consciousness. Okay, so we are like a radio. We receive thoughts based on what our mind is set to. That's why we call it a mindset. So, like I was saying, we receive thoughts through the head. We feel the emotion, then our feet take action. Thought, emotion, action. So the body's a blueprint of creation. It's beautiful when you really notice this. So this unification is about thinking with the love of the heart, which gives birth to perfect action in the world. And this is the state that we need to cultivate within myself and everyone in the world so we can give birth to heaven on earth through action. Because ultimately the world is molded through action, physical action. And them actions are molded from thoughts and emotions. Now, just to have a little announcement, I am now opening 10 more spaces inside my Symbolism Masterclass. We have 10 more spaces. You're going to learn about a lot more about symbolism. It's very affordable. I'll leave the link in the description if you wish, if you care about gaining more information and learning the ability to read symbols. So what is the inversion of this? What is the inversion of this consciousness? Well, that's what we call satanic consciousness. Satanism. Satanism on its true level is the opposite, the opposing the natural state of consciousness that we are born into. It's about thinking with no emotion, thinking and acting. This is what the Skull and Bones represents here. So the Skull and Bones Secret Society, this is their main logo. Again, we have the skull, which represents thought, and the bones, which represent action. The bones take action in the physical body. We're looking at thought and action with no emotion, no empathy, no love for one another, only love for the self, the inverted love. Okay? We're looking at gray. Gray is a symbol of dullness, death. There's no emotion in gray because colors provoke emotion. When we look at a color, it invokes an emotion. Gray has no emotion. So we're looking at dullness of the emotions. I'm not going to go too deep on this subject. I'm going to create a whole new lecture for that. In fact, I think we have a great lecture inside Ethereal University on Satanism. We're going very into depth of what Satanism is and what Satanism consciousness truly is. And again, it's just the cross inverted. Satanism is just it's the invertation of, I don't know if that's a word, but it's the inverse of natural law, natural consciousness, of love consciousness that we are born into. Okay, so ultimately, the message in this video was to create love in our minds, love in our hearts. Think with the love of the heart. Think with the care for one another. And that gives birth to perfect action. And when we align, when we do truly act out what our heart is telling us, and I know this from first-hand experience. This is what happened to me. I woke up, I started to follow my inner guidance. I always took action on it. I was saying yes to it every single time. And it led me, I'm getting goosebumps actually saying this. It led me to where I am. Like that action, me saying yes to my heart, to that knowingness of goodness within me, was like a domino effect. And that domino effect, every time I did it, it was just opening more and more doors, not physically, but mentally. I was receiving more information. I was receiving more opportunity physically. My work started to explode on social media. Like, when you follow your heart and truly take action on what you know is good, it's like a domino effect that leads you step by step to where you're meant to be. And it's so profound and it's so, beautiful. And I'm telling you this from firsthand experience. This is ultimately how you kind of unlock your purpose in this physical world as well. So not only is it going to create a better world, it's also unlocking your true soul form and soul purpose while you're here. It's very beautiful. So I thank you, everyone. Please leave a like, comment, and share, and subscribe to the channel. And I'll see you all inside Ethereal University if you decide to take your studies to the next level. Take care.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Hello, Seeker. Welcome to Revival of Symbolism, a channel devoted to the language of esoteric symbolism, guiding you to discover yourself and expand your consciousness into deeper realms of thought. I'm Harry B. Joseph, also known as Revival of Wisdom, and today we're going to be discussing this particular piece of artwork of the eye and the checkerboard together, and the esoteric teachings behind the veils of these symbols. So the first thing we must look at is, of course, the eye. The eye being a symbol of consciousness. The eye is the inner witness inside of ourself. This eye is referring to the internal eye of perception inside of our mind. The mind that gives us the ability to perceive and to understand things internally. This is also the eye we use to vision things through our internal vision, what we like to call imagination. The screen in our mind that allows thoughts to be projected into a particular form. So this eye is talking about the internal eye of perception inside every single individual and form of life. Dogs, cats, squirrels, humans. Every single form of life has this internal dialogue, the inner being that no one else can listen to but themselves. This is a symbol of consciousness. And together, these two symbols reveal a grand teaching and understanding of the world. and the universe, of how the universe is one consciousness, one observer. This is symbolizing the observer witness consciousness. Consciousness holds many vehicles and many dimensions that it exists in. As I've talked about previously in my previous lectures, we have a physical vehicle of consciousness, which expresses physical actions through the physical body. We have an emotional vehicle of consciousness, which is our emotional body or the astral plane. We have a mental vehicle of consciousness to express thoughts inside of, the thought body of consciousness. We also have a witness side of our consciousness. This internal witness, like who is the one seeing the screen of your reality right now? Who is the one seeing it? Not looking, who's perceiving the screen of reality through your eyes? Well, that would be the inner witness. And that inner witness is also perceiving your thoughts. A lot of people become identified with their thoughts, and they let the changes, the ever coming, unfolding changes in their mind, world, become a part of who they are. And they get caught up in the world and the changes that happens to them. And a great teaching that I've come across this last year is to never identify with the ever-changing circumstances that happen in life. When things are tough, when things are bad, always remind yourself that you are the witness of your thoughts and you are the witness of this reality. You are the one witnessing your thoughts, emotions, and actions. You are the one behind them. So when things get tough, try not to get too indulged in these negative things. The I is the witness. Connect with the witness. And this is the same I that sees the screen of your reality, and it also sees the screen of your dreams. So this witness consciousness is transcending your physical day life and reality, and it's also witnessing your dreams. It's the same observer who's observing your reality now, but also observing your dreams. So this witness consciousness transcends all forms of bodies of consciousness. It is essentially the highest aspect of ourselves. And it is literally the thought voice, the inner thinker, because you are not the external body. You are not the being outside your mind. You are the being inside your mind who is actively thinking. I like to call what you are, what we are as consciousness is consciousness in action. We are the thinking inner thinker, the inner being. And it's about becoming into contact with that inner being again to unveil who we truly are. If we sit back and truly have a thinking session of, closing your eyes and going inside yourself, and you ask yourself, who am I truly? Who am I beyond all of my beliefs, memories, my body? Who am I beyond that? And it will lead you to the inner voice, the inner dialogue. But again, you are not the voice. You are the one hearing the voice. You are the silent, invisible one, the one behind the veil. So this is ultimately what the I is representing. It is representing the inner self shining, looking down upon the earth, upon duality, right? But this also reveals a great teaching as well, is that consciousness is universal. It is not something solely given to you. It is universal. It is a part of a greater whole. Consciousness is personal and also impersonal. We have our personal sense of self. We have this inner voice. We have this sense of who we are in this world. And
That is our personal sense of self, but you can also transcend the personal sense of self by turning off the mind and fading into the collective impersonal consciousness, which is ultimately what you call transcended states of consciousness, altered states of consciousness, or astral projection. When you astral project, you are simply accessing this impersonal aspect of consciousness. And this is ultimately what the symbol is representing with the checkered board floor, because the checkered board floor is duality, division. There is many, many different forms, but the I is singular. This is representing how the universe is one witness being, one consciousness expressing itself in infinite life forms and into division. But ultimately, division is an illusion. Consciousness fades into an impersonal consciousness. So the checkerboard floor and the eye above symbolizes how consciousness fractals itself and crystallizes into many different forms of personalized consciousness. The self, the sense of self, right? And this is why we always say, I am. I. If we look at the word I and the word I, so we have I, which is I am, and you also have the word I, which is like the eye you see here in the sky. The I, and if you look at the beginning of some words, you have inside. You also have internal intelligence. All things to do with the inner self. Most words begin with an I, which is, I find, is a great connection because it's referring to the inner intelligence, the inner being, the inner sense of self. So the universe is essentially one being expressed in many different forms. That's also found in the word universe, uni, coming from the root word unite, meaning oneness, unification, united, and verse being a verse of a song, because we're all playing the song of consciousness, which is an ever unfolding song, an unfolding vibration, an unfolding creation. So this is simply representing how consciousness fractals itself into many different forms. And when we identify with our self consciousness, our sense of self, we no longer realize that we're a part of a greater whole. We're part of a unified field of consciousness. And there is only actually one true being in the universe, and that is the inner witness. And that inner witness is inside of every living form. And in order to truly process that, it takes a lot. You have to disintegrate who you truly think you were before you wake up to this universal truth. Before you understood this, you just think, I am me, you are you, and everyone is divided and everyone is their own being. When in fact, we're all not. We're all one consciousness expressing itself infinitely. And it's kind of like a social system. Consciousness is always interacting with itself. When you interact with someone else, you're interacting with yourself. It's a very mind-boggling concept to truly understand. But again, in order to truly understand this, you have to let go of who you thought you were. And when you do no longer identify with your personal consciousness and you identify with the witness consciousness, you become unified with the whole, with the greater, with the collective consciousness. And this changes the way you think, you feel, and act, because you then realize that we're all playing a part of creation on this earth. We're all contributing towards the building project of earth. And your thoughts, emotions, and actions also hold a great impact on
the building project, your contribution towards humanity and the collective. And you start to have empathy for other people and you start to care for other people naturally by understanding this concept. And it's a very important concept because if the whole world truly understood this, we would live in a better reflection in the material world. The world would be reflecting a better place because the world is simply just a reflection of consciousness. And the world today is so bad because people's thoughts and consciousness is not in the greatest state of mastery, of self realization, and people don't understand who they truly are. And a religion plays a massive part in this. Our whole lives, we're stuffed with someone's going to come and save us. Jesus will return and save the whole world. It's to me, to be honest, it's complete utter nonsense. We have free will. We are the ones holding we hold responsibility for the creation that unfolds on the earth. Us as a collective consciousness are God manifesting, unfolding this creation and steering it in the present moment. And that's another thing. Reality was never created thousands of years ago. God is creating the world right now through the present moment, and it's unfolding. It's in a continuous state of becoming, just like you are in a continuous state of becoming. Time is evolving. Time evolves our minds. It evolves our sense of self. And we evolve over time as an individual and as a collective consciousness. And so does the earth go through this change as we change. So it's important that we are becoming more self-aware in the world so we can actually start to reflect a better world. But the checkerboard floor, again, is just reminding us of the duality and the illusion, because it looks like an illusion, a checkerboard floor. It's an illusion. The physical world, if you only look at the world through the eyes, you will live in the veils of illusion and never see the light, the higher understanding of the world. You will see everything as divided. You will see everything as I am me, you are you, and live in division. But in truth, we are all one. We all come from the same source, and we're all the same infinite witness expressed in different forms. And this brings me back to the concept of love. Love is the force that unifies consciousness. It unifies yourself. It unifies your relationships with people. If you love your partner, you love your brother, your sister, whoever it is in your life, it unifies. If you have a care for someone, it brings you together and you grow the relationship by expressing care into the other person, and it grows. So love is a very expanding, it allows things to grow and it unifies things. And when you start to love yourself, you start to unify with yourself. And when you start to when you start to love nature, you start to unify with nature. So if we understood this, the world would be a better place. And love is the force that unifies the collective consciousness. If we truly hold love for ourselves, for others, other individuals, nature, then the world will become more unified. It unifies consciousness. This is the force of love. It's a very, very powerful, powerful force. And I do truly believe and come to understand now that love is the reason of all creation, which is the generative principle. All action is coming from a place of love or care. We only take action on what we care about. So even the sun is a symbol of love. It just expresses life, gives away all of its light, life, and energy to the earth and asks for nothing back. It is love. It is the expression of care. And that is what unifies consciousness. So, again, this is just talking about the inner witness and how consciousness expresses itself in many forms. And the checkerboard floor also transcends that idea that I've just described of how it's consciousness divided in many forms. It also represents a state of an individual's mind. The checkerboard floor is symbolic of being divided, you versus me thinking, walking down the street and thinking everyone's a threat. It also represents their thoughts, emotions, and actions not being aligned, not being unified. Their thought, emotion, action are scattered, and they're not creating things consciously. It also represents many, many different personalities in our minds, the divided personas and personalities in our mind that we have. And the I represents the unification of that. It's about unifying our mind pretty much to not have all of these different characters and sides to ourselves and actually being a whole mind, becoming conscious of the unconscious aspects of ourselves and transmuting them. And when we become conscious of something, we then hold the power to change it. If we have an unconscious part of ourselves, and we never truly realize it, we don't change it, and that unconscious thing can actually seek to control our thoughts, emotions, and actions from that place of the unconscious mind. So ultimately, that's what darkness to light represents. Darkness symbolizing things we are unaware of, because when something is in dark, you cannot see it. Most people are in darkness of their imagination. They don't realize the power of their imagination. They're unconscious of it. They don't use it. And to become conscious of that is to put it into light. Shedding light on something reveals something. If I shine a torch on an object, it's going to reveal it. It's the truth. So it's about becoming conscious of the aspects of ourselves that we may be unconscious of, and actually using them and transforming them as tools. And again, we have the I with light, with white and black. This is duality. You are also the witness consciousness, as previously mentioned, and the witness consciousness thinks in duality. We think we are the hater and the lover. We are the deceiver and the truther. The truth is that consciousness thinks within duality, and within the mind, beyond the witness, there is duality in thought. But in truth, you are not either. You are neither the positive or negative thought. You are the witness of it. There's a great saying in the Gospel of John, and I can't remember exactly the words, but it goes something along the lines of, lift the wood, I am there. Lift the stone, I am there. It's basically saying that everything is the I am, everything is the same consciousness. No matter where you go in the universe, you're talking to self. You're talking to the same thing. You're seeing the same thing. It is the same consciousness that is everywhere. So consciousness thinks within duality, and it is the light and the dark, and we have the ability to transform between them. And some people think that, darkness is all evil. Darkness is not inherently evil. Darkness is not inherently evil. There are dark aspects of the world that help you actually progress into the light. Without the darkness, consciousness can't move into the light, into knowingness. Without bad, there is no evil. They are needed. Both of them are needed. So, in order to understand the light, you have to understand darkness. And there are some forces of some forces of darkness in the universe that are purposely there to cause certain things to then push you and activate the good or the light. Some Gnostic texts talk about how there are beings that very powerful beings that purposely descend themselves into darkness on purpose to make things happen in certain people's lives, so it actually pushes them towards the light, towards the good. So, this is ultimately what the whole allegory of Satan is. Satan was created by God, and Satan is necessary, which is symbolic of darkness. Is symbolic of evil, the evil forces of the universe, because the universe is simply just one force of consciousness, and that one force can express itself in good and evil. The power of the mind can be used to kill, or the power of the mind can be used to create amazing things. So there is only one force in the universe, symbolized by the one eye, the one force of consciousness, and that one force can be used for light and dark, which is the checkerboard. It's also symbolic of the checkerboard being on the ground, symbolizing the earth, which is base awareness, duality thinking, base consciousness, stuck in division consciousness. And the one eye symbolizes unification of the mind, a balanced internal perception. We're rising from the ground to the sky, symbolizing from heavy to the light, from darkness to light. The eye is also symbolizing perception, what we perceive, and this is ultimately the end goal of all occult and esoteric research, is to gain more light, to gain a higher perception of the self, to gain a higher eye, a higher perception. That's why the eye is always raised above, symbolizing you're chasing the eye, you're chasing a higher perception of yourself and reality and the universe. It also reveals the teachings of the eye that is always watching you. There is an eye always watching you, and then that eye is the laws that governs consciousness. Consciousness, or your mind, is governed by certain laws that your mind cannot escape, such as cause and effect, vibration, mentalism, correspondence, rhythm. The 8 universal principles that pretty much crystallize consciousness into a reality. Your mind cannot escape the law of cause and effect. That force is too powerful to escape. Therefore, this is the eye watching you. This is the eye that has governance over you. It is the laws. But then again, on a negative context of the eye can then become a symbol of surveillance. Hence why certain organizations and companies in the world use the symbol of the eye, symbolizing surveillance, gaining, manipulation and surveillance over humanity and certain things and data. So there's light and dark of every symbol. It's just depending on how you use it. But ultimately, that is the teachings of the checkerboard and the eye in the sky. If you wish to learn more about yourself, because that is the only thing that matters in the world, learning about yourself. The only thing you take with you after death is the knowledge that you hold in your mind. You can't take your car, you can't take your possessions, you can't take your money. The only thing you take is your consciousness, your level of mastery, and the things you know. With that being said, I'll see you inside Ethereal University if you decide to join, and I'll see you in the next video.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Religions were made to hide the truth about yourself, God, and the universe. You see, religion teaches there is a God separate from you. He created the universe separate from himself. They did this to truly disconnect you from consciousness, from God, and from yourself. Now let me explain. It's going to be very difficult to understand this from a left hemisphere dominated perception. The left hemisphere sees everything individual. The right hemisphere sees the whole. For example, if you're walking through a woods, the left hemisphere sees individual trees, leaves, twigs, and branches. The right hemisphere sees the interconnectedness of the whole woods. We've been trained our whole life to be trapped in the left hemisphere, to think logically, scientifically, with evidence. This way of thinking traps you in illusion, division, and separateness from everything. Plus, in science, they teach you the universe exists outside of you. You exist in a universe, and the universe exists whether you exist or not. This is completely false. You are the universe experiencing itself. There is only one person in the universe. There is only one awareness in the universe, and that is God. That is your consciousness. Not your name, your job, your reputation, your thoughts, your beliefs. That is not God. God is the infinite awareness that you are, the alertness, the essence of life. You are an individual. You have a dual nature, an inner world, consciousness, and an outer world, this physical body. The inner world is the immortal, consciousness, awareness. This physical reality is for the immortal within us to experience and enjoy. And the immortal consciousness, the immortal self, the individualized expression of the only thing that is truly real, which is God, consciousness, is seeking a way to understand itself through infinite vantage points. The same consciousness inside of you, inside of the dog, the squirrel, the plants, the stars, the same awareness is in absolutely everything. Only the right hemisphere can see this connection. The universe is one mind separated into the infinite bodies and life forms. This is why scientists tell you that the universe is forever expanding. It's truth in plain sight, because the universe is the mind, and the mind is always seeking more vantage points to understand itself. And the mind is always expanding into new realms of thought. The mind cannot be filled up. It does not exist in space. However, human awareness, human consciousness is very sacred. And the reason why I say that is because humans possess a two-way consciousness, unlike a dog, an animal, or a squirrel, for example. The dog looks in the mirror. It is not aware of itself. It doesn't look in the mirror and see that it needs to improve something. However, humans, we can look in the mirror and say, who am I? Where do I come from? And I need to change this aspect of me. I'm lacking in this area. Dogs do not have this awareness. They function only on their immediate surroundings, on survival and instinct. Human awareness is special because we have the ability to reflect on the self. We can question our consciousness. We can question, who am I? Where do I come from? And where am I going after this? The human mind has no limitation. We can surpass our animal nature and rise to a godly nature. This is the whole purpose of reaching Christ's consciousness, which is just an ideal consciousness where we have control over self and we know who we truly are. Humans have been given the tools to awaken. Our five senses are locked only to perceive the physical world, but the mind holds the gateway to understand the unseen aspects of reality. The mind holds the secrets to the universe and consciousness. We just have to study ourselves to understand God. We are all individualized aspects of consciousness. There is only one pure consciousness in the universe, but we're fractaled into infinite life forms, experiencing this consciousness in a different form, molding this consciousness into individual egos and individualized consciousness. Me and you are made of the same fabric. However, I have thought different things, believed different things, experienced different things, which has conditioned my consciousness to be my own individualized aspect of God. And that's what makes me, me, and you, you. God is the creative power within us to turn thoughts into physical reality, to create things. We are a creator. Each one of us is a miniature earth, creating and building in this physical 3D reality. Our consciousness holds power over the 3D reality. We can mold it and create anything we wish. However, we have been conditioned to live like an animal, living in our animal nature, eating, surviving, lusting, and these low-level desires keep us trapped from figuring out our creative power. This is why the ancients always depicted God inside of the brain. Even in ancient Christian artwork, William Blake, Anton Raphael, all depict God inside of the brain. Why is this? Because God is our creative power. The spinal column acts as a type of ladder of consciousness. If you just think about sex and act on sex, eating, consuming, and living in a survival animalistic state, then your consciousness is functioning on the lower end of the spinal column, where your reproductive organs are and your gut organs are to consume food. In order to activate the God within us and to us to truly know God, we have to be aligned with the God consciousness. We have to unlock the God within us so we can truly actually experience God and understand it. However, God exists beyond our personal consciousness, beyond our human identity. In secret societies, satanic rituals and satanic societies, they are seeking a way to escape the human identity through ritual work, meditation, and trance-like states. A trance-like state is like the state that you enter just before you fall asleep, where there is no thought present in your mind, because you are not the mind, you are the observer, you experience the thoughts. And when we escape the human identity through rituals, meditation, or trance-like states, we can actually experience beyond the veil of this material world. However, satanic rituals do this in a negative way. Satanic rituals include ways to make the human mind tap out by pushing the human minds to the limit through pain, suffering, and even torture, to allow the mind to pass out so you can temporarily pass on the veil of the physical world and escape the limitations of the human identity and the human thinking mind. Now, you do not have to do it this way. You can experience the divine and beyond your human identity through many different ways, such as deep, deep meditation, rising above your thoughts, and setting 3 alarms, one for 6 a.m., one for 6:30, and one for 7:30. And when you wake up at these times, what you need to do each time you wake up is allow your mind to stay awake but your body to fall asleep. And you will enter this trance-like state. And you can gain ideas, experience lucid dreams, and maybe even astral project. All of these rituals in secret societies and satanic societies is all about escaping the human identity and experiencing the divine planes beyond the physical. To wrap all of this up, this is all about consciousness. Consciousness is the infinite awareness of the universe, just fractaled into separate bodies. And this consciousness is seeking a way to understand itself in infinite angles and vantage points. And religion was made to cut off your connection to the divine planes beyond this world and beyond your self-identity. Therefore, if you want to know God, you have to study the attributes and qualities of God, such as geometry, numbers, consciousness, the mind, the subconscious, human anatomy. All of these things are aspects of God. We have to study ourselves and study nature so we can see God. God is the infinite awareness of the universe. If you love this video, please leave a like and share it with a friend. I'll leave a link in the description for the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
There's an ancient symbol hidden in plain sight, one that holds the key to transformation, power, and unlocking your true potential. It's been used for centuries by mystics, rulers, and even modern science, but almost no one understands its true meaning. Once you do, it will change the way you see yourself and the world forever. Stay with me, because this could be the key to your own awakening. The symbol of the snake, or the serpent, is a very powerful symbol that refers to something within you, that we all are on this journey. So first of all, we see this symbol in ancient Egypt on the top of the pharaoh's head. We also see this with Buddha, with the snake on top of the Buddha's head and below. We also see this in Rome, with the Roman god Mercury holding the staff with the snake. We see this in Adam and Eve's story with the snake tempting Eve. We even see this today on the medical facility. What does this mean? Why is this symbol being used for thousands and thousands and thousands of years? It has a very deep esoteric meaning. We see this in the caduceus staff, and we even see the snake representing the kundalini. What does the snake actually mean? A lot of people think it represents the Kundalini, which it does. However, there's a deeper interpretation of this symbol, and it goes very far beneath the surface of what the snake actually represents. Okay? So first of all, when looking at symbols, we need to observe what the snake does in nature. The serpent sheds its skin. The serpent shedding its skin is a sacred symbol of an inner transformation. It transforms from its old self to a new self. It sheds layers of itself. As the snake discards its old exterior, it mirrors our own journey of realizing outdated beliefs and patterns, paving the way for a renewed, authentic self on the esoteric path of awakening. Essentially, it represents transformation, but not transformation of our physical bodies, transformation of our inner world. Now, this is where things get a little bit tricky and you may become a little bit confused, but I'm going to make this very clear for you. The snake symbol or any symbol can be used for different context. For example, the Kundalini. We see the snake representing the Kundalini. We all know that energy can't be destroyed, only transferred. Like I said, this is a transferring of energy. It's a changing, a transforming, shedding its skin. It represents transformation. Sexual energy is energy, and we can transform the sexual energy into a Kundalini awakening to activate dormant brain cells in our brain and to activate the human light body, which is the spirit. We can cultivate, save, and retain our sexual energy, transmute it up the spine to activate the brain. This is a symbol of transformation, of energy in this context. However, when we go to the emergency services, this does not mean the same thing as the Kundalini. The snake in this context represents transformation of health. When we are picked up by the emergency services, we are looking for a transformation. We are unwell and now we need to transform to well-being. This is why they use this symbol. It represents transformation, especially with the pole and the snake climbing. It's climbing, it's transforming from the bottom to the top, shedding its skin, shedding old layers, transformation. We see this in the Bible with the snake tempting Eve to eat the apple of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Well, what does this mean? Where's the transformation in this? Well, this is a very hidden one. The transformation takes place in Adam and Eve's consciousness and their mind. They go from a pure, whole state of consciousness, from being tempted by the snake, and they eat it and they transform into knowing the good and evil, into the dualistic ways of thinking and the dualistic meaning of this world. Let me rephrase that. They understand the dualism of this world, and they now understand the two good and bad ways of thinking. They know the knowledge of good and evil, of duality. They shifted from a whole state of consciousness into their consciousness being split into good and evil. This represents the journey of every single soul that incarnates into this world, including yourself. When you were a child, you were whole. You had no understanding of good and evil. But as you grew older, you eaten the fruit. You grew to understand the knowledge of good and evil. Your consciousness split from a whole into a separate and divided way of thinking and divided understanding of the world. We suppressed aspects of ourselves to fit in with society norms. And we just limited ourselves with limiting belief systems. We knew the knowledge of good and evil. Our consciousness split from a whole state. This is what Adam and Eve is symbolic of. We see this with the Roman god Mercury, with the snake. Mercury represents intellect, communication. He's always flying in the air, which represents the air, the mind, the intellect. He's holding the snake to represent transformation of the mind. This is what we call mental alchemy, turning base metals into gold, turning the unenlightened aspects of our mind into enlightened ones, turning our negativity into power and control. We see this with the Buddha, and Buddha is all to do with transformation of the inner world, transformation of the mind and the soul and the emotions. And it also represents the Kundalini. We see this in ancient Egypt. We always see the snake on the head, representing the place where the third eye is, representing the intellect or the mind, the mind's eye, the third eye, whatever you want to call it. This is the place of the invisible intelligence within us. This is our mind or intellect. And this is the transmutation of the mind. This is why the snake is on the head, representing the transformation of the mind, going from the unenlightened into the enlightened, going from the uncontrolled to the controlled mind, so that we can control the very fabric of reality. I've kind of just given that away. Why is this important? Humans are creators. We're the architects of creation, endowed with the divine power to channel the fourth dimension, which is the imagination, into reality. Each thought and intention is a seed. When nurtured with focus and clarity, transforms the unseen into the tangible experience. This creative process bridges the gap between the ethereal and the material. Humans are creators. It's impossible for you not to create. Whether you're doing this consciously or subconsciously, you've been creating your whole life, turning non-physical thought into physical reality. We are creators. However, the mind cannot create in a state of chaos. The mind cannot create with limiting beliefs. The mind cannot create with thoughts that come and destruct our minds. The mind cannot create consciously and effectively if there are impulses within our mind and we have no control over the mind. So this is where self-transformation comes from within. This is where the snake comes in. The snake represents the transmutation of our mind from the uncontrolled to the controlled. In this context of the Egyptians with the snake on their head. It's all to do with mental alchemy. In the occult tradition, the mind is seen as a delicate instrument that demands constant vigilance. Left unchecked, it reverts to archaic and destructive thinking patterns. Like a finely honed blade, it must be continually sharpened through discipline and self-refinement. In this unending process of unveiling and mastery, we learn to shape reality, harnessing the power of our thoughts to manifest the highest potential. It's all to do with mental alchemy, and this is how the snake is connected to you, and what the snake represents to you. It represents the transmutation, the changing of ourselves, of our consciousness, so we can gain control in this 3D world. If we lack control, then we'll constantly be manifesting chaos. Now, there are 3 ways that we can transform our world, and we can slowly transform our mind. Now, this is not an overnight process. It takes periods of time of purification. And number 1 is affirmation. Let's say we have this dirty cup of water, and we have a tap of water. And in this tap, it's pouring in more water, clear water. Over time, if I keep pouring clear water into this cup, it's going to slowly purify this cup. And then in the end, it will look like the cup on the right. It's the same with your mind. The cup represents the limiting beliefs, the negative thoughts, the negative mind, the uncontrolled mind. But if we keep repeating affirmations over and over and over again, such as I am disciplined, I am powerful, I am limitless, over time this can purify our subconscious, and we can gain control over the mind, and we will become conscious of the thoughts that we are giving attention to. The second way is meditation. Meditation allows one to develop an off switch for the mind, providing a sense of control over it. Over time, we gain the ability to filter our thoughts and become more conscious of the ones we choose to engage with. Meditation, over a period of time, will give you this button that allows you to filter out negative thoughts. If you have a negative thought in your mind, you'll be able to become conscious of this and redirect your mind's attention. This is all about self-control, because remember, we become what we think about. The snake represents the transmutation of the self. And another way is visualization. Visualization allows your subconscious mind to experience the reality you desire, accepting it as truth. As the subconscious becomes more immersed in this imagined reality, it works to manifest it into your conscious experience. Your visual eye, visual eye. You're using the mind's eye to see and mold your future. That's what imagination is for, to create in your future. You can become your future now in your imagination. And this can slowly purify your consciousness, slowly purify your mind, which will then, if you do all three of these over periods of time, you will see great transformation from the inside out, and your outer world will start to mirror your inner transformation, because it's as within, so without. You change your inner world of consciousness, of thought and emotion, you'll change your external reality and your circumstances. So I hope this lesson has gave you a great understanding of what the snake actually represents. And now that you see it, you will see this everywhere. Every time you see a snake, you know it represents the transformation. So please, if you can, leave a like, comment, and subscribe, and turn on the alerts to make sure you never miss a video. And if you have any video suggestions, feel free to make a comment and I can make a lecture on it. I appreciate you all watching this video today, and I'll see you all inside my university if you're inside, and I'll see you all in my Telegram if you join. And I'll see you in the next video, of course. Thank you and take care.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
In this video, we're going to be talking about the evolution of consciousness. You are born human, however, you possess consciousness, which is the awareness behind your being, the awareness behind your thoughts, the experiencer behind your five senses, the experiencer, the observer behind your thought, emotions, and senses. You are an eye, an invisible consciousness looking through a lens, which is your body. Your body produces this physical world that you experience. Your brain produces this world. Your brain and body is a technological computer. However, you are an infinite, ever-expanding consciousness behind this physical body. And there is an evolution of consciousness, a cosmic journey of expansion. And this is why we see so much pyramid symbolism in the occult and esoteric world, and especially within Freemasonry. Because the pyramid represents climbing, an evolution, a raising state of consciousness, a journey. Steps symbolize a journey upwards. This is the raising and the evolution of consciousness, our inner world. The transmutation of our inner selves, of our souls and consciousness and our minds. So when we see this pyramid, we're seeing a evolution, a way up to source consciousness. And the eye in the pyramid represents your source consciousness. It represents illumination. It represents divine guidance through this evolution of consciousness. This is why we see the ladder. Consciousness is ever expanding on an infinite journey of evolution. Each individual is a part of this cosmic process, contributing towards the ongoing expansion of both mind and awareness. As we evolve, we collectively explore deeper levels of existence, expanding the boundaries of thought and consciousness. The mind has the ability to expand infinitely into new realms of thought, into new dimensions of mind. The mind cannot be filled up. It is not a physical substance. The body can be filled up because it is a physical thing, but you cannot fill the mind. Therefore, the mind is constantly expanding, ever expanding into new fields of thought. So what we see in Freemasonry, the ladder, is again a journey, an elevation of consciousness. When we are born with an infant consciousness, and as we gain older, we gain an adult consciousness. Our inner world, our inner mind, and our emotional intellect changes and evolves. We are significantly different from when we were very young as an infant. It's because our consciousness evolutes, it changes, it alters like water. So, just like this evolution of your own consciousness as growing up, there is consciousness of beings existing in cycles beyond our own. And their consciousness is unimaginably different from ours. They operate on a higher level of understanding and knowing, experiencing reality in ways that transcend our current comprehension. Our minds right now cannot comprehend the highest states of consciousness. There are entities, there are beings beyond our own, existing in higher dimensions of consciousness that we cannot comprehend because they have expanded. They are on a further way up the ladder of consciousness. However, we are all on the same journey. None of us can take the same journey. There is one ultimate goal, reaching source consciousness. However, this is always ever expanding. However, we are all on a different journey. There is one truth, one source, one goal. However, there are billions in different ways of reaching it, and we are all on these different paths to source consciousness, to this ladder, this evolution of universal evolution. Okay? Their awareness is attuned to new dimensions of existence, reflecting a more advanced stage in the cosmic journey of consciousness evolution. So when you take DMT, you are shot into these higher realms of consciousness where you meet these beings who look similar to these images. They are not speaking to you physically. They don't speak to you three-dimensionally through vibration and words. They speak to you mentally. If you have done DMT, then you know this. And if you have met these beings, then you know this. You might have even met some of these types of beings on mushrooms or any psychedelic drugs. Because ultimately, when you take these mind-altering substances, it's altering your consciousness. It's merging your consciousness with the spirit of that substance. And you are essentially attuning your mind to higher dimensions of consciousness. That's why we say we're getting high when we take these substances. Therefore, when you meet these beings on DMT, you are essentially meeting beings who are attuned to higher dimensions of consciousness, and they speak to you mentally. They speak to you telepathically through thought, because the universe is mental. Everything exists within the mind. The way you are now, your physical existence, is a state of mind. Mind, thought creates matter. Spirit and matter are two opposing ways of thinking. If we have a very spiritual mind, we have an expanded mind, we are a spiritual person through the mind. However, if we have a very low state of consciousness where we think about food, sex, lust, and all physical things, then we have a physical consciousness. Matter and spirit are two opposing forces, two ways of thinking. The mind attunes itself to different levels of understanding in different dimensions. So, essentially, this is what we're looking at. The body is a vessel for the fluidic, formless consciousness, a temple that houses the essence of our awareness. While the five senses are limited to perceiving only the physical plane, the mind transcends these limitations, capable of perceiving the full scope of reality. It is through the mind that we access deeper truths beyond the material, tapping into boundless nature of existence. Physical existence is a thin band, a thin layer of reality. It's like 0.001% of reality. And your five senses are only tuned into this layer of reality. But the five senses are, by design, only allowed to perceive physicality. But the mind has the power to expand beyond this physical five sense state. The mind has the power to expand and evolute. It is a conscious decision whether you want to take this path or not. You can stay in a three-dimensional way of thinking, or you can expand your consciousness from within. It's not an external journey. There is no God going to save you. You must save yourself. Therefore, behind every single one of these eyes is the same source consciousness. However, we are all different cells in a different journey. The organs in your body, the cells in your body are all alive. They all possess same consciousness, universal consciousness. However, we are all on a different journey of evolution. As above, so below. As the baby is in the mother's womb, when the baby becomes conscious, there is a world outside of its mother. What does it do? It presses and seeks a way out to be born in the other world outside of its mother. It is the same with your consciousness, your mind. When your mind becomes aware that there is realities beyond the immediate surroundings, it seeks a way out. And this is exactly what I'm doing to you now. I am now expanding your mind and telling you there is other ways of reality. There's other dimensions of consciousness which you can access through inner transmutation, through different ways of thinking, spiritualism and meditating and connecting with yourself and detaching from external things. We can upgrade our consciousness. Your body is a womb. Why Jesus says you must be born again to see the kingdom of God, because you are born physically and then you must be born again spiritually, awakening your inner consciousness. So like I said, as the baby is in the womb, it's the same principle. As above, so below. You were a baby. You were in your mother's womb and you figured out there is a world outside of your mother. So you seek to weigh out your mother to be born in another world. It's the same now. You must do this now. This is your spiritual evolution. This is the evolution of consciousness. It's ever expanding. When you die, this is a transition. You must learn to not fear death. This is another part of your spiritual journey. You must master death. Therefore, like I said before, the mind has limitless capacity to expand into new realms of thought, continuously exploring uncharted ideas and concepts without boundaries. The mind can ever expand. It can never be filled. It can never ever know everything. There is infinite fields of knowledge, infinite fields of thought. Your current state is just one stage on an infinite pathway. You won't remain human forever. The human experience is a crucial phase where we learn to balance polarities, master the fundamental laws of the cosmos. It is a period of growth and transformation, preparing us for the next stages in our cosmic evolution. The goal is to strive for perfection, yet the true perfection is unattainable. It's like a tunnel, and there is a light at the end of the tunnel. And as you walk through this tunnel, the light is ever moving backwards. You should forever seek to meet that light, but you will never meet that light because consciousness is ever expanding. You should strive for perfection, yet knowing that perfection is forever unattainable. The journey is endless, with each step revealing deeper layers of understanding and experience. The pursuit of growth and expansion is itself the essence of our evolution. You can find all of this knowledge in the amazing book that I have read for years. I have read this book, The Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the Atlantean, by M. Dorial, translated by M. Dorial. I'm telling you now, this book, now that I've told you this, you have some context on the book. The whole book is about evolution of consciousness. He's talking about higher dimensions beings. He's talking about how you can transcend this physical plane. It is truly the most amazing book you will probably read. One of the best like spiritual texts you'll see. It's hard to understand, so you must read it over and over again. And the more your mind progresses, like for me, I read this every couple months, and the more I learn about consciousness, the more I expand my own consciousness. And every time I read this book, I pick out something new that just completely blows my mind, because you can only understand this book to your level of consciousness, to your level of understanding. So now that I've told you all this information, go and read this book and it will absolutely blow your mind. And so will the Book of Wisdom Volume 2, which is now available. I released it the other day. I'm just going to read a page out now. This page is called Spirit and Matter. The Earth is not merely a dense, lifeless rock drifting through space. It possesses spirit, a living essence that animates its form. But what do we mean by spirit? Spirit in esoteric terms refers to the energy, the life force, animating the principles infused in matter. So essentially, what this page is talking about is how everything has spirit, consciousness within it. You are the middle, you are spirit and matter. You have the ability to expand your mind to the God self and raise above our animal instinct, our material self, and know the divine and expand. Animals cannot do this. Animals are not self-aware. Humans possess self-awareness. We can observe our consciousness. We can say, why do I exist? We can look in the mirror and know that we need growth. And this is what Anunnaki means. Anu means above. Anu was the supreme god of the sky, which is a metaphor. He represents spirit above, heaven. Anu came down to earth and married Ki, the goddess of the earth, which represents matter. It's a myth, it's an allegory. Anu married Ki and gave birth to the Anunnaki. Spirit came down and infused with matter and gave birth to the human, which is you. You are spirit infused in matter, Anu and Ki, Anunnaki. You are the Anunnaki. And this is just one of the teachings in my book. Honestly, this book is absolutely amazing. If you truly, truly want to expand your consciousness, give this book a read. And obviously, if you're inside the university, I give you this book for free, a paperback version. If you join the university, follow the steps inside of the general chat, you'll be able to download this book, not download it, order a paperback for free. All you have to do is pay for the shipping. You'll also gain amazing knowledge inside of my library, where your mind will just be overblown with the amount of esoteric books. There's over 45 rare occult books, plus you get a PDF of the Volume 1 and Human Health Guide. You get reoccurring updates where I expand on symbolism, occultism, where you will just feel absolutely amazing once you understand esotericism in yourself. You'll also learn how to create the dream reality that you want with the Manifestation Mastery course, where I teach you how your consciousness creates reality. You'll have a real lectures where I post lectures on symbolism, occultism, esotericism. There's a conscious community and live calls and Q&A where you can ask me questions and I'll answer your questions. I just want to say thank you to everyone who has joined the university. Thank you for even liking and watching this video. Any support I just appreciate every single one of you. Please, if you can, leave a comment and a like on this video and let me know any videos you want me to make in the future. And I will start uploading a lot more to the YouTube. So yeah, thank you all for tuning in today. Have an amazing day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Welcome to Revival of Wisdom.
Welcome people, we're back with another video. Please make sure to hit the like, the subscribe button, and turn on notifications to never miss a video. The Vatican is a giant key from a bird's eye view, and it also contains an 8-pointed star. The Anunnaki Sumerian gods also depicted this 8-pointed star. The sky god Anu from the Anunnaki also uses the 8-pointed star for his symbol. And even Freemasons depict an 8-pointed luminary with a ladder and a key. This is symbolizing the key to ascension up to the 8-pointed star, which is Polaris. Polaris is always depicted as an 8-pointed star. Polaris is the standstill star at the very center of our realm, which is perfectly aligned with the North Pole. The Earth is a giant torus field, and at the center is where the most electromagnetic energy is stored. This is why all compasses point to the north. Hence why a compass is an 8-pointed star, because it points you to Polaris, which is the North Pole, the center of this realm. The 8 points of the 8-pointed star symbolize the 8 points in space and time. So yes, Polaris is the portal which you ascend through if you outgrow this consciousness by aligning your chakras. Our earthly realm is a macrocosmic reflection of us, and we as humans are the micro reflection, with the earth containing its 7 chakras as well as us. The North Pole is the 7th chakra, which is the crown chakra. So the key to ascension is held by the Vatican, hence why it's a giant key, because they mislead the masses through their religions, which teaches the masses to look outside of themselves. As stated in the 20,000-year-old emerald tablets, written by the Egyptian god Thoth. On Earth, man is in bondage, bound by space and time to the Earth plane. Encircling each planet, a wave of vibration binds him to his plane of unfoldment. Yet within man is the key to releasement. Within man may freedom be found. So the 7 planets are associated with each 7 chakras. The lowest chakra being the root chakra, which is associated with Saturn. This is why the elites love Saturn and reflect it in all of their symbols. Because the chakras are an ascension of spiritual principles, starting from the material and ascending up to the spiritual, the crown chakra. However, evil love bondage, and they are trapping souls in the physical realm by stopping and provoking the ascension process. They do this by abusing the energy of Saturn, and Saturn is associated with the lowest chakra. The lower 3 chakras are associated with survival mode, which keeps the consciousness in a constant state of fear and only aware of its surroundings. Once you start to ascend up your chakras, you become more consciously aware of spiritual deeds. And this is the process of returning back to your true spiritual form. Going back to Polaris and its connection to Ascension, Kanye West symbolizes this on his music video 24. As you see him rise up into the sky, you see an 8-pointed shape around him, which symbolizes the 8-pointed star, as you see the beam of light. And even NASA symbolize this in their Space Delta logos, a bear holding a key with an arrow up to Polaris, the 8-pointed star. Here's another NASA logo of an arrow from the Earth to Polaris. The series Lock and Key on Netflix is all about portals and doorways, and they have the Kundalini energy as one of their keys. Kundalini energy is the energy which rises up the spine, the 33 vertebrae, and activates the third eye. The third eye is the spiritual gland which connects humans to other spiritual realms. We are not the body. Our spirit, our soul inhabits the body. We exist physically, spiritually, and mentally. Therefore, we are multidimensional. The intellectual and spiritual inhabit the body. Therefore, this is just an avatar within this timeline. However, within each and every one of us, we all have the key to releasement, as says in the Emerald tablets. This releasement is ascension, up until higher states of consciousness. As stated in the Emerald tablets, man is in process of changing to forms that are not of this world. Grows he in time to the formless, a plane on a cycle above, and another one saying, man is a flame bound to a mountain, but we in our cycle shall ever be free. Know ye, O man, that when ye have progressed into the cycle that lengthen above, life itself will pass to the darkness, and only the essence of the soul shall remain. That's it for this video. I hope you all enjoyed. Please feel free to leave a like, subscribe, and comment any subjects you want me to talk about. God bless you all.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Watching pornography makes you see people as objects. It does a lot of psychological damage to the human mind. And if you truly want to progress in life, your spiritual journey, mastery, whatever it is, mastering your sexual urges is essential to become powerful, successful, and become the best version of yourself. And there are some occult practices that I used to help master this urge. They're not really techniques, they're more mindsets, which will definitely help you overcome your urges. So if you want to quit pornography today, this is the way forward that I used to create this version of myself. Before we go into the tactics, we must understand that whatever we do in darkness comes into light some way or another. If you watch pornography, you know you have a problem, you keep this to yourself. We all naturally do. These things are private, and what we do in our private time molds our subconscious mind, and we keep it away from people. But whatever we do in darkness always comes to light. If you're doing things you don't want others to see, such as watching pornography, it will come out through a subconscious force. It will come out in your eye contact. You won't really be able to make eye contact with the person you're attracted to. It comes out in your energy, your aura, your presence, your confidence. All of this plays a role in molding your consciousness. And especially women can pick this up so easily. Females are more subconscious, males are more conscious. Females speak indirectly, males should speak directly. If a woman is hungry, they will say, I'm hungry. Are you hungry? But a male will say, let's go get some food. You have to see the underlying subconscious messages in women because they speak in more of a subconscious language. Men speak in a direct language. And maybe even men will pick this up. If you want to be taken seriously in the business world or your career, whatever it is, this is essential for your body language and your personal power. So you must master your sexual urges. Releasing your sexual energy, your sexual fluids, removes the life in your eyes. A lot of people get dark bags underneath their eyes. I used to have them years and years ago. My eyes were always half shut. There was no life in my eyes. But as you purify yourself, the life and the energy comes back into your glaring eyes. The first tactic on mastering your sexual urges is understanding that thoughts produce emotions. Whatever we think about inside of our mental body directly corresponds to what we feel in our emotional body. What we see here is a piece of alchemical artwork showing you the light of the mind shining down into the heart. This represents the mental body with the clouds. This represents the human heart, the emotional body of consciousness. What we think about, if we think about sex, or if we watch things that are stimulating to us on Instagram, TikTok, that thought goes into the mind and the feeling gets then produced in the heart and the body becomes aroused. What we think inside of our brain becomes emotional energy in our heart. As above, so below. And what becomes in our heart is what we take action on. We take action on emotion. Human action, human behavior pretty much comes down to what we feel. We only act on what we care about or what we love. If you love that feeling of watching pornography, that is the reason why you're taking the action. So keeping this in mind at all times is very important in your journey of self-mastery. What you think is what you feel, and what you feel is what you act upon. Remove stimulations that can possibly produce that thought of watching pornography. Unfollow the people. Purify your environment so these thoughts do not enter your mind. And if you do become stimulated, remember, thoughts produce emotions. Change your thoughts. Think about something else instantly. The more you think about it, the more you feel, and the easier it is to take action upon it. And the second tactic that I say to myself is that it's all mental. World, the universe, life is all mental. For example, unfortunately, my brother passed away recently. I've never gone through something like this in my life. It's tough. It's horrible. It's not nice losing a loved one. However, if I sit around and focus just on the negative side of that, yes, of course, I'm going to have my moments. But if I just sit there and focus on the negative, it will destroy my life. It will pull me down. The only thing that I can do to benefit from this situation is to become a better family person out of this. Become more loving. Spend more time with the people who mean a lot to you. You can always change and transmute the mindset of every situation in your reality. There's a famous saying I like to say, if you can change it, change it. But if you cannot change it, change the mental attitude towards it. Never just sit there focusing on the negative side of reality. This helped me with mastering myself watching pornography. It's all mental. You hold the power over the mind. And the next tactic is probably the best one ever. And I still use this today in everything in my life. Before I make any decision in life, I always say to myself, what is the effect of this cause? Is that effect going to push me towards who I want to be? Or is that effect going to pull me away of who I want to be and become and where I want to go in life? If the effect is not pushing me towards who I want to be, I will not take the action which is the cause. Consciousness cannot escape the law of cause and effect. It is an immutable, inchangeable law that is governing your consciousness and your mind. You have to keep this law in mind because it is the law that is creating and crystallizing your reality. Any decision you make, what is the effect of this cause? The law of cause and effect is a force that you cannot escape. So you have to work with this law and become conscious of the law. So before you do take the action, what is the effect? Is watching pornography going to push me towards who I want to be and where I want to go? If it's not, do not take the action. That's where willpower comes in. You can do little exercises for willpower, meditation for 30 minutes of not thinking. You can do rituals that strengthen the connection to your mind with your willpower. At the end of the day, the willpower is the most essential force in the consciousness. Another thing is remove any music that talks about it. Even the words will be producing thoughts in your mind. What you feed your consciousness is ultimately what you project back outwards. Don't listen to the rap music. Don't listen to any music that talks about it. Try and remove this from your environment. These tips that I've given you don't just work in quitting pornography. These work in every aspect of your life, and they will dramatically change your life if you become conscious of them and actively use your mind. Don't fall under the spell of becoming unconscious. Never act unconsciously. Never think unconsciously. Never feel unconsciously. Stay on top of your mind. Be the observing eye in your mind. Never fall unconscious. Of course, we all need to sleep, but I mean in the waking times. And this is why learning about yourself or consciousness is essential for every aspect of life. Business, your career, money, whatever it is. Whatever you're doing in your life, comes down to understanding human consciousness. And that's why I wrote these books, so you understand yourself, so you gain your understanding of the functions of your own mind, body, emotions, and how you are creating reality. That's why I wrote the book of Symbolism, because symbols are not just symbols. These symbols represent forces and aspects of the human psyche themselves, and they are veils, they are keys that help you remember and become conscious of what has fallen unconscious in your mind. We're simply just becoming conscious of what we are unconscious of, and becoming conscious of them and using these powers. You want to take your life to the next level? Feel free to get the book of Symbolism. I'll leave a link in the description. Take care, everyone.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Okay. Is manifestation real? Of course it's real. You've just manifested that sentence. You turned a thought into an action and then generated a physical experience. You turned the invisible thought into a tangible reality. That is manifestation. You just have to learn how to do that on a mass scale, on a bigger scale, to generate something bigger. You know? So yeah, of course, manifestation is real. That's all you're ever doing. Creation is not created, it's in an ever state of becoming. You are in a continuous state of becoming something in the present moment. You know, so you're always molding creation through thought, emotion, and action. Let's let the Harley Davidson go past my house. It's a very loud bike. It's a cool bike. But yeah, you're in a continuous state of creation. And that's what this symbol ultimately represents, right? Hi, if I order your book today, will it be here before next Friday? You mean not this Friday, but next? Yeah, it should be there, for sure. So, this is what this symbol ultimately represents. Because the snake can shed its skin, which means it renews its layers. It transforms from old layers into new layers. It removes old layers of skin, symbolizing transforming. But the snake is eating its tail. The end gives birth to a new beginning. And this is what the present moment is. The present moment is the continuous state of becoming and unfolding of creation. We're all tapped into the live stream of consciousness, like you're tapped into this live right now. And you are directing them life forces in the present moment through thought, emotion, and action. You direct the life flow, the life force that you're tapped into. And wherever you direct it through thought, emotion, and action, and your time and attention, that is the reality you generate. And you create that reality. And that's what the symbols are here for, people. The symbols are here to awaken you to things that you just realize about yourself. I'm not teaching you anything new. This is just something you realize. This is solid truth that you can't, escape. You can't escape the law of cause and effect. The force is too powerful to escape the force and the law of cause and effect. The law of cause and effect is over you. It governs you. So you have to work with that law consciously. Most people are not conscious of the laws that govern their life. They're not conscious of the laws that's governing their mind. Your mind is governed by laws, not man-made laws, but universal laws you cannot escape. It is impossible to escape cause and effect. So you must work with the law God law, basically. Yeah, they're called, occult societies, secret societies. They call the laws natural law. Then, of course, you have man-made laws. So you have to work with the law. If you do not work with the law is going to be working anyway. And it will probably work against your favor. But these laws that are in place are there to give you what you want, to create your will, to create your desire. These laws are here for you to create, to give you what you want. Okay? So we have to become conscious of the laws that is governing our mind. Because the mind functions with free will, however, exists in the boundaries of the laws. Without them laws, the mind would not solidify a true creation. Everything would be chaos. The laws make sure that it creates this specific reality that you're experiencing right now. Hello, Harry. I've reached a higher state of consciousness thanks to you and your book. Wow, amazing, Craig. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. This book, don't read it once, read it many, many times. I'm probably sure you already have, but it just helps you. You pick up new things every time you read it. What do you think about getting a pentagram tattoo or a different symbol? I mean, the pentagram's a great symbol. It's just how you use the symbol. I gifted your book to a friend. Wow, amazing. Which book? The new one or the older ones? So we can influence our reality, of course, through thought, emotion, and action. You have free will. You have full control over them three things. If you try and control anything other than your thought, your emotion, and your action, you are going against natural law. God has given you the permission to only control your thoughts, your emotions, your actions. If you try and force anything on anyone else, you are then breaking natural law. They are the forces that consciousness expresses itself through the mind, mentalism, through thought, imagination, through emotion, through feeling, intuition, and through action, willpower, taking physical actions. That is how the force of consciousness expresses itself in three distinct ways. And that's how you create your reality, through thought, emotion, and action. And that's how you gain your personal power, by controlling your reality. How do you control your reality? Very simple. Is this the Book of Wisdom? This is not the Book of Wisdom. This is the Book of Symbolism, the brand new book, only available on my website. So here it is. Here it is, people. This is not the Illuminati. This is not the Illuminati, people. Let me make something clear. Everyone has demonized this symbol, and I think they use this symbol on purpose. Because this symbol unlocks your personal power, and that's what the Illuminati is. The Illuminati are illuminated people. That's ultimately what it means. Illuminated. What is illumination? Light. That's why there's light surrounded around it. Light in the eye. What is the eye? The internal perception. The mind that allows you to perceive information. The internal eye. The person in your mind who thinks. That's the real you. That is the real you. The person in your mind who thinks is truly formless. Okay? The Illuminati are illuminated people. They understand the secrets of the human mind and human consciousness, And other people who do not understand the secrets of the human mind and human consciousness are ignorant, and the people are using the knowledge they know against them. If you know psychology, right? If you know the deepest secrets of psychology, you can then use that against someone to manipulate them. That's how the system works. It runs on information, knowledge, and power. And the power comes through the information. The people who have the most information about how you function have more power. Why? Because they can use you, because they understand you more than you understand yourself. You see? That's what the Illuminati is. The Illuminati are people who understand the secrets of the human mind and how to manipulate the secrets of human consciousness to make them do something and create something in their agenda. You're all creators. This is what you need to understand. That's what consciousness is. Consciousness is a creative force. It creates through thinking, feeling, and acting. The triangle. But that thought, emotion, and action are just three expressions of the one force of consciousness. Thought, feeling, and acting are in fact one actual force. Because it's the force of the universe. We're all using the same force. And that's the same force that Yoda uses in Star Wars. In Star Wars is all talking about the force. That is the force, and that force is running through you right now in the present moment. You have the ability and the free will to direct that force through thought, emotion, and action into a reality. So, the Illuminati is just simply people with a high understanding of consciousness and the human psyche, and how to actually create reality. You think something, you feel, and if you have a feeling towards that thought, you take the action. As soon as you lose feelings to watch this video, you will scroll and take action to find another video you have a feeling for. That is how reality creates. That's how reality unfolds. Okay? So the eye in the triangle is showing you the ultimate state of consciousness to create reality. 1 and 3. There is one eye and 3 points on the triangle. The three expressions of consciousness that creates reality, thought, emotion, and action, in one, unified. Most people do not have a unified consciousness. They think about creating a business, their emotions feel like watching TikTok, and their actions are eating food. That's divided consciousness. That's the checkerboard. That's the Masonic checkerboard. Their mind is divided in black and white, different personalities, different ideas, different desires. Their mind is not solidified on one creative project. Their mind is divided within duality. Okay? That's what the checkerboard is. The checkerboard is simply a divided mind. Because this checkerboard is this whole piece of artwork you see here of the Freemasons is showing you how someone's mind functions. That's the secret. Very simple. Symbols, occult symbols, Freemasonic symbols are basically showing you mind states, how you think. Divided pillars, left and right pillar, sun, moon. Sun is masculine, the masculine mind, and the feminine mind, the conscious and the subconscious. But here, there's an eye in the middle, unifying them in the middle. Unification. Unifying with the true being inside of you. Not being left or right. Not being too masculine, not being too feminine, but unifying the masculine and feminine principles to become a unified consciousness so you can create your reality. The masculine principles symbolized by the sun and this left pillar symbolizes willpower, your will. Your willpower is very, very, very powerful. Willpower is ultimately everything you create, your will. So this sun represents the masculine forces of the mind, such as willpower, taking physical actions, intelligence, intellect, thinking. That's all the masculine. Then on the right side, you have the feminine qualities of consciousness on this right pillar, symbolizing imagination, emotion, desire, intuition. These are the feminine forces of consciousness. And what happens when a male and a female comes together? They give birth to a new creation called a baby. What happens when you merge your masculine and feminine qualities of consciousness? You merge your willpower, your thought with emotion and action. You give birth to a creation, a baby. The same principle. It's the same principle. Freemasonry is very simple. It's about bettering yourself, working on the temple, and the temple is symbolic for you, for your mind. The stonework Freemasonry, Freemasonry is about stonework, and that stone is you. You're perfecting a stone, and that stone is your mind. You're perfecting the Temple of Solomon, or you're rebuilding the temple, which is rebuilding yourself, because you are the broken temple. The thing is, your teachings is destroying my life. It's not destroying your life, it's destroying your old view of the world, which will then give birth to a whole new, beautiful life. You have to go through destruction. You have to go through the darkness to see the light. Destruction, creation demands destruction. And it's up to you how you interpret my information. Take it with a pinch of salt. Go and do your own research. I'm not saying everything I'm saying is, take what I say and apply it to your life and see if it helps. But everything I'm telling you here is helping me build myself and build my own reality. But it's very simple. It's about building yourself, because when you create change in your own psyche, you see change in your world. What happens when you start to awaken? You start to think differently. And when you start to awaken and spiritually awake, what happens to your friends? Your friends say, oh, you've changed. You see? So the external world is always mirroring your internal world. If you create change in yourself, you will see a change mirrored outside of you. That is as above, so below. Okay. So, Freemasonry is very simple. It's about yourself. It's about the Temple of Solomon. You're rebuilding the Temple of Solomon. And the Temple of Solomon is an allegory for you. Your mind is the Temple of Solomon. Your body is the Temple of Solomon. So why is it the Freemasons wear this apron, right? So you see the Freemason here wearing this apron. Well, this apron originates from stone masonry. Stonemasons. What are stonemasons? Stonemasons chip away stone, and then they use the stone to put on a building or, wherever. But Freemasonry teaches in metaphors. So this stone, this apron, was worn by the stonemasons to protect themselves from flying chips of stone hitting their genital area. So this is symbolic of doing the Masonic work, perfecting the stone, perfecting your mind. Every day you are either building your mind or building your mind's prison. Every day. You wake up, you're either destroying your mind or either help freeing your mind. You have the option, right? And they also wear this apron on the lower half in the genital areas because you think with every chakra. The chakras are basically spinning energy vortexes. This is what you see here, right? These chakras. You can think with every single chakra. You think with your head. You can think with your heart. You can. These are centers of consciousness. Okay, these are centers. These are each center that you see along your spinal column has a high amount of nerve centers. It's like a nerve center. But that nerve center is then powered by the etheric body. Now that's very advanced. Not many people understand that. But your body is not just you. You have many subtle vehicles of consciousness, bodies of consciousness, which you'll learn about in the Book of Wisdom, Volume 1. So there is one force in the universe, and that force is emanating through you, manifested in 7 chakras. Anyways, the reason why they wear this apron on the lower half of the body, because it's a reminder to cover up, to stay conscious of their lower self, because this is the lower self of the lower half of the body, and this is the higher self in the higher part of the body. If you think with your genitals, all you think about is sex and eating. If you think with this lower half of the body, you will only, think about sex, eating, and power. So they wear this to remind themselves to conquer their lower nature, their animalistic state. Because the Mason is aware that they need to build themselves to a higher consciousness, to the higher mind. They need to align their will and mind with the higher mind. Because ultimately, the reason why all of these teachings stem from is because it's preparation for death. This is where all this comes from, okay? You never die. This is the truth. In the daytime, you're in your physical body, and in the nighttime, you're in your astral body, and it's just a massive cycle. So daytime is life, nighttime is death. Wintertime is life. Wintertime is death. Summertime is life. As above, so below. It's just bigger and smaller, right? So, with that being said, you never truly die. You are not the physical body. You are the internal being in your mind who thinks. You are not the thought. You are the one who hears the thought. The thinker. The knower. You are the being inside your mind, not the being outside your mind, which is this physical body. So Masonry is about working with that internal self, mastering that internal voice, because that is the architect of your reality. The internal dialogue. That is the stone that they're working with. They're chipping away at, they're perfecting, they're smoothing. The inner dialogue. No one pays attention to this. The inner thinker, the being who is thinking in your mind. Who is that being? Who is the person in your head? It's not your body. Your body is acting out the commands of the internal being. So, this is what we have to connect to and master the inner dialogue, the inner thought processes, because the thought is the architect of reality. Thought creates everything. Thought creates everything in the whole universe. The whole universe originates from thought. So Freemasonry is basically about mastering the inner dialogue and working on the inner self, the person in your mind. And the deeper you get to know that inner voice, you start to realize that there are many different vehicles of consciousness. You don't just have a physical body, you have a physical, etheric, astral, and mental and spiritual body. You know, the physical body is just the lowest dimension there is. The physical plane is the lowest dimension there is. Your mind operates above all of them. A thought is just a thought. It has no true form. That thought takes on the body. That thought wraps itself in imagination. So the thought alone is just a thought. But then that thought then wraps itself in something we call astral matter, which is your imagination. The light, the screen in your mind that allows you to vision a specific object. The thought wraps itself in astral forms. That astral form becomes like an emotion in your heart because you want to then take action to generate that mental image you created. Then it turns into a physical reality once you start to take the action to fulfill the desire of that mental image you created. So these are the many different vehicles of the mind. And the mind is not just in the brain. This is the whole wrong thing with science. The mind is not the brain. The brain is just a physical computer to decode the commands of the mind. The mind is not even touching the physical world. The inner dialogue is not in the physical world. The true you is a higher dimensional being. Okay? The inner dialogue. And we're working with that inner dialogue to master it, to ultimately master your reality. So again, Freemasonry is all about cutting stone, but it's not about actual stone. This book by Harry B. Joseph, right? Yeah, I am Harry B. Joseph. I wrote these books myself. This book is my brand new book, the Book of Symbolism. And it's only available on my website. You will not find this book anywhere else. The Book of Symbolism. So, nice to meet you. Welcome. Okay, so, again, what does this represent? The rough stone is a symbol of the self, the unrefined self, the unenlightened aspects of our mind. So the rough stone represents the uncontrolled aspects of our mind. We have many different versions of ourselves in our minds, right? We have a version of ourselves who's perfect. We have a rough version of ourselves that we can become. You know, there's many different things in our mind. But the aim of the Mason is about unifying all of them different personalities into our higher self. It's about learning the secrets of the mind. So this represents the perfected aspects of the mind, and there is also there is no such thing as perfection. We will never actually truly perfect ourselves. But the aim is to be perfect. So the Freemasons show you the checkered board. I'm ordering all your books this week. Oh, wow, thank you. You know, you will look, your whole life will change. Your whole life will change. Okay. The checkered board floor. This is symbolizing on a base level. So symbols have many different interpretations. So on a very basic level, this checkered board floor represents duality, how everything is dual, positive, negative, day and night, hot and cold. But the deeper you go into the layers of the symbol reveals the secrets about the human mind. So this is all showing you the mind. Different states of mind. Because that's what the universe is. The universe is one singular consciousness expressed in many different forms, in many different clothes, what we like to call people. Me and you are cut of the same fabric, which is the universal mind experiencing itself. So the mind is the very architect of reality. Life is not happening outside you, it's happening inside your mind. You are a projection of the mind. However, you have the ability to identify with your ego. Your ego is very simply just a false version that your mind, it's a version of yourself that your mind has created through experience, thoughts, words, memories, and traumas, and belief systems. But beyond you, if you turn your mind off, if you stop thinking, then who are you then? That's what we call the universal soul. Everyone is that same substance. When we all turn off our mind, we are all the same substance, the universal soul. But we have the ability to generate an ego, which is our own personal identity. The ego is not inherently evil, but the ego can become bad if you don't tame it. It's the beast. But anyways, the duality represents, very simple, black and white, positive, negative, day and night, the opposites in the physical world. But on a higher level of masonry, it represents a divided mind. The one divided in many. The illusion of the third dimension, of how everything is separate. But in fact, we are all the same substance. We are all the I am. We are all the I, the inner dialogue, the inner voice. Masonry is about working with the internal voice, the thinker in the mind, the true higher dimensional being that you are. Because that higher dimensional being manifests its life forces through you and creates in the physical three-dimensional world. So it's about directing the life forces through you. Now, a big misunderstanding about the world that religion has placed on people. A big misunderstanding, right? People think the world was created. People think the world was created thousands of years ago. It's the biggest lie ever. Step back, remove that belief out your mind just for a second, and realize the truth. The world was not created thousands of years ago. The world is creating now, in the present. It's unfolding now. Creation is unfolding in the present moment. God is thinking reality into existence right now, and you are thinking your reality into existence right now through thought, emotion, and action. You are crystallizing reality now in the present, and you can become a co-creator with the creative force of the universe. But we've been taught the complete opposite because the powers that be in the world do not want you to become a conscious creator. They want you as a slave and a worker. You see, so we have to understand that we are all co-creators of this world. We're all contributing towards the building project of Earth right now. But the elites make you think that the world was created thousands of years ago, and now you're just experiencing it. Now you become an experiencer. You're not an experiencer. You're an experiencer and creator. You mold it. And when you do not understand this, someone else who does understand this will use you to create their agenda. Because they understand this. And look what's happening in the world today. We are creating the agenda of the government. Why? Because we believe their lies. We don't have to, but we choose to. We all have free will. Everything else is just an illusion. Money is an illusion. It's a belief in the mind. Harry, are you a part of Freemasons? I am not. And if I ever do, I will be transparent about that. So this is representing this is representing your mind divided. divided consciousness. Now take a look here. What are the Freemasons trying to show you here? Squares to circles. Square, circles. Geometry. Geometry. Harry, my book came, thanks. It's a pleasure. It's an absolute pleasure. Enjoy the book. Take your time, read through it, enjoy it, read it over and over. You know, I can't wait for you to read this. Was it the third book you got? The 3 represent alignment, the black and white represents conscious and subconscious. It can represent that, yeah, that's one layer of symbolism. But you got to remember that the symbols don't represent one thing. There are many different layers to the symbols. Many different layers. So it's going from squares to circles. So you have to understand geometry for this. There's different codes to this. A square. Can you measure the surface area of a square? Of course. Very easy. You just measure this side and that side and times it. Right? Very simple. Then you have the surface area of a circle, of a square. But can you do that with a square? No. You can't find the surface area of a circle. It is impossible. You can get very close by using pi and different, different mathematical equations, but you will never exactly find the exact surface area of a circle. So what are the Freemasons trying to show you? Measurable and immeasurable. What you can physically touch and measure down here, the squares, and what you cannot touch and what you cannot measure. And there is a ladder going from what you can measure, the physical world, the squares, up to what you cannot measure, the circles. So this is about the upliftment of the mind. This is about the mind raising from only a physical state of awareness, raising the mind so it can function as a spiritual mind and use the higher dimensions of consciousness, such as imagination, thought. Most people's minds are stuck in the measurable, the squares, limited. They think inside the box. You have to raise your mind and think outside the box. This is what it's about. Raising your mind and using the higher dimensions, which is imagination. You cannot measure imagination. It does not exist in the physical plane. You cannot measure thought. It does not exist in the physical plane. So it's about raising consciousness to actually use the cognitions of the mind. Most people are not using the mind. Climbing in consciousness. We're going from squares to circles, measurable to the immeasurable. Okay? And that's the key. Look at the key. How do you go from the circle, the squares to the circles? You got to go through the woman, the green woman. Who's the green woman? Who is the green woman? The feminine. The feminine aspect of consciousness. You cannot just go from low consciousness to high consciousness. It is impossible. It takes a lot of work. Doing work on your mind is way harder than any labor or work you could possibly imagine. The work on yourself is not easy. And I never say it, I never have, never will say it's easy. It is very, very, very difficult to change your mind because it is literally programmed. Very difficult. So you have to go through the woman. And what's the woman? The care, the desire. You have to have a desire to climb the ladder. You have to have the love and the care to do so. If you do not have the care, you will not climb the ladder. If you do not have the care to watch this live, you will continue scrolling. You have to come into contact with the feminine, the heart. You have to care to reach the higher consciousness, to take the actions that are necessary to generate that consciousness. That's the key to open the door to the upper room Jesus mentions. Jesus is always talking about the upper room, the kingdom of heaven. This is what it is. It is a higher state of understanding, a higher state of self-mastery. That is what it's all about. So in order to climb the ladder from the immaterial to the material to the spiritual, you have to care. If you do not care, you will not reach that higher level of consciousness. Because why? It takes a lot of self-work. A lot of work. A lot of reprogramming the self. A lot of meditations to gain control over the inner dialogue. A lot of reflection. A lot of sacrifice. Yes, very well said. Very well said, Timon. It takes a lot. It's not easy. Constructing, working on your mind. It's very difficult. And you don't see the benefits for a very long time. But when you do start to see the benefits, the benefits are massive. So this is what it's about. It's you. This is all you. And what are we chasing? We're chasing the I. What's the I? The I is the internal. The eye is open. It sees. That's the inner observation, the inner being who observes everything, observes the thoughts, observes everything. But we're chasing a higher I, a higher perception of ourselves by raising consciousness, a higher understanding of what you truly are beyond your human form, which is a higher dimensional being. We're chasing the I. The I is a higher perception of ourselves. Yes, very well said. You see? So this is what this is why if you read symbols, you become very powerful. That's why I wrote a whole book on this. So you can learn this too. Everything I've said and more, you can learn. The Book of Symbolism, the only place it's available is on my bio. revivalofwisdom.com. I just released this November 17th. But it breaks down everything about Freemasonry, of how you can learn this knowledge and gain a higher consciousness. But anyways, if we get this to 50k, I will drop some coupon codes for you all, and we'll carry on. I'll drop some coupon codes so you can save some, some money. And we have worldwide, we have, this is powerful knowledge. Powerful, powerful knowledge. What do you think about the Golden Dawn? I have a friend, well, not a friend, but I know him through, he's an Instagram creator, and he went through the Golden Dawn system, and he is a very famous author now. You've probably heard of his stuff. It's called The Serpent Rising. He went through the order of the Golden Dawn, learned about Kundalini and stuff like that. Golden Dawn Society, yeah. How can I buy your book? There's no link in your bio. There should be. There's a link in my bio. Revivalofwisdom.com is the only place you get the Book of Symbolism in English, French, German, Italian, Spanish. Okay, so let's carry on, right? So we've broke this down. You now understand that we're going from squares to circles, which is going from the measurable to the immeasurable, changing the mind from a state of reaction, because this is, okay, the circle cannot be measured, but the square can be measured. So this is the material, this is the spiritual, this is the seen and the unseen. This is the cause, this is the effect. The cause, effect. What does the sun do? The sun causes effect on the earth. This is why there's a sun here. It's showing cause, effect. The sun produces changes in the plants and the nature on the earth. which means as above, so below. The cause is above, the effect is below. So this is talking how to change the inner dialogue of yourself, the inner self, the inner voice, from a reaction mind to a demanding causal mind. Most people live in reaction mind, the square. They're reacting to the world outside of them, when the world outside of them is simply the effect. You cannot change it. It's already affected. It's already manifested. The only thing you can do to change the world is to change the cause. The inner world is the cause, the mind is the cause, the external world's the effect. The inner world is the cause, the external world is the effect. Most people have something bad outside them. You know, I'm not perfect. I'm not saying I've reached the highest level of consciousness. You know, I'm still working on myself, and I'll always say that. But most people are stuck in reaction consciousness, where their mind is just reacting in a state of complaining about the external world. When the mind is the cause. The cause, the mind needs to be a cause and a demand and a command. But that's fine, you know, I was in that state. And I still catch myself now and then being in that state. But we have to train our minds to understand that the outside world is the effect and the internal world is the cause. And we need to raise that ladder towards the causes. Make the mind a powerhouse of control. A powerhouse of control. Okay? Awareness, yeah. Okay. Symbolism. The winding staircase. You can't see the room. Where is it taking you? This is talking about the upper room, climbing to a higher state of mind. But when you're down here, you can't see that room. You don't know what a higher consciousness is. You don't know, like right now, maybe there's some people in here, they don't even understand what even is a higher consciousness. You will never understand until you start to do the work on yourself, until you start to see what it's like to understand yourself. When you understand how you work, you know what to do in every situation. You have the tools to use in life. So this is about climbing the staircase of higher consciousness into the inner room that you can't see. Beyond the curtain. The curtain is the veil. This is about entering in yourself. Walking past these two pillars is about walking into the internal self. It's a journey inward. You have a self outside the mind, this body, and you have a self inside the mind, the inner being, the material and spiritual. That's why you're an individual. You have a dual nature, inner and outer. So when you're walking in between these pillars, you're walking, it's symbolic of walking in your mind, walking in a journey into the self. And we're working with the inner self. This is what Freemasonry is about. But it's a winding staircase, which means you can't see where this staircase is taking you. You don't know what a higher consciousness is, what it's like to be in a higher consciousness or a higher understanding of reality in the self. So you must have faith. Faith, not faith in a God, but faith that the staircase or this journey, this work you're doing on yourself is going to lead you somewhere. You must have willpower. It takes willpower to walk the stairs. You must have care. Faith, will, and care are the three forces that help expand the mind into higher levels of consciousness. So it takes faith, will, and care to walk this staircase, to walk this path, to do the work on the self, to master the self. And a spiral staircase also represents time. It takes time. Time moves in a spiral. Yesterday there was 12 o'clock, but today there's also 12 o'clock. But today is higher than yesterday. So it's just a continuous spiral upwards. Yesterday was 12 o'clock, today there's 12 o'clock, and we're just going to continue this spiral. This is time. It takes time to walk this staircase. It takes time to reach a higher consciousness. It takes faith, will, care, and time. It's not an overnight process. Okay? So I hope this understands, hopefully you people are taking this on. Darkness to light. This is a massive phrase in Freemasonry, from darkness to light. But what is the darkness? Darkness, you can't see. When the room is dark, your eyes can't see. Symbolizing ignorance. There are parts of yourself that are in darkness. You are not aware of these parts of yourself. Most people are not aware of their imagination and the powers of the imagination. That means it's in darkness. Darkness to light is about becoming conscious of the things inside you, the aspects of yourself that you may not be aware of. Exposing a light. If I turn on a light on something, you expose it. You see it clearly. So Freemasonry is about going within the self and finding the things that you are unaware of and becoming conscious and using them as tools to help you in life. Your imagination is a guiding force to shape your future. Your intuition is also a guiding force. This is the hammer, the Freemasonic hammer. Why do Freemasons use hammers? The hammer, the force. What is your hammer? What is the force that drives you? What is the force? What is the desire in you that makes you go through life? We all have a hammer. My hammer is to help as many people understand themselves as possible. That makes me take my actions. That's the force inside of me that takes action. The reason why I'm on this live is to take action to help people. That's my force. That's my hammer. You have to have a hammer in life. This is a tool. You have to have the hammer. Here's some more secrets. Force, form, very powerful. Not many people understand this one. But like, I could sit here all day and talk about all the different symbols in this, but there's many different symbols that you can go over. Force and form. Okay, so we have hit 50k, by the way. I did promise people earlier, we have hit 50k, that I would give out a coupon code. I did promise people. So I'm going to have to give that coupon code, and then we'll carry on with this, breaking this down for you. Okay? Let me know in the comments if you want a coupon code. Just say the word yes or something. And if I know people want it, then I'll give one out. If not, I'll just carry on. Okay. I'm going to give you a 20% code. In fact, no, I'm not going to give you 20%. I'm going to give you 30% off. Wait, let me just test something. I don't want this to mess up for you. I want to make sure it's working properly. Okay, 2 seconds. Let me just test the website to make sure the code works. I don't want to give it out and then people, don't end up working and then people start, So let me just test it. Okay. 2 seconds, people. You said 50%. I didn't say 50%. I said if we hit 50k likes, I will give a coupon code. And that's what we've hit, 50k likes. I can't give 50%, then that would be pointless. I wish I could, but it's literally, I'd probably lose money. I'm just testing the code out for you. We worship you. I don't want to be worshipped. Please don't worship me. You know, I don't want to be worshipped. You know, I really don't. I'm not here to be worshipped. I'm telling you the power within yourself. But I thank you for that comment. That's nice. It's nice of you to say that. Okay, so it is working. Okay, nice. So the code is working, and the code is, I'm not giving you 20%, I'm going to give you 30%. Do I have a pen? I can write it down for you. The code is light. All caps. That's the code. All caps, capital letters. And you'll save yourself 30%. This is the brand new book of Symbolism. You're going to save yourself 30% on the brand new book of Symbolism. Is this where 607 Unk gets it from? I don't know. I've been around for a long time talking about this stuff. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where he gets his information from. Force and Form. Here it is. Website name, revivalofwisdom.com. Revivalofwisdom.com, or the link in the bio. No book is going to help you just meditate. You know, I used to think that exact same thing. But unfortunately, that is I used to think that, but then I realized my ego was keeping me back. The ego wants to say, I don't need anything. I don't need someone else to tell me anything. But then you have to come to a realization that there are people out there with knowledge way beyond what I knew. There are books out there that I need to read. There are people out there with knowledge way beyond mine. And you have to suffocate your ego and let go of that to actually grow. I used to think that exact way. But it depends what you want, you know. You don't have to go down this path. You can just meditate. That's completely fine. You know, it depends what you want, I guess, as well. So you are completely right. You are completely right. Is there a PDF? No PDF. Physical books only. You know, we ship worldwide. What's your fave part of the book? You know, no one's ever asked me that. You know, that's a very good question. What is my favorite part of the book? I love this part. I love this part. How quick is delivery? Delivery, it depends where you are. UK is around 7 days. US, pretty sure it's about 7 days. It's a print on demand. So basically, an order will go through the website, and then it'll go straight to my suppliers. They print it, and then they ship it. And then they obviously send you emails with the tracking information and stuff like that. you know. But this is probably my favorite part. Is it UK based? It's not. So the supplies that I have, they have printing warehouses all around the world. I'm pretty sure they have one in the US, one in the UK. So wherever you are in the world, wherever the order is going to, it goes to the correct warehouse, so it gets shipped in time. That's basically how everything's set up. Because I don't actually stock them all. I mean, I do have quite a lot here. I'll show you. I have quite a lot of them here. These are all Book of Symbolisms. This is what they look like. Explain everything about Freemasonry, pretty much. Everything you can imagine about Freemasonry. That's the first book. That's the second book. This is the brand new one. But this is the one we're going over today, pretty much. They will be on Amazon in the next, I don't know, 2 weeks, 3 weeks maybe. How can we use the book to live a fulfilling life? That's pretty much, the book teaches you, it's a guide to higher consciousness. It helps you understand and unlock aspects of yourself that you never knew was there. What are the 2 pillars in Freemasonry? Great question. So the first part of this book goes over that for a very long period of time. So the first whole section of the book goes over the Jachin and Boaz pillars, right? The different symbolism. So it basically represents the masculine and feminine forces of consciousness. But it ultimately represents division as well. The number 11 is a dividing number. It's left and right, right? It's left and right. So, have you experienced spiritual psychosis? No. If you met me in person, you would never even realize, because I don't talk about anything to anyone. People who know me don't even understand what I do. I don't talk about, I'm just a normal person. They probably think I'm asleep. Well, just a regular person who's not aware. But, you know, I only talk about this stuff to people who ask me. You know, to my family members, I'm just a regular person. But then obviously if they ask me about this, then I can tell them things. So yeah, in person you would never even know. I'm just a regular guy. I work throughout the day. I make videos. I work on my YouTube. I help my affiliates. I come on live. I help people. I speak to my university students. And then I go to the gym, see some family members, and, I'm just a regular person. But not regular in mindset. Me personally, I don't agree with, making everything your whole person. That's fine if you do that. That's completely fine. We all have different ways of living and expressing ourselves. But, I don't find I don't want to make this my whole personality. I love to read books in my spare time. I watch a lot of, listen to a lot of audiobooks. I don't really listen to much music. Whenever I'm in the car, I put on an audiobook. And just by doing that alone, you'll gain a lot of information. Just type in Masonic books or esoteric books. You will find so much on YouTube. Just listen to everything, and over a period of time, you'll start to develop pattern recognition, and you'll start to decipher your own truth. the Bully Slayer was cloned. I see some of his videos today. I don't know. I don't think he's being cloned. I think I don't know. He stayed off the internet for a while. He might have changed and stuff like that. But I love his stuff. How long did it take to change your reality to your desired reality? Good question. For me, it was, I wouldn't say got lucky because I work very, very hard. I work at least 10 to 11 hours a day most days, but not recently, but before. But for me, there was not many people in this space talking about the things that I do at the time. So for me, it sped up very fast because of that. You know, there's not many people who can give you this information I give you. Of course, well, there's a lot of people who can give you this information, but they're not, you know, well known or outspoken about it, you know, respectively to them. And luckily, my stuff started to gain a lot of attention, and my life changed in a matter of a year. But, you know, it can take longer. For years before that, I was trying many different things. Many, many different things. But whenever you preach about mind control, I realized I'm in a prison of my own thoughts. Yeah, a lot of people live in their own prison. Like I say, every day you wake up, you're either building your mind, you're either building your freedom of your mind or building the prison of your mind. Every day. You're either building your prison or your freedom. How long have you been on this path, Harry? Long since way before 2020. Way before 2020. I was talking about, I can't say the thing on here, but you know, the virus. I was talking about the virus way before 2020. And there may be some people in this live who watched my very first lives. I used to go live all the time. But I was looking into conspiracy theories when I was year 7, year 8. And then I got really deep into like conspiracies 6 years ago. And then after about a year of that, I started to switch into like esotericism. And then for like the past 5 years, since 2020, it's been all esoteric stuff, pretty much. You know, like Masonic, the psyche, human psyche, human consciousness, metaphysics, symbolism. So the last 2 years, it's mainly been symbolism because I'm obsessed with symbolism at the moment. But yeah. Do you believe in God, Harry? I believe in a form of energy that gives rise to all things, yes. And we are a part of that energy source, that conscious energy. We are an emanation of that. We are cut of the same fabric of that. It is one consciousness clothed in different beings. Harry, you said faith, will, and care and time. Didn't you say time doesn't exist? Can you explain this? You know, time is the present moment. It's an eternal now. But, you know, that's what we call time, the movement of that. I don't believe in a God outside of us. You know, well, God is outside of us, but he's also inside of us. God is everything. I like how you put that. Oh, wow. Thank you. If we visit a Masonic temple, we'll see a lot of these symbols in the building architecture. Oh, yeah, of course. Everywhere. You'll see this everywhere. And look here. This is the gate of Europe. 2 pillars. The gate of Europe, 2 pillars, middle pillar. Here's the gate of Europe again, 2 pillars, middle pillar, with the person in the middle. Here's George Washington, 2 pillars and the middle pillar. You are the middle pillar. You are the middle pillar. You're the middle pillar. You are the balancing pillar between the masculine and feminine. You're trying to combine the 2 pillars, which is the masculine and feminine forces of consciousness. And this is what I say about building yourself. This is the Egyptians telling you the same thing. They're building the middle pillar. They're building the self. They're building the mind. That's what Masonry is all about. You know? So here's look. Here's the Anunnaki showing you 2 pillars, Jachin and Boaz. And look at the person in the middle pillar, which is balancing the masculine and feminine forces of consciousness, trying to become whole and unified, a unified mind. And he's stepping up, symbolizing raising consciousness. Stepping up to a higher level of understanding. Here's Buddha, same thing. Buddha, Vishnu, Sumerians, Egyptians. Wait on, we still got more. Jesus with the 2 pillars. Egyptians again, they're building the self. This is what it's about. It's about building the mind. Royal Arch of Freemasonry. Knights Templars. It's everywhere. This symbolism is everywhere. It's in every tradition because this is the universal system of constructing the mind. This was way before religion. This is what it was about. It was the religion of the serpent. The serpent used to symbolize this knowledge about the serpent can shed its skin and transform. So it's about transforming the mind. The serpent was the universal symbol of this spiritual journey. What does the G mean? So here, you see the G. It wasn't a religion of the serpent. I wouldn't say religion, but I in my conclusion, you can take this as a pinch of salt. In my conclusion, I think the serpent, found in every religion. It's the Vatican. It was in the Garden of Eden. It's in every religion you can possibly imagine. There's a serpent, and there's serpent symbolism all around the world. I personally think the serpent was the symbol for Gnosis, for the I don't like calling it religion, but a spiritual system that was universal before religion. It was the wisdom of Kundalini. It was the wisdom of awakening. It was the knowledge of the self. And then I think the serpent got demonized because then religion took over and started to externalize all the spiritual teachings and then following man-made gods and gods in the sky and stuff. But before all of that, I believe that me personally, I believe the serpent was a symbol for the universal spiritual system of knowledge that was before all the religion. That's my interpretation. It's about self-transformation. Yeah. Someone asked about the G. And now they say serpent is Satan. Yeah, very well said. Now everything about the serpent is demonized. And it's crazy to me when you realize, well, everything's inverted nowadays. So, I guess we'll never know, but based on my symbolism studies, that's what I think it is. I could be wrong, but so okay, why didn't you join Freemasonry if you believe their teachings? It's not believing anything. These symbols are self-awakening. It's not everything I teach you is not about believing anything. It's about shedding light on what was there, but you just may not be conscious of it. You know? So, for example, the G, this is a Masonic symbol, and the G represents the force of care, the force of love, the heart, the generative principle, the G, the generating force of reality. That is love. The heart generates your reality. You right now are watching this live because you have a care. You care for the information I'm sharing. So that care is allowing you to take the action to generate this experience you're having right now. So in order to go through the Masonic temple and walk the path towards the light, you have to